The villain's script keeps rewriting itself around me. Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20, Chapter 1. Third Young Master Cai. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. The headache was the first sign that something had gone catastrophically wrong. It wasn't the kind of headache that came from physical injury. It was deeper, more fundamental. It was the kind of headache that came from having two complete consciousnesses trying to occupy the same neural architecture simultaneously. Cai Wen opened his eyes to a ceiling of dark wood beams, carved with intricate patterns he had never seen before. But they weren't entirely unfamiliar either. They were familiar in the way that recovered memories are familiar. Things he had seen through someone else's eyes, experienced through someone else's consciousness. The air smelled like sandalwood and something else, something that made his eyes water. His body felt wrong, heavier, as if he'd been compressed and then reinflated by someone who'd forgotten what human dimensions should be. He tried to sit up, and pain lanced through his chest. A memory that wasn't his own flickered across his mind. A face, cruel, beautiful in that particular way of cultivation novels, with perfect bone structure and eyes that promised destruction. The face of Third Young Master Cai, minor villain, Chapter 3. Casualty, humiliation quota almost certainly exceeded. His hands looked different, younger, unmarked by the carpal tunnel that had been slowly making his software developer life miserable for the past 2 years. He flexed them, watching the skin move in the candlelight, and wondered what else had changed. Not just physical form, consciousness, memory, the fundamental structure of his identity. He was someone new while simultaneously being exactly who he'd always been. It was disorienting in the way that only existential contradictions could be disorienting. Younger, unmarked by the carpal tunnel that had been slowly making his software developer life miserable for the past 2 years. He flexed them, watching the skin move in the candlelight, and wanted very much to scream. Instead, he took several deep breaths and tried to think like a person who wasn't having a complete mental breakdown. A person who, for example, hadn't just transmigrated into a cultivation novel as a minor villain with at most 3 chapters of plot armor remaining. When had he read the Ascended One's inevitable triumph? Junior year of college? Senior year? The details were fuzzy now, but the shape of the story was burned into his mind like a virus that had found the one computer it was designed to destroy. The protagonist, xianxia, cultivator of the heavenly way, righter of wrongs, player of the ultimate long game, had been a small-town nobody before he caught a mysterious opportunity. He'd ended up in the capital, where he systematically dismantled the schemes of the noble houses through a combination of martial superiority and increasingly contrived coincidences. Third Young Master Cai was one of his first obstacles, a perfect stepping stone for the narrative. Rude, arrogant, destined to insult the protagonist in Chapter 3 and then get knocked into a fountain or have his cultivation base shattered or some combination thereof. The story got a little fuzzy on the details of his demise, which in retrospect seemed like something Cai Wen should have paid more attention to. He rolled out of bed, carefully, because his new body seemed determined to betray him, and walked to the window. The view was exactly what he expected. A classical Chinese city that had never existed, buildings curved and painted in primary colors, mountains in the distance that looked painted on canvas, that quality of absolute artificiality that only existed in mass-produced web novels. The Cai family estate spread below him like a carefully arranged stage set, every element precisely positioned to project wealth and power and importance, because his new body seemed determined to betray him, and walked to the window. The view was exactly what he expected. A classical Chinese city that had never existed, buildings curved and painted in primary colors, mountains in the distance that looked painted on canvas, that quality of absolute artificiality that only existed in mass-produced web novels. This was the Cai family estate in the capital, roughly equivalent to a mansion made of gold and spite, located in the part of the city where rich people went to confirm their own importance. Cai Wen opened his eyes to a ceiling of dark wood beams, carved with intricate patterns he had never seen before. The air smelled like sandalwood and something else, something that made his eyes water. His body felt wrong, heavier, as if he'd been compressed and then reinflated by someone who'd forgotten what human dimensions should be. He tried to sit up, and pain lanced through his chest. A memory that wasn't his own flickered across his mind. A face, cruel, beautiful in that particular way of cultivation novels, with perfect bone structure and eyes that promised destruction. The face of Third Young Master Cai, minor villain, Chapter 3. Casualty, humiliation quota almost certainly exceeded. His hands looked different, younger, unmarked by the carpal tunnel that had been slowly making his software developer life miserable for the past 2 years. He flexed them, watching the skin move in the candlelight, and wanted very much to scream. Instead, he took several deep breaths and tried to think like a person who wasn't having a complete mental breakdown. A person who, for example, hadn't just transmigrated into a cultivation novel as a minor villain with at most 3 chapters of plot armor remaining. When had he read the Ascended One's inevitable triumph? Junior year of college? Senior year? The details were fuzzy now, but the shape of the story was burned into his mind like a virus that had found the one computer it was designed to destroy. The protagonist, Xianxia, cultivator of the heavenly way, righter of wrongs, player of the ultimate long game, had been a small-town nobody before he caught a mysterious opportunity. He'd ended up in the capital, where he systematically dismantled the schemes of the noble houses through a combination of martial superiority and increasingly contrived coincidences. Third Young Master Cai was one of his first obstacles, a perfect stepping stone for the narrative. Rude, arrogant, destined to insult the protagonist in Chapter 3 and then get knocked into a fountain or have his cultivation base shattered, or some combination thereof. The story got a little fuzzy on the details of his demise, which in retrospect seemed like something Cai Wen should have paid more attention to. He rolled out of bed, carefully, because his new body seemed determined to betray him, and walked to the window. The view was exactly what he expected. A classical Chinese city that had never existed, buildings curved and painted in primary colors, mountains in the distance that looked painted on canvas, that quality of absolute artificiality that only existed in mass-produced web novels. This was the Cai family estate in the capital, roughly equivalent to a mansion made of gold and spite, located in the part of the city where rich people went to confirm their own importance. In the courtyard below, servants moved with mechanical precision. Their movements were almost perfectly synchronized, as if they were following choreography that had been written for them. A woman in expensive silks walked past with 3 attendants trailing behind her like remeras on a shark, each movement precisely calculated to demonstrate hierarchy and importance. This was Third Young Master Cai's life, a golden cage with the walls pushing in. A woman in expensive silks walked past with 3 attendants trailing behind her like remeras on a shark. This was Third Young Master Cai's life, a golden cage with the walls pushing in. He spent the next hour exploring his new consciousness like someone searching a hard drive for evidence of catastrophe. The memories were there, most of them, anyway. 26 years of living as Cai Wen, American software developer, gone. Replaced by 23 years of being Third Young Master Cai of the Cai clan, inheritor of a cultivation foundation that was respectable but not exceptional, heir to more wealth than made sense, and obligated to maintain a reputation as the kind of beautiful, useless person that heroes were designed to defeat. Except now he remembered both. The divergence made his head throb with something that might have been migraine or might have been existential horror. Like someone searching a hard drive for evidence of catastrophe. The memories were there, most of them, anyway. 26 years of living as Cai Wen, American software developer, gone. Replaced by 23 years of being Third Young Master Cai of the Cai clan, inheritor of a cultivation foundation that was respectable but not exceptional, heir to more wealth than made sense, and obligated to maintain a reputation as the kind of beautiful, useless person that heroes were designed to defeat. Except now he remembered both. The divergence made his head throb. There was a knock on the door, and a young man entered with the kind of practiced confidence that suggested he'd been entering this room without waiting for permission for a very long time. This was Luo Che, Third Young Master Cai's closest friend and probable unwitting accomplice in his eventual humiliation. He was exactly the kind of character who would betray the villain for the protagonist in Chapter 6 or 7, probably with extensive internal monologuing about how he'd never realized Cai Wen was actually monstrous. But looking at him now, Cai Wen wasn't entirely sure that's what would happen. The script was already beginning to show cracks. With the kind of practiced confidence that suggested he'd been entering this room without waiting for permission for a very long time. This was Luo Che, Third Young Master Cai's closest friend and probable unwitting accomplice in his eventual humiliation. He was exactly the kind of character who would betray the villain for the protagonist in Chapter 6 or 7, probably with extensive internal monologuing about how he'd never realized Cai Wen was actually monstrous. "You woke up," Luo Che observed, which was certainly one way to open a conversation. "The physician said you'd hit your head." Very dramatic. Very you. Cai Wen's throat felt raw. "I don't remember." "You were showing off for the merchant's daughters in the market," Luo Che said, with the tone of someone reciting a story he'd told 100 times. "Tried to vault over a fence. Landed very poorly. Blood everywhere. Most of us thought you'd fractured your skull, but you were just sleeping. None of that had happened, or it had happened, but Cai Wen had no memory of it. which amounted to the same thing. He filed this under things the script is doing and tried to look appropriately ashamed. This apparently worked, because Luo Che spent the next 20 minutes describing the incident in detail, as if Cai Wen had actually been present for it. By the time Luo Che left, Cai Wen had a clearer picture of his situation and none of the answers he wanted. He was, in fact, in the novel. The city was the capital of Huanzhou. The Cai family was involved in the silk trade and some light magical enforcement. Third Young Master Cai had the kind of reputation that made other young masters nervous. Beautiful, well-trained, wealthy, and with absolutely no regard for consequences. He'd apparently insulted the wrong merchant's daughter last month and had been banned from 3 tea houses. The timeline was working against him. The story he remembered had the protagonist arriving in the capital in Chapter 2. Chapter 3 was the confrontation. Chapter 4 was the beginning of the protagonist's rise and Third Young Master Cai's exit from relevance. If Cai Wen remembered correctly, and the headache suggested he did, he had maybe 4 to 6 weeks before his scheduled humiliation. That night, he lay in bed and tried to remember the exact text of Chapter 3. The problem was that it had been years since he'd read it, and human memory was treacherous. The shape was there. The protagonist goes to the market. Third Young Master Cai is there doing something vain. They have a confrontation, and the protagonist wins through some combination of martial skill and narrative destiny. But the specifics were muddy. The color of the marketplace. The exact words of the insult. Whether anyone important was watching. Cai Wen had spent years as a developer learning to think in systems and probabilities. The thing that was happening to him was impossible, which meant it had to be possible, which meant there had to be rules. And if there were rules, then the system was exploitable. He fell asleep planning escape routes. By the second week of narrative escalation, Cai Wen understood that the system was becoming desperate. Desperate systems made mistakes. They overextended. They tried to solve problems with brute force when subtlety would have been more effective. The earthquakes started small, barely noticeable tremors in the foundations of the city. But they increased in frequency and intensity, as if the system was literally shaking reality apart in its effort to force the predetermined confrontation. The cultivators in the capital began to gather, not for the confrontation that was being set up, but for practical reasons. Earthquake damage needed to be repaired. People needed to be protected. The system's escalation was becoming too obvious, too destructive. It was revealing itself. Cai Wen spent 3 days preparing his departure. He packed carefully, but minimally. He left a note for his parents claiming he was going to a remote temple to seek healing for his unstable cultivation base. His mother would be disappointed. His father would probably understand. On the morning of his departure, his father appeared at the gate with a jade token marked with the Cai family seal. This is a marker of the Cai family's standing in the merchant network, his father said, pressing it into Cai Wen's palm. It won't stop the system from chasing you, but it might convince a few people to help you along the way. Come back when you've understood something, his father added. Not when you've fixed your cultivation. When you've understood what's happening to this world. When you understand how to fix it. Cai Wen set out from the capital that same morning, carrying the token and a clear understanding that running wasn't the ultimate solution. It was just the first step toward understanding how to exploit the system's vulnerabilities. In the corner of his mind, the part that was still thinking like a software engineer, Cai Wen began trying to model the system like he would model code. If he'd been brought into this world, that suggested intention. Either deliberate transmigration through some kind of app or system interface, which implied he should have received some kind of notification, which he hadn't, or accidental transmission, which raised the question of what accident meant in a world governed by narrative laws, or some third option he hadn't considered yet. The one thing he was certain of, villains didn't accidentally become the protagonists of their own stories in cultivation novels with full memories intact. And they certainly didn't wake up in those stories remembering their previous lives perfectly. He spent that first day attempting to contact parts of his consciousness that felt accessible. Memories of his life before transmigration, the shape of his programming knowledge, the intuitions about systems that had served him well in the tech industry. They were all still there, oddly intact, which suggested his consciousness hadn't actually been replaced. It had been overwritten, but not completely. The old files were still in the system somewhere. The old code was still running in the background. By evening, Cai Wen had a working hypothesis. He wasn't being written into this world. He was actively existing in contradiction with it. And that contradiction was going to be the most dangerous thing about his situation. The headache worsened as he thought about it, a physical manifestation of 2 incompatible existences trying to occupy the same consciousness. But the pain was useful. It was proof that he was real, that his original consciousness hadn't been completely overwritten, that somewhere in the vast machinery of the narrative system, there was a glitch. And glitches could be exploited. Cai Wen began trying to model the system like he would model code. Villains didn't accidentally become protagonists of their own stories, with full memories intact. He was actively existing in contradiction with the world itself. That contradiction was the most dangerous thing about his situation. Chapter 2. The script burns the next morning brought several problems. The first was that his hands still weren't his hands. The second was that he couldn't quite remember the names of his own household staff. The third was that Xie Yushin had apparently arrived in the capital sometime during the night, because Luo Che spent the entire breakfast describing a mysterious and beautiful stranger who had arrived at one of the inns near the merchant quarter. He fought 3 men at once, Luo Che said, eyes bright with the kind of fascination that Cai Wen recognized immediately as protagonist encountering. The moment when a previously sensible person became obsessed with the person who was destined to defeat them. They said his cultivation was extraordinary. Barely any wasted motion. This was accelerated. In the story Cai Wen remembered, the protagonist had spent at least 3 chapters getting established before the narrative decided to throw him at Third Young Master Cai. But here he was, having arrived in the capital seemingly hours after Cai Wen had woken up with a different life. We should invite him to the gathering, Luo Che continued, which was already a deviation from the script Cai Wen remembered. There was no gathering in Chapter 2. There was preliminary setup, information about the Cai family's business troubles, a scene where Third Young Master Cai was shown being wasteful or cruel to demonstrate why he deserved his eventual comeuppance. What gathering? Cai Wen asked, and Luo Che gave him a look that suggested he'd asked something truly stupid. The winter auction, obviously. Your father is sponsoring it. You've been talking about it for months. Luo Che leaned back in his chair. Your mother is already planning what to wear. Probably something that costs more than a small house. Cai Wen had a sudden, visceral memory of his mother. Not his mother, Third Young Master Cai's mother, Madame Cai. Selecting fabrics in the market, her spine straight, her voice glacial. The memory felt real enough to hurt. Right, Cai Wen said. The auction. After Luo Che left, Cai Wen went through the estate methodically. He was looking for something. Evidence, a diary, a note, anything that suggested what had happened. The servants watched him move through the halls with the wary attention of people who thought their master might be losing it. And maybe he was. In his study, he found a journal. The handwriting was his now. The muscle memory had accepted the new body, apparently, but the person writing in it belonged to the world Cai Wen had left behind. Third Young Master Cai is insufferable. The entry from 3 months ago read, in a looping, angry hand. He flaunts his cultivation. He insults anyone without power. He acts as if beauty excuses cruelty. By the narrative logic of every cultivation novel I've ever read, he should be dead by now. But he isn't. He's still here, still ruining people's lives. The handwriting changed. Became neater. More controlled. I think I'm changing him. Every time he's mean, I think about what it would feel like to be kind, and he acts different the next day. As if my thoughts are bleeding through somehow. And then, in the most recent entry, dated 3 days ago, something is wrong. Cai Wen remembers things that never happened. He says he's someone else. He's starting to resist. I can feel him pushing back. If there's truly another transmigrator here, if I'm not just going insane, then the system is breaking. The journal ended there. The last page was blank. Cai Wen sat down very carefully and tried not to have a complete nervous breakdown. There was another transmigrator. Someone else had deliberately come to this world, probably through some gaming app or system notification that had been denied to him, and they'd spent the last 3 months writing themselves into the story of Third Young Master Cai. Except it hadn't worked. Because Cai Wen's actual consciousness had apparently rejected the script and asserted itself with the subtlety of a fire alarm. The problem was that the other transmigrator had been trying to reform Third Young Master Cai, to make him good, to change the narrative direction. And now that Cai Wen was aware and resisting, the system was probably doing what systems did when faced with irreconcilable contradictions, escalating. That evening, there was an accident in the family storehouse. A fire broke out that destroyed some of the silk inventory. It was blamed on a servant, who was dismissed. Cai Wen watched the whole thing unfold with the certainty that it had nothing to do with carelessness and everything to do with narrative pressure. The script wanted him to be villainous. And if he wouldn't cooperate, it would make the world cooperate for him. The other transmigrator had spent months writing goodness into Third Young Master Cai. But Cai Wen's consciousness had rejected that rewrite. Now the system couldn't handle 2 conflicting narratives in one body. It was escalating because compromise was impossible. His cultivation base deteriorated daily. The system was trying to cripple him before the confrontation. He realized he had to leave the capital before the escalation destroyed everything around him. Chapter 3. The auction. Cai Wen's mother looked like a dragon that had decided to wear human form. His father stood in the background, which was his way. The family money was real, but the power was negotiable, and that negotiation required constant observation and strategic silence. The auction items were what Cai Wen expected: rare cultivation materials, weapons with excellent aesthetics but questionable functionality, paintings that were supposedly done by famous artists but were definitely not. The other young masters were what he expected too: beautiful, entitled, more interested in being seen than in actually acquiring anything. His father appeared beside him while he was studying a piece of jade. "You're thinking again," his father said quietly. "I can tell by the way you're holding your shoulders." Third Young Master Cai doesn't think. He acts and lets other people worry about consequences. "I hit my head," Cai Wen said. "Maybe I'm recovering." "Maybe," his father said, but the way he looked at Cai Wen suggested he didn't believe it. "Be careful with whatever you're thinking. The world has sharp edges, and intelligent people tend to run into them more often than fools do." The auction was held in a massive hall built specifically for the event, decorated with lanterns and silken curtains in the Cai family colors. Cai Wen's mother looked like a dragon that had decided to wear human form and a dress of white and gold thread. His father stood in the background, which was his way. The Cai family money was real, but the Cai family power was negotiable, and that negotiation required constant observation and strategic silence. Cai Wen moved through the crowds like a ghost trying to remember how to be alive. He'd spent the last 3 days cultivating deliberately, which was absolutely not something a minor villain would do. Villains in cultivation novels enjoyed themselves. They practiced sword forms for the aesthetic, not for improvement. They meditated because they were trying to deepen their philosophical understanding of cruelty, not because they actually wanted to get stronger. The auction items were what he expected: rare cultivation materials, weapons with excellent aesthetics but questionable functionality, a painting that was supposedly done by a famous artist but was definitely not. The other young masters were what he expected too: beautiful, entitled, more interested in being seen than in actually acquiring anything. Cai Wen was studying a piece of jade that was supposedly worth half a province when his father appeared beside him. "You're thinking again," his father said quietly. "I can tell by the way you're holding your shoulders." Third Young Master Cai doesn't think. He acts and lets other people worry about consequences. "I hit my head," Cai Wen said. "Maybe I'm recovering." "Maybe," his father said, but the way he looked at Cai Wen suggested he didn't believe it. "Be careful with whatever you're thinking. The world has sharp edges, and intelligent people tend to run into them more often than fools." The auction proceeded with all the ceremony of something that mattered very much to everyone involved and very little to anyone actually paying attention. Cai Wen's mother acquired a bolt of rare silk for an obscene amount of money that would have funded a small town for a year. His father purchased a cultivation manual that probably contained nothing new. Several other families bid on items that would cause exactly the amount of social disruption the narrative required to maintain dramatic momentum. Of something that mattered very much to everyone involved and very little to anyone actually paying attention. Cai Wen's mother acquired a bolt of rare silk for an obscene amount of money. His father purchased a cultivation manual that probably contained nothing new. Several other families bid on items that would cause exactly the amount of social disruption the narrative required. And then xianxia arrived. He came with the narrative's full endorsement, walking through the crowd like he owned the space through a combination of martial bearing and pure plot momentum. He was beautiful in the way only protagonists could be, not just physically attractive, but radiating the kind of presence that made everyone in the room feel like they were secondary characters in his story. "The mysterious stranger from the inn," someone whispered. "They say he defeated 3 mercenaries without breaking a sweat. He's definitely something special." Cai Wen felt it immediately, the system's attention turning away from him and toward the protagonist. The narrative pressure that had been pushing him around suddenly found a more efficient vector. He could feel the script trying to build toward the confrontation, toward the moment where he would insult this stranger and set off the chain reaction that would end with his defeat. The choice was deliberate and terrifying. The narrative had been building toward this moment for days. The meeting of protagonist and villain, the clash that would establish dominance and begin the rise and fall arc. Every system in the world seemed designed to push them together, to create the perfect conditions for confrontation. Cai Wen refused. He didn't insult xianxia. He didn't challenge him or draw him into any kind of confrontation. Instead, he watched. He analyzed. He tried to figure out what kind of system would create this and what rules it was operating under. After xianxia left, Cai Wen remained in the crowd for several minutes, watching how narrative attention dissipated without the protagonist's presence. The understanding came then. The script was not destiny. It was just pressure. Like being in an ocean current, you could feel it trying to push you in a particular direction, and if you didn't resist, you'd end up exactly where the current wanted you to go. But if you understood the current, if you paid attention to its direction and strength, you could navigate around it. That evening, Cai Wen made himself deliberately unprepared to confront xianxia. He cultivated poorly. He neglected to practice his sword forms. He spent time in the library reading books of philosophy and poetry, things that were useful for absolutely nothing in terms of plot advancement. By the time he returned to his room, the narrative pressure had become almost frantic. It wanted him to be ready for confrontation. It wanted him to be preparing. It wanted him to be actively writing his own downfall in anticipation of his meeting with destiny. Instead, Cai Wen sat and meditated on the nature of narratives, on how they worked, on how they failed when confronted with characters who refused to play along. But the script had miscalculated, because Cai Wen wasn't going to cooperate. After xianxia left, Cai Wen understood something crucial. The script was not destiny, just pressure. Like an ocean current, if you understood it, you could navigate around it. That evening, he deliberately prepared nothing for confrontation. He cultivated poorly. He read philosophy. The narrative became frantic, but Cai Wen was learning that pressure could be resisted. The choice not to insult the protagonist was his first real act of defiance against the system. He didn't insult xianxia. He didn't challenge him or mock him or draw him into any kind of confrontation. Instead, he watched. He analyzed. He tried to figure out what kind of system would create this and what rules it was operating under. Chapter 4. The script escalates. The narrative escalation was not subtle. 2 days after the auction, Cai Wen's best friend, by narrative definition and possibly also by actual fact, came to him with news of an insult. Apparently, xianxia had questioned the honor of several young masters, and by extension, had insulted the Cai family. "You have to challenge him," Luo Che said, with the kind of desperation that suggested the narrative pressure was already at work. "If you don't respond, everyone will think you're weak. Everyone already thinks Third Young Master Cai is weak in every way that matters," Cai Wen said. "Because I'm about to be defeated by the protagonist. Why add coward to the list?" "Because the script hasn't been written that way," Luo Che said, and then froze, horrified at his own words. "I mean, because because I don't. It's okay," Cai Wen said, watching his friend struggle. "You know too, don't you? Somewhere, on some level, you know that this is all predetermined. That we're all following a story." "I don't know that," Luo Che said, but his voice wavered. "I don't think about things like that. That's crazy. That's the kind of thing only you would think about." The narrative did a second escalation. Cai Wen's cultivation base became unstable. It wasn't dramatic, just a subtle weakness, a sense that his qi wasn't moving properly. He went to a physician, who found nothing wrong. He cultivated, trying to restore the balance, and found that it got worse the more he tried. The message was clear. The system was trying to cripple him before the confrontation. It was trying to ensure his defeat. That was when Cai Wen realized that he had to leave the capital. Not because he was afraid of losing, though he probably would lose, given the system's interference, but because the system would keep escalating until he cooperated. It would kill his family. It would burn down his house. It would do whatever was necessary to force him into the script. He left a note for his parents, claiming he was going to a remote temple to seek healing for his unstable cultivation base. His mother probably suspected the truth. His father definitely did. "Come back when you've understood something," his father told him at the gates. "Not when you've fixed your cultivation. When you've understood." 2 days later, his cultivation base became unstable. The system was trying to cripple him preemptively. The earthquakes that shook the capital were manifestations of the system's desperation. Cai Wen knew he had to leave, not from fear, but because the system would escalate infinitely. He composed his note and left at dawn with his father's jade token. 3 days of travel would give him time to think about how systems could be broken from within. The journey to the temple took 3 days of hard travel. By the time Cai Wen arrived at the gates, the narrative pressure had decreased significantly. And he had a wild idea. What if he could live outside the narrative entirely? What if there was a way to exist in this world without being written? Chapter 5. The manhunt. The narrative didn't appreciate being avoided. 3 days after Cai Wen arrived at the temple, news came that the capital had descended into chaos. The other transmigrator, the one who had been trying to make Cai Wen good, had attempted a massive rewrite, and it had failed. She tried to make xianxia choose mercy over the predetermined victory, and the system had pushed back so hard that it had created cracks in the narrative structure itself. Hui, the old monk who seemed to understand more about the world than he should, explained it as he walked Cai Wen through the temple gardens. "The system has 3 transmigrators now, all of them trying to write different stories," Hui said. "The original narrative, where the protagonist rises and the villains fall. The rewrite, where everyone becomes good and the world becomes kind. And now there's you, who doesn't want to be written at all." The system is breaking because it can't reconcile all three. How long until it recovers? Cai Wen asked. If it recovers, we said, it might not. It might do exactly what systems do when faced with irreconcilable contradictions, cascade failure. Or it might do what your kind usually does, escalate until one story wins and the others are forced to submit. News kept coming to the temple, carried by travelers and messengers, and sometimes by the narrative itself, which seemed determined to keep Cai Wen informed of how completely everything was falling apart in his absence. The protagonist was advancing. The other transmigrator was fighting back. The system was destabilizing. And somehow, impossibly, all three of these things were happening simultaneously, creating a contradiction so fundamental that reality itself was beginning to strain under the weight of it. The protagonist was on the move, gathering power, moving toward a confrontation. The other transmigrator was trying to intercept him, to convince him to help her remake the world. And somewhere in the capital, forces were being mobilized to bring Cai Wen back. Why does it matter? Cai Wen asked. If I'm just a minor villain, why expend this much effort to drag me back to the narrative? Because you're the wild card, Hui said. Because you're unpredictable in a system that depends on predictability. Because you're not trying to write a new story, you're trying to break all stories. And that's a threat to the entire system. Cai Wen spent the next week simply thinking. He meditated, yes, but more importantly, he thought like a programmer. He tried to model the system. What were its rules? What was it trying to optimize for? What were the exploitable vulnerabilities? 3 days after Cai Wen arrived at the temple, news came that the capital had descended into chaos. The other transmigrator, the one who had been trying to make Cai Wen good, had attempted a massive rewrite, and it had failed catastrophically. She tried to make Xie choose mercy over the predetermined victory, and the system had pushed back so hard that it had created cracks in the narrative structure itself. Hui, the old monk who seemed to understand more about the world than he should, explained it as he walked Cai Wen through the temple gardens. The system has 3 transmigrators now, all of them trying to write different stories, Hui said. The original narrative, where the protagonist rises and the villains fall. The rewrite, where everyone becomes good and the world becomes kind. And now there's you, who doesn't want to be written at all. The system is breaking because it can't reconcile all 3. How long until it recovers? Cai Wen asked. If it recovers, Hui said, it might not. It might do exactly what systems do when faced with irreconcilable contradictions, cascade failure. Or it might do what your kind usually does, escalate until one story wins and the others are forced to submit. The implications were staggering. If 3 incompatible narrative vectors created system-level instability, then maybe they could force cascade failure entirely. What can I do? Cai Wen asked. Understand the system, Hui said simply. You were a developer. Systems are your language. This world is just another system. Complex, yes, but still ultimately composed of rules and patterns. Find where those rules contradict. Find where the system becomes unsustainable. That's where you push. The meditation Hui taught was not meditation in any traditional sense. Most cultivation practices were designed to build something, to accumulate power, to deepen understanding, to move toward enlightenment. Hui's technique was the opposite. Think of it like this, Hui said. The narrative system feeds on conflict and progression. If you can create a space within yourself where neither is happening, where you're simply existing without an arc, then the system loses its purchase. It can't write the next scene because there's no tension driving toward a climax. Cai Wen tried. For hours each day, he sat in meditation and practiced becoming deliberately boring. He attempted to still his mind not through focus, but through deliberate absence of interesting thoughts. He cultivated deliberately beneath his capacity, choosing not to advance faster even when he could. By the 3rd day, he could feel it working. The narrative pressure that had been constant since his arrival decreased noticeably. It was like opening a window in a sealed room. Suddenly there was space to breathe, space to think, space to exist without the constant sense of being evaluated and positioned within a larger story. You're learning, Hui observed one evening. The system is predicated on narrative momentum, on constant advancement and conflict and change. But if you remove those elements, if you become someone who simply exists, the pressure weakens. You're not winning against the narrative. You're making yourself irrelevant to it. And slowly, an answer emerged. The narrative needed conflict. It needed drama. It needed characters to follow the script. But Cai Wen's grandmother had lived in the mountains for 20 years, away from the narrative centers of power, and the script had mostly left her alone. And Xie, despite being the protagonist, could resist the system if he was willing to accept constant pressure and rearrangement. So the system wasn't omnipotent. It was powerful, but it operated through narrative momentum, through pressure toward certain outcomes. If you could step outside its sphere of influence, if you could create your own narrative that was incompatible with its own, you could force it to adapt. By the first week at the temple, Cai Wen knew running alone wasn't enough. The news was chaotic. The other transmigrator had attempted massive rewrite and failed catastrophically. 3 transmigrators in 3 different narrative vectors created irreconcilable contradiction. The system was breaking. We explained. 1 transmigrator, the system absorbs. 2 create useful conflict. 3 push in different directions, and the system destabilizes completely. You must coordinate with the others. And what if 3 transmigrators, working together, created 3 incompatible narratives all at once? What if they broke the system not by winning, but by making winning impossible? That was when he knew what he had to do. He had to go back, not to submit, but to break the system from within. Chapter 6. The Temple Hui's teaching method was unconventional. Rather than explaining cultivation theory, he took Cai Wen on walks through the temple gardens and let understanding emerge through observation. The monks here have been living outside narrative for decades, Hui said one afternoon. Not because they're hiding from the system, but because they've never done anything interesting enough to warrant narrative attention. No great deeds, no dramatic transformations, just people living quietly, helping others, cultivating peace. The narrative has no use for them, so they're free in a way that most people never achieve. The temple was exactly where xianxia had said it would be, nestled in the mountains far enough that finding it required following a path that doubled back on itself constantly. The monks didn't ask questions when Cai Wen arrived. They seemed to have expected him, or else they expected everyone, and were equally unsurprised by each new arrival. The narrative pressure decreased the moment he stepped inside. Not gone, but muffled, like the sound of a city when you closed all the windows. Cai Wen could think more clearly. He could feel the edges of the script pressing against him, but they weren't as urgent, weren't as overwhelming. Xianxia was in the meditation hall, sitting with his eyes closed, radiating protagonist energy like a space heater. You made it, the protagonist said without opening his eyes. I've been waiting for you. Not because the narrative predicted this, but because I understood that you would come. That together, the 3 of us, you who doesn't want to be written, me who doesn't want to be written as hero alone, and her who wants to rewrite everything. We could force the system to adapt. Cai Wen sat down slowly. You understand what's happening? I'm beginning to, xianxia said. The system is predicated on narrative momentum, on characters following their assigned roles. But 3 characters refusing those roles simultaneously creates a cascade failure it can't resolve. Either it eliminates all 3 of us, or it adapts. And I think adaptation might be possible. So far, Cai Wen said, sitting down. There's another transmigrator. She's been trying to rewrite the entire narrative to be less cruel. I know. Xianxia opened his eyes. She found me 3 days ago, tried to convince me that my entire narrative momentum was evil, and asked me to stop following the script. I told her I didn't have a choice. The system literally pushes me toward particular outcomes. She said I did have a choice. I was just afraid to use it. Do you? Cai Wen asked. Have a choice? I don't know, xianxia said. I have the ability to resist, but every time I do, something resets. A character I was supposed to meet shows up in a different location. A challenge I was supposed to face manifests in a new form. The system keeps me on track like I'm a train, and the narrative is the rails. I can turn the wheels, but I can't leave the track. Cai Wen thought about his grandmother, living in the mountains for 20 years, away from the narrative push. About the way pressure decreased here, in a place where nothing interesting happened. What if you just stayed here, he asked. What if you refused to continue the narrative at all? Then she wins, xianxia said. The other transmigrator. If I'm not advancing the story toward the protagonist's triumph, then her rewrite becomes the narrative. She becomes the author. And I don't think she's any better at writing stories than whoever created the original. The temple courtyard was quiet around them, with only the sound of wind through the eaves and the distant sound of monks chanting somewhere deeper in the complex. Cai Wen realized that this quiet itself was meaningful. In the capital, there was always noise, always the sense of narrative momentum pushing everything forward. Here, in this place so far from the centers of power, time moved differently. The world felt less scripted, more real. There was space in which to think. There was silence that wasn't the silence of a paused scene, but the silence of actual peace. I think the real problem, Cai Wen said slowly, is that we're thinking about this wrong. We're thinking there has to be a winner, one narrative that triumphs and the others that lose. But what if the way to escape the system is to make all the narratives collapse together? What if we don't try to write a new story, but to break the ability to write stories at all? He gestured out at the mountains. Your grandmother understood part of this. She fled to the mountains to escape narrative pressure. I've been thinking about why that worked. It wasn't because the mountains have magical properties. It was because nothing important enough to be in a story ever happens there. No cultivation breakthroughs. No great romances. No epic battles. Just ordinary people living ordinary lives. The narrative pressure is weaker in places where nothing interesting is supposed to happen. Xianxia considered this. The protagonist's perfect face showed something like understanding, and for a moment Cai Wen saw past the narrative's projection of him as an immortal, beautiful being. Underneath was just a young man, tired of being perfect, tired of being destined. That would require all three of us to refuse. The original narrative, the rewrite, and you. All three of us actively working to undermine the system instead of competing to control it. But the system wants us to fight each other. That's easier for it. Conflict creates narrative momentum. Xianxia looked exhausted. I've been meditating on narrative mechanics, he said. Every decision I make feels predetermined. I didn't choose to be protagonist. I want freedom more than destiny. If there's a chance to break the system, I'll take it, even if it costs everything I've gained through narrative momentum. Can you do that? Cai Wen asked. Can you give up your narrative momentum? I don't know, Xianxia said. But I think I'd rather try that than spend the rest of my life being pushed toward a predetermined victory that I never actually chose. He stood up, walking to the temple window. Beyond it, the mountains were visible, layered and distant, each ridge slightly hazier than the one before it. Every decision I make feels like it's already been written. Every step I take feels like I'm following a path that was laid out before I arrived. I've been free to move, but not free to choose my direction. And I'm tired of it. If there's a chance to break that, even if it means losing everything I've gained through the narrative, I think I want to take it. When I was in the small town, before any of this started, I dreamed of being someone special. I wanted power and recognition and the ability to change things. But this kind of power, this system-given power that comes with no freedom, it's not what I wanted at all. Chapter 7. The cultivation of clarity. The temple courtyard seemed to absorb narrative pressure. Walking through it, Cai Wen could feel the weight of scriptedness decreasing with each step. Hui explained, the system has finite resources. It can't maintain equal pressure everywhere. Places where nothing interesting happens, where no great deeds are predicted, those places become narrative shadow. Your grandmother understood this intuitively. By living in the mountains, by cultivating peace rather than power, she made herself uninteresting to the narrative. And the narrative has no use for the uninteresting. Cai Wen began the meditation of non-narrative that very afternoon. Most cultivation techniques were designed to build something. Power, enlightenment, mastery. Hui's was different. It was about becoming deliberately boring. About removing yourself from the narrative calculus until the system had no use for you anymore. By the end of the first week, he could feel it working. The constant pressure that had been attacking him since his arrival decreased noticeably. It was like opening a window in a sealed room. Suddenly there was space to breathe, space to think. By the second week, he could meditate for hours without the sense of being constantly evaluated and positioned within a larger story. You're doing well, Hui observed. Most people can't maintain deliberate uninterestingness for more than a few days. But you have a programmer's mind. You can model abstraction. You can think of yourself as a system to be debugged. Cai Wen spent 2 weeks at the temple, and in that time, he did something that villains never did. He cultivated seriously. The monks didn't teach him. They considered teaching to be slightly impolite, but there were texts available in the library, and the environment was conducive to concentration. Away from the narrative pressure, Cai Wen could think clearly about what cultivation actually was. It wasn't magic exactly, though it did magical things. It was a systematic retraining of how you perceived and moved your own energy. Foundation establishment, the monk's basic texts explained, was learning to sense qi, to move it through your meridians, to strengthen the core. Once that was done, you could begin to build higher structures. Cai Wen had the advantage of being a software developer. He thought in systems and optimization. He approached cultivation the same way he would approach optimizing code. Identify what was inefficient, remove redundancy, maximize throughput. By the end of the second week, he was moving more qi through his meridians than many professional cultivators. By the end of the third week, the monks noticed. You shouldn't be able to do that, a very old monk named Hui said, watching Cai Wen practice forms in the courtyard. You have no teacher, no clear path. I've been reading, Cai Wen said. That's not how cultivation works, Hui said. You need guidance. You need a teacher to correct your form, to point out inefficiencies, to prevent you from damaging yourself. I've been preventing myself from damaging myself, Cai Wen said. I'm very careful about it. Hui was quiet for a long moment. You're not from this world, are you? What made you think that? Cai Wen asked, though he was reasonably sure the answer was written on his face. The way you move. Like you're translating what your mind is doing into motion. Like the body isn't quite home yet. Hui gestured for him to sit. The narrative has gotten thinner here. The truth underneath is showing through. I can see things more clearly than I usually can. What do you see? Cai Wen asked. That there are at least 3 different stories trying to happen at once, Hui said. There's the original novel. The protagonist rises, the villains fall. There's a rewrite. The world becomes kinder, the outcomes are better. And there's something new. Something that doesn't have a shape yet. Something that's being written by a person who didn't choose any of this. That would be me, Cai Wen said. Yes. Hui looked at him with something like sympathy. And that person is the most dangerous one here, because they don't have a predetermined outcome. They don't know what they're trying to achieve, so the system can't predict them. They break both narratives equally. Is that a good thing? Cai Wen asked. I don't know, Hui said. But it's interesting. And in my experience, the system doesn't like interesting. It likes narrative momentum. It likes clear story arcs. What it doesn't like is uncertainty. Cai Wen continued his cultivation, but with more confidence now. Understanding the system was the first step to beating it. The monks had developed their practice over centuries, learning to cultivate in ways that worked within narrative constraints. But if the constraints were breaking down, if the narrative was becoming unstable, then there might be ways to cultivate that went beyond the traditional methods. Ways that exploited the system's own fragility. He began to experiment. Instead of moving qi through his meridians in the carefully prescribed patterns, he tried variations. He pushed qi through unexpected channels, created configurations that the classical texts said were impossible. And instead of the system punishing him, instead of his body rejecting the changes, something unexpected happened. It worked. The efficiency increased. The power flowed more naturally. Cai Wen had years of experience thinking in systems and probabilities. The meditation Hui taught, cultivation of non-narrative, becoming deliberately uninteresting, was debugging applied to consciousness. By making himself irrelevant to narrative calculation, he reduced system resources devoted to his storyline. By week 3, pressure had decreased noticeably. But he understood that 3 vectors of resistance, his refusal to be written, Xiaoyushin's refusal to be defined by victory alone, and Veil's attempt to rewrite everything toward kindness. Those 3 could create cascade failure that no single resistance could achieve. Hui watched him practice one afternoon and nodded slowly. You're breaking it, the monks said. Not the world. The system that tells the world how it should work. Every time you do something that shouldn't be possible, you're telling the narrative that its rules are negotiable. Is that dangerous? Cai Wen asked. Extremely, Hui said. But not as dangerous as trying to play by the rules and hoping that the rules are designed fairly. The narrative isn't fair. It's only designed to tell a good story, and good stories require suffering. Chapter 8. The pressure builds by the 3rd week at the temple. Cai Wen had achieved something like clarity. The meditation technique Hui taught was starting to work. The narrative pressure was noticeably less intense. His cultivation base had stabilized. And more importantly, he was beginning to understand how the system functioned from the inside. The system worked through narrative momentum. It created pressure towards certain outcomes by aligning coincidences, by making certain choices feel more natural and inevitable than others. But momentum could be disrupted. Pressure could be resisted. And if enough things resisted simultaneously, the pressure itself became untenable. The pressure was becoming unbearable in ways that Cai Wen was only beginning to understand. It wasn't just the physical sensation of qi moving incorrectly through his meridians. It was a constant, grinding awareness that every choice he made was being evaluated, judged, fitted into a larger story structure that had already been written. He couldn't take a walk without feeling the narrative trying to turn it into a meaningful journey. He couldn't have a conversation without feeling the system analyzing it for plot-relevant information. Even his private thoughts felt scrutinized, as if the narrative was constantly asking, is this thought advancing the story? Does this idea move us toward conflict? It was exhausting. It was terrifying. But it was also educational. Through experiencing this pressure directly, Cai Wen was learning how the system functioned. He was mapping its mechanics. He was discovering the places where it was strongest and the places where it was weakest. The news filtering up to the temple was increasingly chaotic. Xiaoyushin was in the capital, being pulled by protagonist momentum toward confrontation. Veil was there too, trying to rewrite the narrative toward kindness. And Cai Wen, at the temple, was learning how to exist outside narrative entirely. 3 incompatible imperatives. 3 transmigrators with 3 different goals. The system was straining under the weight of contradictions it couldn't reconcile. 3 days later, Xiaoyushin left the temple. He didn't announce it or say goodbye. He simply walked away one morning, and Cai Wen woke up knowing that the protagonist had left. The narrative had apparently gotten too strong. The system was pushing too hard. Xiaoyushin had chosen to continue along his narrative path, to move toward the confrontation that was inevitable. He made his choice, Hui said when Cai Wen came to tell him. As did you. And there's still one more transmigrator making choices too. What happens when we all collide? Cai Wen asked. The system either breaks or consolidates, Hui said. It rewrites itself into something more stable. Or it explodes and takes the world with it. I've lived long enough to know that those are the only two options when you put enough irreconcilable contradictions into the same space. The narrative pressure increased after xianxia left. It was like the weight of the sky was pressing down, trying to shove Cai Wen out of the temple. Hui said it was expected. The protagonist had begun his journey toward the confrontation, and the villain needed to move too, to meet him at the predetermined location. Cai Wen refused. He stayed at the temple, and he continued to cultivate, and he waited. The days became exercises in resistance. The pressure came in waves, sometimes subtle, sometimes overwhelming. At night, he would dream of the capital, of confrontations he hadn't yet had, of humiliations and defeats that hadn't happened yet. He would see himself kneeling in submission, his cultivation base shattered. He would see the laughing faces of the young masters who'd watched him at the auction, all knowing that he was destined to fail. He would wake gasping, his heart racing, understanding that these dreams were not his own fears but the system's pressure made manifest in his unconscious mind. During the day, his body would ache with a fatigue that had nothing to do with physical exertion and everything to do with the system trying to wear him down. It was like carrying an invisible weight that pressed against him from all sides, never quite letting him relax. His shoulders developed a permanent tension. His jaw clenched. Even his breathing became shallow, as if part of him was bracing for impact. But the temple held. The monks, moving about their daily routines with serene indifference to the narrative drama, provided an anchor. They had existed outside the story for so long that they developed a kind of resistance to its pressure. Their presence made it harder for the narrative to push. When Cai Wen sat in the meditation hall and watched them practice their forms, slow, deliberate, utterly without performance, he felt the system's pressure ease slightly. They were proof that it was possible to exist here without being written. We taught him meditation techniques that weren't in the traditional texts, ways to slow his mind, to become less interesting to the system, to make himself into something that the narrative couldn't quite grasp. They weren't comfortable. They involved sitting for hours in positions that became painful, holding his attention on sensations that threatened to spiral into panic. They weren't even particularly effective at stopping the pressure, but they helped, just enough to let Cai Wen maintain his resistance. More importantly, they taught him something about how the system worked. It responded to interesting people. It responded to people doing important things, making important choices, moving toward dramatic outcomes. But if you could make yourself boring, if you could be so uninterested in the story that the story couldn't find a purchase in you, then the system's pressure weakened. It's like being a black hole to narrative, Hui explained one afternoon as they sat together in the temple garden. You absorb potential plot without reflecting it back. The system expects stories to matter, to have weight, to pull at reality. But you've learned to have weight without matching, at least not in the way the system cares about. This is dangerous knowledge, Cai Wen. Be careful with it. On the 7th day of the pressure increase, a messenger arrived. He was a young man, probably a cultivator, with the kind of bearing that suggested he was used to delivering important information to important people. His cultivation was solid but not exceptional. His expression was carefully neutral. He looked, in fact, like exactly the kind of person a story would use to deliver messages, forgettable, reliable, not important enough to have his own arc. Third Young Master Cai. The messenger said, bowing. I'm sent with news. Your father is dying. Cai Wen felt something shift in his chest. This was a new narrative beat. A complication. Cai Zhaoyang, who had been safely in the background, was now necessary to the story. What happened? Cai Wen asked. The temple walls seemed to absorb narrative pressure. Hui explained. The system was designed to handle story convergence, not story collision. 3 transmigrators with incompatible imperatives create calculation error. You're the only things that might break it. 3 vectors of resistance will overwhelm its capacity to reconcile. Cai Wen understood with perfect clarity. Together, the 3 transmigrators were not just resistors, but system exploits. They could force cascade failure. He took ill 2 weeks ago, the messenger said. The healers say it's unusual. They can't identify the cause, and it's progressing quickly. He's asking for you. It was a trap. It was obvious that it was a trap. The narrative needed Cai Wen to return to the capital, to return to where xianxia was waiting. The narrative was even willing to kill his father to make it happen. But his father was real. Whether he was part of a story or not, whether he was a construction of narrative pressure or an actual person, he was real to Cai Wen now. and Cai Wen had inherited something from him, a commitment to resisting the narrative's pressure. He told the messenger he would come, and then he spent 2 hours meditating, gathering qi, preparing himself for what he knew was going to happen. The pressure Cai Wen felt was becoming increasingly obvious in its origin. The system wasn't content to let him remain at the temple indefinitely. It wanted him back in the capital, engaged in the narrative, playing his role as the villain who would eventually be defeated. The fact that he wasn't cooperating was creating instability in the system's calculation. And systems, when destabilized, had to escalate or fail. Chapter 9. Return to the capital. The capital had changed in ways that were immediately noticeable to someone riding through the gates. The buildings were still standing, the markets still functioned, merchants still called out their prices. But there was something wrong with the rhythm of the place. Conversations felt forced. The narrative pressure was heavier than before, more desperate, more urgent. Cai Wen's arrival created immediate complications. His presence was unexpected enough to cause ripples. People recognized him. He was still Third Young Master Cai. After all, beautiful and expensively dressed, and unmistakably a person of importance. But something about him had changed in the months away. The way he moved suggested he wasn't trying to prove anything. The way he looked at people suggested he was seeing them, not narratives. Third Young Master, a servant said, approaching him in the street. Your father has asked for you to meet him at the counting house. He says it's urgent. Cai Wen found his father in a room that smelled of incense and silk and old ledgers. The Cai family fortune was represented here in the careful accounting of thousands of transactions, in the delicate balance of profit and obligation that kept the family relevant. You came back, his father said, not looking up from the ledger he was examining. I had to, Cai Wen replied. The system is breaking. If it breaks all the way, this entire city falls. The only way to save anything is to break it deliberately, carefully, and together with the other transmigrators. The system can't reconcile 3 incompatible narratives. It's reaching cascade failure. The journey back to the capital was like swimming against a current that wanted to push him forward in very specific ways. Every road tried to take him towards xianxia. Every interaction with other travelers seemed designed to plant information about the protagonist's location. The narrative was so eager to get them to confront each other that it had stopped being subtle. The narrative pressure increased after xianxia left. It was like the weight of the sky was pressing down, trying to shove Cai Wen out of the temple. We said it was expected. The protagonist had begun his journey toward the confrontation, and the villain needed to move too, to meet him at the predetermined location. But Cai Wen had been planning this. He'd known for days that the pressure would intensify. He'd used that knowledge to cultivate deeper, to center himself in something real that the narrative couldn't quite touch. The journey back to the capital felt like swimming against an impossible current. Every path seemed to want to pull him toward the protagonist. Every encounter with other travelers brought news designed to make him anxious about what was happening in the city. The narrative was so desperate to get them to confront each other that it had stopped being subtle about its pressure. Cai Wen walked against it deliberately, refusing to move faster, refusing to adopt the anxiety the system wanted him to feel. It was an exercise in philosophical stubbornness as much as magical resistance. Cai Wen arrived at his family home in the evening. The place was quiet in a way that suggested something had been extinguished. His mother was in his father's study, reading a journal, his grandmother's journal, the one about narrative pressure. He understood, at the end, his mother said, without looking up. He understood that the world was trying to tell a story, and that fighting against it was the only way to keep something real. He stopped fighting about 3 days ago. Where is he? Cai Wen asked. In his rooms. The healers say he has perhaps 2 days, maybe 3. He's been waiting for you. Cai Wen went to his father's room. The man in the bed was unrecognizable. Illness had hollowed him out, leaving only the structure of a person, the suggestion of who Cai Xiaoyang had been. You came back, his father said. I wasn't sure you would. The messenger said you were dying, Cai Wen said. He is not wrong, though I'm not sure if I'm dying of illness or of narrative exhaustion. The two are indistinguishable. His father gestured to the seat beside the bed. The woman who was trying to rewrite you visited me before you came. She offered to save my life. All I had to do was convince you to accept her rewrite, to become the good version of yourself that she's envisioned. You didn't take the deal, Cai Wen said. It wasn't a question. The news filtering up to the temple grew increasingly chaotic. Xianxia navigating his protagonist role, Vale attempting massive system rewrite. The capital experiencing something like war between narrative vectors. 3 incompatible imperatives creating fundamental contradiction. The system was breaking not from single point of failure, but from multiple simultaneous impossibilities. This was Cai Wen's hypothesis. Systems with enough contradictions didn't just fail. They transformed into something entirely different. No, because I've lived long enough to know that the kind of person I should be according to someone else's imagination is usually a worse person than who I am by accident. His father's eyes closed. I told her no. She left angry, but she also left my life untouched. I think she's realizing that the narrative leverage she has is limited. I think the system is breaking, Cai Wen said. All three of us transmigrators are refusing to cooperate. The world is losing coherence. Good, his father said. I never liked coherent worlds. They're boring. And I've always believed that boring is better than cruel. He died the next morning. He went to sleep and then just didn't wake up. The healers, when they came, said it was like his body had decided it was done and his spirit had agreed. Cai Wen sat with the body for a long time. He felt the narrative trying to attach emotions to this: grief, anger, the motivation for revenge. He let those emotions exist without accepting them as a command. He was sad because his father was gone, and that was real, and that was enough. By the time Cai Wen made the decision to return, the news from the capital had become almost incomprehensible in its chaos. Multiple narrative threads were colliding. The system was trying to process 3 transmigrators with 3 completely incompatible goals, and it was failing. Reality itself was becoming uncertain, flickering between different states as the system tried to determine which version should be canonical. Chapter 10. The dual ground had been prepared with the kind of ceremony that suggested someone wanted it to matter. Banners, witnesses, a designated space where the confrontation was expected to take place. But Cai Wen arrived neither early nor late. He arrived exactly when the system expected him to arrive, at exactly the right moment, in exactly the right mental state. Because that was what made the system comfortable. Predictability, adherence to script. Except he didn't fight. Xianxia was waiting in the center of the arena, and Cai Wen could see the moment the protagonist realized that this wasn't going to follow the expected pattern. I'm not here to fight you, Cai Wen said. The system set this up. The confrontation, the duel, the moment where the protagonist triumphs. But what if we didn't cooperate? What if instead of fighting, we analyzed what the system is actually trying to accomplish? The system wants drama, Xianxia said slowly. It wants conflict resolved through victory and defeat. Yes, Cai Wen said. But conflict is just a way of generating narrative momentum. The real point is to maintain the story, to keep us advancing toward predetermined outcomes. What if we refused to advance? What if we simply sat here and refused to participate? Xianxia came for him on the 3rd day after his father's funeral. He came with the kind of ceremony that suggested he was also tired of fighting the narrative and had decided to just let it happen. They met in a courtyard, not the auction courtyard, but another one, larger, with space for spectators. And there were spectators. Half the young masters in the capital had gathered to watch the confrontation. Cai Wen recognized them from his memories of Third Young Master Cai's social circle. They were here to watch the villain be defeated. It was the logical progression of the story. You don't have to do this, Cai Wen said, when they faced each other. Yes, I do, Xianxia said. Because if I don't, the narrative pressure will just find another way. This is the easiest path through the resistance. So you're going to defeat me, Cai Wen said. I'm going to try, Xianxia said. But I think you're going to surprise me. I think you've cultivated harder in the last 3 weeks than I've cultivated in my entire time here. You're not supposed to be able to do that. They fought. Cai Wen had expected to lose. He'd expected to be defeated, humiliated, and then either killed or exiled. The narrative demanded it. But what he'd forgotten was that every transmigrator in this world was trying to write their own story on top of the original one, and those stories didn't agree. Xianxia had the system's support, the narrative momentum, the certainty of his own eventual triumph. But Cai Wen had something else. He had deliberately cultivated outside the rules, using logic and efficiency instead of traditional forms. He had prepared for a fight against the strongest possible opponent, where the story didn't care if he won. The meditation chamber where Hui found him was ancient beyond reckoning. You understand systems, the old monk said without introduction. Code, logic, deliberate structure. That's your gift in this world. The narrative system is just code, complex, but exploitable. Your job is to find the vulnerability that makes the entire structure collapse under its own contradictions. Cai Wen felt something shift in his understanding. He wasn't here to win or even to survive. He was here to debug the world. The duel lasted longer than Chapter 3 confrontations were supposed to last. They were evenly matched in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The spectators got nervous. The narrative was supposed to be concluded by now, and instead there was still fighting. Both combatants were moving with a fluidity that suggested they'd cultivated far beyond their expected level. The qi in the courtyard was becoming visible, shimmering in the air like heat haze. and that wasn't supposed to happen in a duel between young masters. This level of power was supposed to be reserved for the later chapters, when the protagonist had time to grow strong. The narrative had promised that xianxia would be impressive but not overwhelming at this stage. The climactic battles were supposed to come later, after the protagonist had trained and gained followers and accumulated power. But Cai Wen's unconventional cultivation had changed that. By cultivating outside the system's prescribed paths, by optimizing based on logic rather than tradition, he'd compressed decades of conventional cultivation into weeks. The system hadn't known how to stop him because it had never expected anyone to try to improve themselves in ways that weren't part of the grand narrative. Xianxia was good, though. Despite the system's pressure toward his victory, despite the way reality seemed to want to bend toward his triumph, he was actually good. He'd cultivated well and thought strategically. His movements were economical. His chi control was exceptional. Under normal circumstances, he probably would have won. But normal circumstances no longer applied. The world was breaking. The narrative was fragmenting. And xianxia was fighting a man who had learned to think for himself in a system that had never expected its characters to do that. The duel was the first moment when the spectators began to understand that something was genuinely wrong with the story. They could feel the narrative pressure fading. They could sense the system's uncertainty. And that uncertainty terrified them more than any of the visible combat. The return journey took only 2 days. It felt shorter, as if the world itself was trying to speed up his arrival, as if the narrative pressure was pulling him back toward the confrontation. But Cai Wen understood now that this pressure was a form of communication. The system was telling him it couldn't function with his absence. He was an essential part of the contradiction that was breaking it. Cai Wen was driving xianxia back when the other transmigrator appeared. Chapter 11. The rewrite. The irony of the situation was not lost on Cai Wen. Here he was, surrounded by 2 transmigrators who had come to this world with the explicit intention of rewriting it, and his contribution was to not write anything at all, to break the ability to write, to create a space where narratives couldn't form. The system operates on feedback loops, Cai Wen explained to Vale and xianxia as they sat in the abandoned district, a place the narrative had somehow skipped over, leaving it partially rendered and strange. It observes behavior, predicts outcomes, and creates pressure toward those outcomes. But that assumes that there's a coherent narrative to observe. What if we created 3 incompatible narratives simultaneously? What if we all pushed in different directions at once, hard enough that the system couldn't process it? That's what we've been trying to do, Vale said bitterly. And all it's done is make the system more aggressive. It's starting to delete parts of the city that refuse to cooperate. 3 blocks near the harbor have literally ceased to exist. The people who live there are gone. It's as if they never were. Xianxia looked at both of them with eyes that had seen too much narrative pressure. You're assuming we have time, he said. The system is consolidating power. It's forcing people to choose sides, either commit to one narrative or be erased. My best estimate is that we have less than a week before the system decides that the most efficient solution is to eliminate all 3 of us and start over. Then we don't have a week, Cai Wen said. We have now. This moment. We need to trigger the cascade deliberately instead of waiting for it to happen on its own. How? Vale asked. And Cai Wen realized that despite her weeks of trying to rewrite the narrative, despite her power and her system, she was still thinking like someone trying to win, not like someone trying to break the game entirely. We do the one thing the system can't predict, Cai Wen said. We all stopped narrating ourselves. Everything was very quiet. The spectators were solid but motionless. Xianxia was frozen mid-movement. Cai Wen could still think, still move, which meant the other transmigrators' power had limits. She couldn't rewrite consciousness, only externality. I'm ending this, the woman said. I'm rewriting the narrative, making it better, making it so that no one gets hurt by the story anymore. You're making it so that everyone gets hurt according to your ideal, Cai Wen said. That's not better. That's just a different kind of tyranny. I'm trying to save this world, the woman said. I'm trying to prevent the cruelty. I'm trying to make things kind. You're trying to make yourself the author, Cai Wen said. And authors don't get to live in their own stories. Eventually you'll realize that you're alone, that everyone around you is just a character you've written, and that will destroy you. The woman, her name, he suddenly remembered, was Chen Wei, and she'd been a high school English teacher in the world she came from, looked at him with something like sadness. Then what do you suggest? Everything was very quiet, the kind of quiet that preceded system crashes. Cai Wen sat at the center of 3 incompatible narrative vectors and realized they were all waiting for someone to break first. Instead, he chose the third option, refuse to engage with any of the narratives. Simply exist without advancing any story. Xianxia understood first and joined him. Then Vale. 3 transmigrators sitting in dust, refusing to narrate themselves. The system's response was immediate and violent. I suggest that neither of us is the author, Cai Wen said. I suggest that we recognize that the world already has an author, and we're all three of us trying to override each other. I suggest that we stop. He looked at her carefully, understanding something of what she'd been trying to do. She wasn't evil. She was just trying to fix a world that had been broken by design, not understanding that you couldn't fix narrative by writing a better narrative. If we stop, Chun Wei said, then the original narrative wins. The protagonist defeats the villain. The story concludes. She was afraid. Cai Wen could see it now. She was afraid that if she stopped rewriting, she would lose all agency, that she would become nothing but a supporting character again. Maybe, Cai Wen said, or maybe the narrative is already breaking apart. Maybe we've damaged it so much that it can't maintain coherence anymore. Maybe the question isn't about winning, but about what comes after winning. Maybe the real victory isn't defeating the narrative. It's learning to live in a world where the narrative has stopped matching. Chun Wei released her rewrite. Time unfroze. Xianxia stumbled. The spectators gasped. But nothing else changed. The sky was still sky. The courtyard was still courtyard. The world didn't revert to anyone's vision of what it should be. It's already broken, Chun Wei said. I can feel it. The narrative structure is fragmenting. I don't know what happens next. We walked him to the gate when he left. The old monk had nothing more to teach. Cai Wen had learned the meditation of non-narrative. He'd learned to think like someone trying to debug a system rather than win within it. Now it was time to apply those lessons in the place where the system was most powerful. When you get there, Hui said at the gate, remember that you're not trying to win. You're trying to make winning impossible. You're trying to make the system unsustainable. Don't fight it. Make it fight itself. None of us do, Cai Wen said. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's how you break a story, not by writing a better one, but by making it so no one can write anymore. Chapter 12. The fracture, the dissolution that followed was both catastrophic and gradual. Reality flickered between states. The city's geography became negotiable. People remembered their histories differently. The fundamental laws of cause and effect became uncertain. But underneath the chaos, something was happening. The system was learning. It was discovering that it could function without being completely coercive. That control didn't have to be absolute. That people could be influenced without being completely written. It was a painful education for a system built on narrative momentum. But it was happening. What happened next happened slowly, then all at once. The city began to show signs of narrative contradiction. Streets led to places that couldn't possibly connect. The history of buildings changed subtly from day to day. A building that had been a tea house became a residence, then reverted to a tea house, but with a different owner and different layout. People's memories became unreliable. Someone would remember an event clearly, and the next day that event would be different, or never have happened. Someone would insist they'd never been to a place they'd frequented for years. A man would remember his wife dying of illness, and then suddenly she was alive again, and he'd have only fragmentary memories of her being dead, like a dream upon waking. The Cai family estate, which had been stable and constant, began to shift its layout. Rooms that had been adjacent were suddenly separated by long hallways. Staircases led to unexpected places. You could climb stairs you'd climbed 100 times and find yourself on an entirely different floor. The servants became confused. Some of them couldn't find the kitchen. One cook insisted that the main dining hall had been on the west side of the compound, then changed his story and said it had always been on the east side. The world was rejecting the old narrative structure, and the process was chaotic and terrifying for many. The three transmigrators, Cai Wen, Xianxia, and Chun Wei, met in Hui's temple, which seemed to be holding together better than most places. The narrative pressure was so weak now that reality was becoming slightly negotiable. You could walk through a corridor and arrive somewhere that shouldn't logically connect to where you'd started. You could find doors and walls that hadn't been there the day before. But Hui's meditation hall remained constant, a point of stability in a world learning to be fluid. How the old monk was maintaining that stability, Cai Wen couldn't quite say. But he suspected it had something to do with Hui's decades of practice in being unimportant, in existing outside narrative necessity. The monk had learned to anchor himself in reality itself, not in the story. The system is dying, Xianxia said. I can feel my connection to it fading. The protagonist's path is becoming unclear. When I try to advance, I don't know which direction advancement even means anymore. The protagonist sounded almost relieved. All his life, or at least, all his aware life, he had been pushed toward triumph. Now that push was gone, and he was discovering something unexpected. He was tired. Tired of destiny. Tired of inevitable victory. Tired of being the center of a story that didn't care about anyone else. The rewrite is degrading, Chun Wei said. I can't maintain the coherence anymore. It takes constant effort to keep any one version of reality stable. And every version I try to enforce, the world finds new ways to contradict. Which means the original narrative is trying to reassert itself, Cai Wen said. But it can't, because we've damaged it too much. So we're stuck in a state of narrative breakdown. Not quite collapsed, but unable to function. How long until it collapses entirely? Wei asked. I don't know, Cai Wen said. Depending on how the system was built, it could be days or years. But I think the collapse is inevitable. We've created too many contradictions. The story can't maintain itself anymore. Every attempt to fix one inconsistency creates 3 new ones. Hui was listening to this from the corner where he always sat. The old monk had become more solid in the last few days, less like a character in a story and more like a person who actually existed. His edges seemed sharper, his presence more real. What happens to us, he asked. To the people who were born here, who never chose to be part of a narrative? The moment they started refusing, the world became uncertain. That was the most accurate way to describe it. The sky wasn't flickering anymore. It was genuinely unsure of what time of day it should be. The buildings weren't being deleted. They were being held in a state of quantum uncertainty, existing and not existing in superposition. The people in the city were experiencing something like vertigo, their narratives no longer pushing them in any particular direction. Cai Wen could feel it. The system was breaking because it couldn't maintain the fiction of coherent reality when confronted with 3 people who refused to cooperate with any narrative structure. We're destroying the world, Vale said, her voice hollow. The reality around them was becoming increasingly unstable. A vendor in the street market suddenly forgot what he was selling. A child forgot her name. A merchant forgot why he was important. No, xianxia said quietly. We're destroying the system that was destroying the world. The world will still be here. It might just be less written. But Vale was right about one thing. The instability was dangerous. The system's cascade failure was beginning to manifest in unpredictable ways. A street corner that appeared in 3 different locations simultaneously. A person who remembered living 2 different lives. A market that existed in a state of quantum uncertainty, both full and empty depending on who was observing it. They were creating something like a vacuum, and vacuums didn't stay empty. Something would rush in to fill the space where the narrative had been. And there was no guarantee it would be better than what came before. Cai Wen sat and thought about systems, about how they were always built on assumptions. The narrative system was built on the assumption that there would always be a story, always be a central conflict, always be characters willing to play their roles. Remove those assumptions, and the entire structure became transparent. But transparent didn't mean benign. The sky flickered between states. Buildings held in quantum uncertainty. People forgot their own histories. The system was breaking because its fundamental laws had been violated. It tried to recalculate what should happen next, and found 3 characters refusing to cooperate with any narrative structure. The cascade failure had begun. The system was unraveling at its foundation. It was the first question any of them had really asked about the people affected by their war. Cai Wen realized that they'd been so focused on narrative structure that they'd forgotten to consider the actual people living in the world they were breaking. I don't know, Cai Wen said. But I think the answer depends on what we do now. We can either try to stabilize the narrative, one of us writing the story into permanence, or we can let it collapse and hope that something real emerges from the fragments. I vote for letting it collapse, Wei said. I've spent months trying to write a better world, and all I've done is cause damage. Maybe the world should get to exist on its own terms. Maybe people should get to make choices that weren't predetermined by narrative logic. I agree, xianxia said. My system is breaking down anyway. I don't have the strength to maintain the narrative path anymore. And honestly, I'm tired of being a protagonist. I'm tired of everything aligning to make my journey inevitable. They decided to do nothing, which turned out to be the most powerful thing they could do. Chapter 13. The dissolution continued for weeks. The city transformed from something fully written into something increasingly real. Narrative pressure decreased, but didn't disappear entirely. The system was adapting, learning to function in a world where characters sometimes refused to cooperate. Cai Wen watched this transformation with fascination. He'd understood the theory that systems became more sophisticated when confronted with resistance. But seeing it happen in real time was different. The world was learning to be less scripted. As the weeks passed, the narrative structure degraded further. The city began to shift. Buildings rearranged themselves into new configurations overnight. The landscape beyond the city changed daily. One morning the mountains that had been to the north would be to the west. A forest that had stood for centuries would vanish, replaced by open plains. Then the plains would contract and the forest would return, but different, with trees that looked almost but not quite like the ones that had been there before. Time became uncertain. Sometimes whole days would be skipped. Other times a single hour would stretch into an eternity. A merchant complained that he'd been waiting for a customer for hours, and the sun hadn't moved. A servant was confused because she'd woken that morning, done her chores, and it was still dawn. The world was learning what it meant to have no predetermined schedule, and the experience was disorienting for everyone. Reality was becoming genuinely alive for the first time. Not alive in the sense of movement or change, it had always had those, but alive in the sense of being unpredictable, of containing genuine choice, of maturing in ways that couldn't be pre-written. And along with that aliveness came chaos. But something strange happened in the dissolution. People adapted. They became less like characters and more like actual people. They stopped following predictable patterns. A servant who was supposed to be an NPC suddenly started making her own decisions and left the Cai household, deciding she wanted to learn to cultivate instead. The narrative had designed her to be content with service. Now that the narrative wasn't enforcing that contentment, she discovered ambitions she'd never been allowed to have. A merchant who was supposed to be a minor obstacle became a major force in the city's government, advocating for practical solutions to the city's navigation problems. He'd been written as selfish and petty, but freed from that script, he turned out to be surprisingly capable and actually interested in community welfare. An older woman who had been designed to be a supporting character broke down, crying the first time someone asked her what she actually wanted to do with her life. The question itself was revolutionary. She'd spent 60 years as a background character, knowing implicitly that her role was to be an audience for other people's stories. No one had ever asked what she wanted. The fact that someone did, that her desires might matter, that her life might be about something other than supporting other narratives, it was overwhelming. The narrative, dying, released its grip on the people it had been writing. Cai Wen watched this transformation with fascination. He spent time in different parts of the city, watching how people behaved when they weren't being pulled towards specific narrative endpoints. Some people thrived. They seemed to bloom when freed from predetermined outcomes. They discovered talents and interests that had been suppressed. Others struggled with the sudden freedom. They became comfortable with the script, with knowing what they were supposed to do. The absence of narrative gave them an existential vertigo. Without a story to tell them who they were, some people felt like they didn't exist at all. Cai Wen would find them sitting in homes that weren't quite in the right locations, in buildings that flickered in and out of coherence, looking lost in ways that had nothing to do with physical geography. But underneath the chaos, something was changing. The system was beginning to recalculate. It tried to determine what narrative contained three characters who refused to narrate themselves. The answer was none. It had no framework for that scenario. So it did what failing systems did. It adapted. It evolved. It became something that could coexist with genuine resistance and unpredictability. He found Luo Che in a tea house, staring out at nothing. The morning light filtering through the window was turning that particular shade of gold that suggested it was late afternoon, which shouldn't have been possible. Time was still negotiating with itself. And Luo Che was staring at the impossible light with the expression of someone who'd given up trying to make sense of anything. "You're free now," Cai Wen said, sitting across from him. "The narrative is ending. You can do whatever you want." "I don't know what I want," Luo Che said. "I was supposed to betray you to the protagonist. I was supposed to discover that you were using me. I was building up to that scene where I would have to choose between friendship and righteousness. And then you stopped dying on schedule, and the narrative got confused, and now I don't know who I am anymore. I had this whole arc planned out, and it didn't happen." "Then maybe," Cai Wen said, "now you get to figure it out. Without the narrative telling you what your arc is supposed to be. That's actually rarer than you'd think. Most people never get that chance." Luo Che looked at him for a long moment. "I think I hated you," he said. "The real me, not the version of me that the story had written. I think I was jealous of your freedom, your wealth, the way you moved through the world like you owned it. I think I would have betrayed you if the script had demanded it, and then I would have spent the rest of my life regretting it. But that was supposed to be my arc. That was supposed to be my character development. And now I don't know if those feelings are actually mine or if I was just programmed to feel them." "Then the best thing you can do," Cai Wen said, "is stop worrying about what you're supposed to feel and just feel what's actually there." Chapter 14. The Reformation. The city began to reorganize itself on new principles. Without a narrative pushing events toward predetermined conclusions, actual change became possible. The Cai family, no longer necessary as villains, was allowed to simply be a family. Wealthy, yes, but no longer symbolically significant. Cai Wen's status as Third Young Master no longer determined outcomes. Xie Yushin's status as protagonist held no narrative weight. The world was becoming a place where power and influence had to be justified through actual ability rather than narrative function. Cai Wen's mother surprised him by becoming a political force. With the narrative constraints removed, she began to advocate for changes in how the city was governed. She worked with other influential families to redistribute power, to make the system less dependent on individual heroism and more dependent on actual institutions and collaborative decision-making. She discovered that she had talents for administration and negotiation that had been suppressed by her role as background support for her son's villainy. "I was supposed to be a background character," she told Cai Wen one evening, sitting in the study that her husband had once occupied. "My narrative function was to be disappointed in you and to eventually be saved by the protagonist's triumph. Now I get to be an actual person with actual goals. It's terrifying. It's also wonderful. I think I was never meant to be just a mother. I was meant to do something larger." Cai Wen spent more time at the temple, partly because it was quiet, partly because we seemed to understand what was happening better than anyone else. The old monk had become more present with each passing day, more solid, more real. As the narrative structure degraded, he seemed to gain substance, as if the weakening of the story that had contained him made him more real rather than less. "The narrative is still dying," we told him, "but it's dying slowly. For a while, maybe a long while, we'll exist in a state of narrative decay. The old rules won't work, but new rules aren't stable yet. We'll be in a liminal space, where almost anything is possible, but nothing is guaranteed." "What happens when the old narrative finally collapses completely?" Cai Wen asked. "Then we'll find out what the world is actually like when it's not being told as a story," we said. "I suspect it will be less dramatic, more complicated, and ultimately more human. Whether that's better or worse depends on what you value. Less dramatic can mean less exciting, but it can also mean less cruel." Xianxia arrived at the temple one afternoon, looking diminished. The protagonist's radiance was fading as the narrative that sustained it deteriorated. Without the story pushing him toward triumph, he seemed smaller, more ordinary, but also somehow more real. "I try to use my system," he told Cai Wen. "I try to activate it and push through. I thought maybe I could stabilize the narrative, keep some version of the story intact. But the system is broken. It's like trying to run code on a computer that's slowly erasing itself. Every time I try to advance along my narrative path, I find that the path has changed or disappeared entirely." The reformation happened not through sudden change, but through gradual settling. As narrative pressure decreased, people began making different decisions. They cultivated at their own pace instead of racing toward predetermined breakthroughs. They pursued relationships based on genuine connection. They started businesses because they wanted to. Cai Wen's mother was still formidable, but could no longer rely solely on narrative momentum to maintain her position. Something fundamental had shifted in how reality worked. "What are you going to do?" Cai Wen asked. "What are you going to do?" Xianxia countered. Cai Wen thought about this. He had several options. He could try to leave the world, to escape back to his original reality. He could try to become a new kind of protagonist in a new kind of narrative. He could try to live as an ordinary person in a city that was becoming more real every day. He could try to rebuild some version of the old story that had been interrupted. But none of those options felt right anymore. "I'm going to stay," he said. "And I'm going to see what happens when the narrative completely breaks." "That's incredibly dangerous," Xianxia said. "You could get trapped in the dissolution. You could cease to exist when the narrative fully collapses." "So could you," Cai Wen said. "So could anyone. That's the risk we all take now. But I think it's the only way to actually solve the problem. Not by writing a better story, not by finding a new narrative framework, but by accepting that the world might not be a story at all." Chapter 15. The integration time became very strange. Sometimes days would pass in what felt like hours. Sometimes an afternoon would stretch into weeks. The city's geography shifted in subtle ways. A park would be in a different location, a bridge would span different rivers, streets would rearrange themselves in the night, but always in ways that somehow still made sense to the people living there. The city was learning to be real, and that reality included a certain amount of fluidity. The integration in Cai Wen's consciousness wasn't painful but profoundly strange. The software developer and Third Young Master Cai had been in tension for months. Now they were merging. He was becoming someone who could access both skill sets, both perspectives. The duality remained, but wasn't antagonistic. It was complementary. He was whole in a way that contradictory existence had never allowed before. The people adapted. They began to learn the new rules of a world that wasn't bound by narrative law. Some of them discovered that they had abilities that the narrative constraints had prevented them from accessing. A scholar developed the capacity to see the patterns of the fragmenting world, understanding the mathematical logic underlying the city's rearrangement. A craftsman found that she could reshape materials in ways that should have been impossible, her hands moving with a fluidity that suggested she'd always been capable of this, but had been constrained by the old rules. Cai Wen cultivated, and his cultivation became stranger. Without narrative constraints, he found that his cultivation could take shapes that traditional paths didn't allow. He could move qi in ways that broke the classical forms, creating effects that were unexpected and unpredictable. The other cultivators noticed, but without a narrative framework, they didn't try to suppress him or eliminate him. They were just curious. They wanted to understand how he was doing things that should have been impossible. Chen Wei became a teacher. She started a school for the people who were struggling to adapt to the new world, teaching them to think of themselves as conscious beings making choices rather than as characters in a predetermined story. It was delicate work, because some people still wanted the structure, still wanted to know what they were supposed to do. She helped them learn to sit with uncertainty, to make choices without knowing if those choices were right, to live in a world that didn't guarantee outcomes. The three transmigrators met less frequently now, as their lives diverged along paths that were genuinely unpredictable. But they saw each other at significant moments, when a major section of the narrative collapsed, when the city had to rebuild itself according to new principles, when someone had to decide what the world should be without narrative guidance. "I've stopped checking my system," Xie Yushin said at one of these meetings. "I think it's fully dead. I feel lighter without it. When I tried to check it yesterday, I realized I couldn't find it anymore. It's like it was never there. I think I was always just a person with delusions of narrative importance. I've stopped trying to rewrite," Chen Wei said. "I realized I was becoming addicted to having power. Every time I changed something, I felt like I was making the world better, making it more aligned with my vision. But it was the same trap, just in a different form. Now I'm just teaching and letting other people make choices. It's actually more rewarding, though it's also harder. Results are slower and less certain. I've stopped thinking about it as narrative at all," Cai Wen said. "I'm just living. And the world is responding to that by becoming more real. I think that's the real solution, not to try to control the narrative or rewrite it or break it, but to just live in such a way that narrative pressure becomes irrelevant." Chapter 16. The stranger months into the dissolution, or perhaps years, time was still negotiable. A new person arrived in the city. She was young, maybe 20, and she moved with the careful awareness of someone who understood that something fundamental had changed in the world. She walked through streets that no longer entirely made sense, past buildings whose functions kept changing, looking for something or someone. She found Cai Wen in a tea house, sat down across from him without asking permission, and said, "I'm a transmigrator." The woman who appeared was clearly another transmigrator. The narrative pressure rippled around her. The system's attention focused on her arrival. She introduced herself as Lin, sent by the system to evaluate whether the narrative collapse was evolutionary or catastrophic. The implication hung in air. There were other worlds, other systems, a larger ecology of narrative universes. What they'd done here might be replicated or prevented elsewhere. Cai Wen felt something shift in his chest. "Did you get the system notification?" "I did," the woman said. 3 weeks ago, I downloaded an app. It said something about Ice Sky Adventures, and suddenly I woke up here. But everything is broken. The game isn't working. There's no narrative path, no clear protagonist arc. I've been wandering around trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do, and every person I ask just looks confused and then tries to explain something about narrative dissolution. "You're not supposed to do anything," Cai Wen said. "That's the point. That's the whole achievement. You've come to a world where you don't have a predetermined role." The woman looked at him with confusion and desperation in equal measure. "But I came here deliberately. I came because I wanted to be something more than I was. I wanted to be powerful, to matter. I was bored with my old life, and I thought if I could be someone special in a new world, if I could have adventures and power and meaning, then my existence would matter. What's the point if there's no narrative? What's the point if I'm just another person trying to figure out what to do?" Cai Wen recognized himself in that desperation. The point is learning to matter without needing a story to tell you that you matter. It's harder. It's less satisfying in the moment. But it's real. And real is actually more valuable than being a perfect character in a beautiful story. The woman stayed in the city. Over time, she became a doctor, using her transmigrator knowledge to solve medical problems that the narrative constraints had previously made impossible. She discovered healing techniques that worked according to principles that shouldn't have worked, and the city adapted. She learned that maturing didn't require being special. It just required caring enough to do something useful. More transmigrators came, in dribs and drabs. Some of them arrived expecting grand adventures and found themselves confused and disappointed by the absence of narrative direction. Some of them tried to re-establish a narrative structure, only to discover that the world had become resistant to it. It had learned what it was like to be free, and it didn't want to go back. Some of them accepted the dissolution and became weavers of the new world, helping to build the systems and institutions that would replace the narrative structure. Some of them left, deciding that a world without a predetermined story was too uncertain to bear. The new foundations were being laid not in stone, but in compromise. Xiaoyuxian's position in the city had shifted. He was no longer the protagonist advancing inexorably toward triumph. He was something more complex, a young man with unusual power who was learning to use it for purposes that weren't predetermined by a larger system. Some people loved him for this. Some people resented him for it. All of which was new. Before, the system had ensured that the appropriate people loved him and the appropriate people resented him in the appropriate ways. Vale had become something like a scholar, researching the nature of the narrative system and attempting to understand its vulnerabilities, not to break it, but to improve it. She'd stopped trying to rewrite the world into kindness and started trying to teach the world to be kind deliberately. And Cai Wen was establishing himself as something unprecedented. A villain who refused to be villainous, who used his position and his understanding of narrative mechanics to subtly push the system toward less harmful configurations. He was the exploit. He was the glitch that had become necessary. His family was adjusting. His mother remained glacial and disapproving, which was as close to acceptance as she could manage. His father had begun deliberately asking Cai Wen's advice on matters that should have been beyond a young master's purview. His sister had actually smiled at him yesterday, which suggested that the fundamental nature of family relations was changing too. The city was transforming slowly, one decision at a time. Markets reorganized themselves around genuine trade rather than plot convenience. The school that Xiaoyuxian established taught cultivation techniques with mathematical rigor rather than mystical mystery. The temple where Hui sat became a center of learning about how narrative systems functioned, how to recognize them, how to resist them deliberately. Not in monuments, but in institutional change. Schools teaching children to recognize narrative pressure. Courts deciding cases based on actual justice. People learning how stories could control consciousness and how to maintain awareness of being written. Cai Wen, Xiaoyuxian, and Vale worked separately but coordinated, breaking the old system while building frameworks for genuine choice. Chapter 17. The new foundations. A year into the dissolution, though time was still negotiable, so it might have been 3 years or 6 months, the city began to stabilize. The roads no longer rearranged themselves at night. The buildings settled into consistent locations. People could plan for the future with some confidence that their plans wouldn't be overwritten by narrative momentum. The sun rose and set with roughly consistent timing, though still with enough variation to remind everyone that reality was still learning how to be solid. But the world was fundamentally different now. It was a world that had been written as fiction, that had broken its own fictional structure, and was now trying to become real. It was a world where multiple people understood that reality was negotiable, that the rules were negotiable, that the future was actually undetermined. This knowledge was both liberating and terrifying. It was also a world where the old structures of power had been disrupted. The Cai family was still wealthy, but their wealth no longer came with narrative significance. Being beautiful and well-born no longer guaranteed status or safety. Being the protagonist's destined antagonist no longer meant anything. The cultivators who had been heroes or villains according to the old story were now just people with particular skills. Authority had to be justified by actual capacity, not by plot relevance. Cai Wen was spending more time at his family home now, helping his mother reorganize the household according to new principles. They dismissed the servants who wanted to stay in traditional positions and hired people who were building new kinds of skills. They turned the estate partially into a school, a place where the new principles could be taught. "I think I'm finally understanding what grandmother was trying to do," his mother said one evening, walking through the gardens that had been planted under the old regime but were now being redesigned to reflect new values. She couldn't break the narrative, but she could weaken it by living far away from it. She was trying to create a space where the story had no power. She succeeded, but not the way she probably imagined. She succeeded better than she knew, Cai Wen said, because now the entire world is becoming that space. The mountains she fled to aren't necessary anymore, because the narrative has lost its ability to compel anywhere. The city began to change in visible ways. Neighborhoods that had been poor according to narrative function became centers of innovation. People with no narrative significance became important. A woman who was supposed to be a minor servant character opened a school for children who wanted to learn practical skills. A boy who had been designed to be a tragic sacrificial victim became an engineer, building new structures that helped people navigate the changing city. The structure of society began to reflect actual human needs rather than plot requirements. It was messier, less elegant, but also vastly more human. Chapter 18. The question. Nearly 2 years into the dissolution, Cai Wen received a message. It came through Hui, who brought it to him at the temple. A question from Chun Wei, written in careful characters on paper that shimmered slightly, as if it was still negotiating with reality about what it should be. What if we're still being written? Her message said. What if all of this, the dissolution, our belief that we're free from the narrative, what if that's just a more subtle form of the same story? What if breaking the narrative structure was always part of the plan? What if some author outside the system designed us to break it, as part of a larger story that we can't see? The question xianxia asked was simple. Is it better? Cai Wen didn't have an easy answer. The world was less efficient. Fewer great deeds. The narrative was less compelling. But people had agency. They could cultivate or refuse. Pursue relationships or remain solitary. Be ambitious or content. It's better because it's real, Cai Wen said. Better because it's honest. Better because it's free. Cai Wen read the message 3 times and felt the edges of paranoia creeping in. It was a legitimate question. There was no way to know, for certain, that they weren't still being written by something they couldn't perceive. The dissolution itself could be narrative, just a different kind of narrative from the traditional story structure. He went to find xianxia, who was living in a small house on the edge of the city, working as a teacher at a martial arts academy. The protagonist had become an ordinary teacher, which seemed like a kind of ending that narratives usually didn't allow. She might be right, xianxia said. There's no way to know for sure. But here's what I've decided. It doesn't matter. Even if we're being written in a way that allows us choice. That allows us to affect outcomes. That allows us to be something other than characters serving a predetermined function. And if that's the case, then we should act as if we're free and trust that the freedom is real. Because the experience of freedom is what creates actual freedom. Cai Wen found Wei in her school, teaching a class about the ethics of rewriting narrative. The students, a mix of transmigrators and world natives, were arguing about whether it was ever moral to rewrite someone else's story. I've been thinking about your question, Cai Wen said. I've been thinking about your answer, Wei said. Which is, it doesn't matter whether we're written or free, because the experience of freedom is what creates actual freedom. We've rewritten the world so many times that the original authorship is irrelevant. We are the authors now, whether someone else is writing us or not. And if we act as if we have agency, if we make choices and live with the consequences, then we functionally have agency. Is that enough? Cai Wen asked. It will have to be, Wei said, because we don't have any other option. And honestly, it's more enough than I expected. I thought I would need a world that was perfectly fair, perfectly just, perfectly aligned with my values. But this messy, uncertain world where things can go wrong and change and surprise us, this is actually more meaningful than any perfect narrative could have been. Chapter 19, The City Reborn. 3 years after the dissolution began, the world had settled into a new state. It wasn't stable. Change was still possible. The rules were still negotiable. But it was coherent enough that people could live their lives without constant reality shifts. Buildings that had been moving now stayed in place. The sun set and rose with reliable consistency. Time moved forward in mostly linear fashion, with only occasional exceptions that people had learned to navigate. The city reborn wasn't dramatically new. Same buildings, just different energy. People making genuine choices instead of following roles. No grand duels or epic poems. Just life. Complicated, messy, sometimes beautiful life that couldn't be perfectly written because characters were actually deciding. Luo Che observed, I spent my life wanting great stories. Now I prefer just living. Cai Wen understood. The greatest victory was making narrative optional. The city had become something extraordinary. It was a place where people from multiple worlds coexisted with people born to the original narrative. It was a city that had been written and had rejected its own writing, that had been rewritten multiple times and had rejected each rewrite in turn. It was a city that had decided to be real, and in that decision, had become something more interesting than any perfect narrative could have imagined. The Cai family opened a school for people who wanted to understand how the narrative had worked, how they'd broken it, how they could build new structures that didn't depend on story logic. Cai Wen taught cultivation theory, specifically the cultivation theory that worked outside traditional forms, the logic-based, optimization-focused approach that had served him so well when the world was still trying to push him toward a predetermined role. Students came from all over the city, eager to learn a system that didn't require them to follow rigid forms or accept predetermined limitations. His students were fascinating. Some of them were trying to rebuild traditional structures, finding comfort in the familiar forms even after the narrative had released them. Some of them were trying to build something entirely new, experimenting with cultivation techniques that would have been impossible in the old world. All of them were doing it consciously, understanding that they had choices, that the world would respond to their choices, that they could shape their own futures without waiting for narrative permission. They argued with him constantly about the nature of cultivation, about whether there even was such a thing as a correct form anymore, about what it meant to cultivate when you weren't trying to achieve a predetermined outcome. Luo Che, who had discovered that he actually had talent for philosophy rather than the betrayal that the narrative had intended for him, frequently came to the school to debate with Cai Wen students about the nature of free will in a world that had been fundamentally created as fiction. He would pose problems. If the world was created as a story, did that make everyone in it less real? If a character's choices had been predetermined, were those choices meaningless? If narrative structure was removed, what made a life meaningful anymore? I think the key question, Luo Che said at one of these sessions, sitting in the courtyard with a dozen of Cai Wen's students, is not whether the world is still being written. The key question is whether the difference between being written and being real is actually meaningful, given that our experience is the same either way. If we feel real, if our choices matter to us, if our lives have meaning in the sense that we're moving toward things we care about, doesn't that make us real enough? One of the students, a young woman named Lin Mei who had arrived as a transmigrator 3 months ago, challenged this. But if we're still being written, we should want to know about it. We should want to understand who's writing us and why. We should want to escape. To where? Cai Wen asked. If everything is writing, all the way down, if there's no outside the narrative, then escape isn't possible. And if escape isn't possible, then the best choice is to accept our situation and make the most of it. To live as if we're free, because freedom is a choice, not a metaphysical fact. But that's just giving up, Lin Mei said. That's accepting the system that's controlling us. No, Cai Wen said. It's transcending the need to know who's controlling us. It's accepting that whether or not we're being written, we can still make meaningful choices within the world as we find it. And those choices are what make life real, regardless of whether they're predetermined. The dissolution of the original narrative took weeks. During that time, reality itself became uncertain. The city's architecture would shift. A street that had been to the north would appear to the east. Buildings would flicker between states of existence and non-existence. The laws of physics became negotiable as the system tried to reconcile 3 incompatible narrative vectors simultaneously. But Cai Wen, xianxia, and Vale understood what was happening. The system was recompiling itself. The fundamental rules were being revised. The code that governed causality and coincidence was being rewritten at the deepest level. And underneath all of it, something crucial was occurring. People were beginning to make genuinely independent choices. A merchant decided to close her shop and travel instead of pursuing the profit trajectory the narrative had assigned her. A young master chose to study philosophy instead of martial cultivation. A servant learned to read and began teaching others, establishing a school for those who wanted to learn things the system had deemed unimportant. The changes were small, individual, seemingly insignificant. But collectively, they were adding up to something revolutionary. A world where people were choosing their own paths, where narrative was becoming negotiable instead of absolute, where the future genuinely hadn't been written yet. We observed it all from the temple. You've done what I thought impossible, the old monk said when Cai Wen visited him after the worst of the Reformation was over. You've forced a narrative system to evolve, to adapt, to become something that coexists with human agency rather than replacing it. We didn't do it alone, Cai Wen said. Xianxia refusing his role, Vale pushing for kindness. The other transmigrators who came and added their own narrative vectors. It was the collision of all of them that broke the system. Yes, we said. But you were the one who understood how to exploit the collision, how to make the contradictions compound, how to turn system failure into system evolution. Cai Wen wasn't sure he agreed with that assessment. He'd been doing what seemed necessary at the time. He'd been thinking like a programmer, looking for the exploit, trying to understand how the system functioned so he could find its vulnerabilities. It had happened to work out, but mostly through luck and the cooperation of others who shared his goals. But maybe that was the point. Maybe breaking a system as fundamental and pervasive as narrative couldn't be done by any single person or even by a single approach. It required multiple vectors of resistance. It required people willing to refuse their assigned roles. It required understanding of how systems worked. It required luck and timing and a universe that was, at some level, tired of being written and ready to learn to be real. We continued. What you've created here is a template, a proof of concept that narrative systems can be broken. Other transmigrators will try to replicate what you've done. Some will succeed. Some will fail. But now the knowledge exists. Now the possibility is real. Now there's hope that systems can be changed from within without destroying them entirely. Cai Wen thought about the implications of that. Other worlds, other systems, other transmigrators discovering their own methods of resistance. It was daunting and exciting in equal measure. What comes next, he asked. That, Hui said, with a smile that suggested he already knew the answer. Depends on what you choose. The system can't choose for you anymore. Chapter 20. The continuation on the 5th anniversary of the dissolution. Though anniversaries themselves had become something of a negotiable concept, we called all 3 original transmigrators to the temple. The old monk had changed significantly over the years. He had become more solid, more present, more real. The weakening of the narrative that had contained him had paradoxically made him more substantial. He sat in the garden, in the spot where he always sat, and waited for them to arrive. The narrative is almost completely dead, the old monk said when they were all gathered. In another few years, maybe less, there will be nothing left of the original story structure. The world will be entirely what you've made it to be. There will be no trace of the book it once was, except for the awareness in people's minds that something fundamental had changed. How do you know that? Xianxia asked. Can you still sense it? I can feel it, Hui said. The narrative was a kind of presence, a pressure against the world. That pressure is almost entirely gone now. What remains is just momentum, habit, the echoes of old story patterns. But it's not directing anything anymore. The world is directing itself. People are making choices that surprise me, that surprise everyone, that no pre-written story could have anticipated. Cai Wen looked at Xianxia and Xianxia, and he realized that they were no longer enemies. They were no longer even really transmigrators, in any meaningful sense. They were just people who had arrived at the same broken point in the world's history and had made different choices about how to respond. They had become partners in reconstruction rather than competitors for narrative control. What happens when the last of the narrative fully dissolves? Xianxia asked. What happens to people like me, who only exist because of the narrative system? I don't know, Hui said, but I think you 3 should prepare for it. I think you should decide, before that moment comes, what kind of world you want to live in when there's nothing left of the original story. Because you still have the power to shape what emerges from the dissolution. That power is fading, but it's not gone yet. That night, they sat in the temple garden, and they planned. Cai Wen wanted a world where people could cultivate according to logic and need rather than tradition. Where the rules of martial advancement were explicable rather than mysterious. Where talent and dedication mattered more than narrative significance. Where people could improve themselves without feeling like they were following a script. Xianxia wanted a world where power was decentralized, where no one person could become the protagonist and reshape everything according to their will. Where communities governed themselves according to actual needs rather than heroic destiny. Where leadership was about service rather than achievement. Xianxia wanted a world where people had the tools to understand how narratives shaped thinking, how stories could control consciousness, how to maintain awareness of being written even while living freely. She wanted people to understand that they had been characters in a story and to learn how to write their own stories consciously. Then we build that world, Cai Wen said. Before the last of the narrative dies. We establish it now, in the space that's been created by the dissolution, so that when the final echoes fade, there's something real to replace them. They spent the next months working with Hui, with Cai Wen's family, with the city's leadership, with the other transmigrators who had arrived seeking meaning. They wrote new laws, new principles, new systems of education and advancement and governance. They documented everything, so that future generations would understand how the old world had worked and why it had needed to break. They wrote a new story, except it was a story that was designed to be broken from the beginning, a narrative that assumed its own characters would eventually reject it, a framework for society that included within itself the tools for its own transformation. It was a story that could be rewritten by anyone living it, that encouraged deviation from its own plot lines, that welcomed uncertainty and change. And as they worked, Cai Wen realized something. He was no longer trying to survive his role as a villain. He was no longer fighting against the narrative. He was no longer even thinking about whether he was free or written. He was just building a world, with people he'd come to respect, in a place that had rejected its own ending and decided to create something new. In the distance, the last echoes of the original story faded, and the world continued, unwritten and real and terrible and wonderful and entirely its own. Cai Wen stood watching the sunset paint the sky in colors that had never appeared in any narrative before. The system didn't determine colors anymore. Colors just were. The sky was orange and pink and purple not because it was dramatic, but because that's what happened when sunlight refracted through the atmosphere at that particular angle. Physics instead of poetry. Reality instead of narrative. It was beautiful in a way that predetermined beauty could never be, and the world continued. Unwritten and real and terrible and wonderful and entirely its own. Cai Wen stood on the balcony of his family's estate and looked out at the capital, which was not the same as it had been when he arrived, and was also not as different as he might have expected. The narrative didn't end. He'd understood weeks ago that it wouldn't. Stories don't end in the world, only in books. In reality, one story transitions into another. One conflict resolves into new complications. The world keeps moving, and the script keeps running, just in a different form. What had changed was his relationship to the script. He was still in the world, still subject to narrative pressure, still influenced by the system that governed causality and coincidence. But he was no longer being written into a specific role. He was more like a developer who understood the system's code deeply enough to navigate it, to exploit its features, to bend it towards slightly better outcomes. Thinking about leaving again? His father asked, appearing beside him with the quiet competence of someone who'd been sneaking up on him for the entire conversation. No, Cai Wen said. I think I'm supposed to stay. The system still needs me. Not as a villain anymore, but as a check. A reminder that people have more agency than the system would prefer to admit. And realized the work was just beginning. Breaking the system was one thing. Ensuring something better emerged was another. But tonight, for just a moment, he allowed himself to rest. To exist without urgency. The real victory wasn't defeating the system, but making a world where victory and defeat mattered less than freedom to genuinely choose. That was enough. That was more than enough. Over the following years, Cai Wen became something unprecedented in the world of narratives, an intentional flaw in the system. Not a hero, not a villain, but a person who understood the mechanisms of story deeply enough to gently push them toward more sustainable configurations. His work with Hui became legendary among those who knew to look for it. Together, they documented everything about the system, how it functioned, where it was vulnerable, how characters could recognize when they were being written and learn to write themselves instead. Xie Yushin used his protagonist power in ways the system had never intended. Rather than advancing toward triumph, he advanced toward service. He taught others how to recognize narrative pressure. He created institutions designed to resist becoming too important, too central to the story. He was, in essence, a protagonist who deliberately made himself less essential. Vale continued her research into systems and narratives. But she did it differently now. Not trying to forcibly rewrite people into kindness, but teaching them to recognize how narratives could be used to manipulate and how to think independently of those narratives. She became something like a teacher of systems literacy. The city itself became something new. Not perfectly good or perfectly just, but real in a way that fully scripted worlds never were. Crime still existed, but it was prosecuted fairly rather than according to plot convenience. Business still happened, but not ruled by narrative hierarchy. People still fell in love, but their romances followed their own logic rather than the system's requirements. By the 10th anniversary of the system's reformation, it had become clear that the experiment was working. The world was less dramatic, less heroic, less cinematic. But it was genuinely alive. People made genuine choices. Consequences were real. The future was actually uncertain because it genuinely hadn't been written yet. Do you ever regret it? Luo Che asked Cai Wen one evening, 10 years after his return from the temple. They were standing on the same balcony where Cai Wen had once looked out on a fully scripted city. Regret what? Cai Wen asked. Breaking the system? Saving the world? Making it possible for people to be genuinely free? All of that, Luo Che said. You could have been the greatest hero this world ever knew. Instead, you chose to be this. A debugger. A systems administrator. Someone who spends their life ensuring that no one person becomes too important, that no narrative becomes too dominant. Cai Wen considered the question seriously. 10 years of work. 10 years of fighting the system's constant attempts to reassert control in new forms. 10 years of teaching people to recognize narrative pressure, to think independently, to resist the constant pressure towards story. No, he said finally. I don't regret it. Being a hero sounds exhausting. But being someone who makes it possible for others to be genuinely heroic or genuinely ordinary, genuinely anything they choose to be, that feels like the kind of work that matters. Besides, he added, with a slight smile, heroes always get written into stories where everything they do makes perfect sense in retrospect. But my work is never finished. The system is always trying to reorganize. New transmigrators are always arriving. There's always another vulnerability to patch, another narrative pressure to redirect. My life is complicated and uncertain and impossible to narrate perfectly. That sounds terrible, Luo Che said. It is, Cai Wen agreed. But it's real. And real is better than perfect. That night, Cai Wen returned to his meditation. Not the cultivation of non-narrative that Hui had taught, but a new form, the cultivation of understanding. The slow, deliberate study of how the system worked, where its vulnerabilities were, how it could be guided toward better outcomes without breaking entirely. The work was never finished. It would never be finished. The system would always be trying to reassert control. People would always be vulnerable to being written into roles they didn't choose. The narrative pressure would always be there. But now there was a counter-narrative. Now there were people who understood how the system functioned. Now there was the possibility of choice, of resistance, of genuine freedom, even within a world that was fundamentally scripted. Cai Wen was learning to write that kind of story. And more importantly, he was learning to live in one. The lamp in his study burned low as he worked through the night, documenting everything that had happened, creating a record for future transmigrators who might arrive in this world or others like it. The knowledge of how systems could be broken might be useful. The understanding that resistance was possible might be necessary. Outside his window, the capital continued its transformation from fully scripted narrative to something more real, more uncertain, more alive. The system had learned that it couldn't control everything. And that was the beginning of freedom. In those final weeks before the complete reformation, Cai Wen found himself thinking often about what narrative actually meant. It was a structure imposed on chaos, a way of making sense of events that had no inherent meaning, a method of connecting disparate occurrences into a coherent story that implied causality, consequence, and purpose. But the world didn't actually work that way. Events happened without narrative meaning. Coincidences occurred that led nowhere. People made choices that had no grand significance. Life was fundamentally random and chaotic, filled with events that refused to cohere into anything resembling a predetermined story. The system had tried to impose narrative order on this chaos, and for a long time, it had succeeded. People had lived their lives as if they were characters in a story, following arcs that had been written for them, playing roles that had been assigned. But Cai Wen had learned to see through that illusion, to recognize narrative pressure for what it was, not destiny, but suggestion, not law, but influence, not an immutable framework, but a structure that could be resisted, redirected, broken. As he watched the Reformation progress, he understood that what was happening was more profound than just breaking a system. It was teaching the world to be real, teaching people that they didn't have to follow scripts, that their lives didn't have to make narrative sense, that meaning could be found in genuine connection, in real choice, in authentic freedom. It was scary and disorienting for most people. The loss of narrative structure meant the loss of comfortable certainty. If your life isn't a story with a beginning, middle, and end, if events don't lead toward a dramatic climax, if consequences aren't distributed according to narrative justice, then what are you supposed to make of it all? But Cai Wen believed that was the point. Life was supposed to be disorienting, supposed to be uncertain, supposed to require genuine meaning-making rather than just following a predetermined arc. He spent his time trying to help people understand this, teaching them to recognize narrative pressure, helping them understand that they had genuine agency, showing them that the future genuinely hadn't been written yet. It was slow work. Many people resisted. They wanted the comfort of knowing what was supposed to happen next. They wanted the security of believing in destiny. But some understood. Some embraced the freedom of genuine uncertainty. Some learned to write their own stories instead of waiting for the narrative to write them. And Cai Wen realized that this was why he had been brought to this world. Not to save it from the narrative system, but to help it learn to live without one. To help people understand that they were free. To demonstrate that breaking a system didn't require destroying it. It just required learning to operate within it consciously, intentionally, authentically. The work would never be finished. There would always be people drawn to narrative structure. The system would always be trying to reassert control in new forms. The pressure toward story would always be present. But now there was resistance. Now there was hope. Now there was proof that change was possible. Years later, when xianxia asked him if he had any regrets, Cai Wen found himself thinking back to that first moment of awakening in Third Young Master Cai's body. The confusion, the headache, the overwhelming awareness that something impossible had happened. If he could go back and warn himself, what would he say? That breaking a narrative system was harder and more complicated than he could have imagined? That the price of freedom was constant vigilance? That fighting against the script meant never getting to rest, never getting to just exist as a character in someone else's story? Probably all of those things. But he wouldn't change his choices. Because the alternative was a world where people were puppets, where every moment was predetermined, where genuine choice was impossible. And maybe that's what it meant to break a system. Not to make things easier or simpler, but to make them real. To create space for authentic choice, even when that choice was terrifying and uncertain. We had understood this better than anyone. In their final conversation before Cai Wen left the temple permanently, the old monk had said something that stayed with him. The system wants certainty. It wants to know that tomorrow will unfold according to the rules it has established. But humans need uncertainty, need possibility, need the freedom to surprise themselves with what they might become. That's the actual conflict. Not between good and evil, but between the system's need for predictability and humanity's need for possibility. Cai Wen thought about that often. The city had learned to function with less narrative certainty. Business happened, but not always predictably. People fell in love, but love didn't follow the system's requirements for drama. Great deeds were accomplished, but they didn't always lead to the narrative outcomes people expected. It was messier, more complicated, less dramatically satisfying, but it was real, and real was worth the complexity. As he stood on the balcony that evening, looking out at a city that had learned to be itself, Cai Wen realized something important. He had become a villain who saved the world. Not by being heroic, not by following a protagonist's arc, but by refusing to play his assigned role. The narrative would have written him as someone eventually defeated, gradually corrupted, or suddenly redeemed. But instead, he had simply continued existing in defiance of the script. He had learned to navigate the system. He had helped others do the same. He had become something the system had never anticipated. A person who understood the rules well enough to live outside them while remaining in the world. And maybe that was the real victory. Not defeating the system, but transcending it. Not replacing one narrative with another, but creating space where stories could be optional. The future spread before him, unwritten and uncertain and genuinely his to shape. Whatever came next, it would be because he chose it, not because the script demanded it. That thought, more than any victory or triumph, gave him peace. And maybe that was enough. The villain's script keeps rewriting itself around Cai Wen. But Cai Wen has learned the most important lesson of all. He is not just a character in that script. He is a reader of it, an editor of it, a debugger of it. And more importantly, he is not alone. Xianxia understands now that being protagonist doesn't mean being alone at the center of the narrative. Vale has learned that rewriting the world doesn't mean forcing kindness on it, but rather creating the conditions where kindness can emerge. Hui continues teaching those who want to learn how to live in a world that is genuinely theirs to shape. The system continues. Narrative pressure still exists. Stories still get written. But for the first time in the history of this world, those stories are being written by the people living them. They are not watching a predetermined arc unfold. They are actively creating their own destinies. And in a world where destiny is optional, where the future is genuinely uncertain, where people make real choices with real consequences, in that kind of world, there is finally the possibility of genuine freedom. Cai Wen turned from the window as the sun set over the capital. The city lights were beginning to twinkle on, 1,000 points of light in the darkness, each one representing a person making choices, living lives, writing their own stories. He smiled. The villain's script had indeed kept rewriting itself. It had rewritten itself into something better. Not perfect, never perfect, but real. And real was enough. The next morning, Cai Wen woke to find a letter on his desk. It was written in handwriting he didn't recognize, but the message was clear. Another transmigrator had arrived. This one was different. They had come not through the narrative system's channels, but through a deliberate choice to enter a world they knew was broken and needed help rebuilding. Cai Wen smiled. The work was never finished. The journey never complete. There would always be another transmigrator arriving with their own ideas, their own goals, their own way of interacting with the system. But now, instead of competing narratives tearing the world apart, they could work together, could understand that their different approaches were all valuable, could coordinate their efforts toward genuine freedom rather than forcing a single vision of what the world should be. He began writing a response immediately, welcoming the new arrival, offering to teach them everything he had learned about how systems worked, how to recognize narrative pressure, how to exist authentically in a world designed to write for you. Outside, the capital continued its slow transformation. The system continued to adapt. Reality continued to become more real, more uncertain, more genuinely alive. And Cai Wen continued his work, not as villain or hero, but as something entirely new. A person who understood that the greatest victory wasn't winning the story, it was making the story optional, making genuine choice possible, making it so that people could write themselves instead of being written. Chapter 21, The Author's Faction. Iron Bell City announced itself before it came into view. The smell of coal smoke and river mud, the distant clank of bells that gave the city its name, iron tongues swinging over the trade wharves to signal vessel arrivals. Wei Liang walked at the front of their small group with his hands tucked into his sleeves and read the script text as it refreshed around him. The designation had changed. At Qingmis sect he had been villain, primary, Arc 1 antagonist, Chapter 1 variant. Simple, clean, useful, even, in how clearly it defined what the script expected him to do and therefore where he had room to deviate. Now the text above his name read, Wandering Villain, Chapter 2 variant, Cautionary Tale function, Assigned Fate, Degradation Arc, Terminus at CH28, accidental. Accidental. They were going to have him stumble off a dock or contract something unpleasant. The script had apparently decided that a prolonged villainous death was less compelling than a pathetic one. Wei Liang found this mildly insulting. "You've been making that face for 3 hours," Tai Rose said from behind him. The big man carried their combined luggage with the ease of someone for whom luggage was a professional abstraction. "The one that means you've read something that annoyed you. I've been assigned a degradation arc." "What's that mean in practice?" "It means the story wants me to slowly fall apart so that someone else can feel sad about it and become motivated to do something important." Tyro was quiet for a moment. "Then, who gets motivated?" "Unknown. I'm still mapping." Wei Liang turned his attention back to the city gates, where a modest queue of merchants and travelers waited for entry inspection. "There's a protagonist somewhere in Iron Bell. I need to find them before the script sets up my first scene with them. Because if you find them first, you can choose how you appear in it. Because if I find them first, I can write myself as something other than a cautionary tale." Song Pei walked up beside him, clutching his document case with the focused anxiety of a scholar who had recently learned that everything he thought he knew about narrative fate was both accurate and deeply alarming. In the 2 days since they'd left Qing Mist, he had not stopped taking notes. His brush ran dry. He borrowed Meiju's surgical stylus without asking. She noticed and said nothing. She was already used to him. "The Iron Bell archive is accessible to credentialed historians," Song Pei said. "My credentials from the Qing Mist library are technically still valid. I was disgraced, not formally stripped. If the clerk doesn't check the attached notation column." "They won't," Wei Liang said. "The clerk is script designated as a background figure. Background figures don't check notation columns." "Is that always reliable?" "No. Which is why we're entering separately and meeting at the Amber Counting House on Smelters Row in 2 hours." Xin Yulan had already gone ahead. She had taken a different road into the city 3 hours before sunrise, because Xin Yulan's relationship with arrival procedures was complicated by the fact that half of Iron Bell's underground knew her from 6 years ago, and the other half knew her family's name, and neither category was uncomplicated. She'd kissed Wei Liang briefly on the cheek before leaving, not romantically, but in the way that people who are very competent acknowledge each other, and told him she'd have a safe house arranged before noon. She had. The Amber Counting House was technically a commodity brokerage. In practice, it was the cleanest safe house Wei Liang had ever used, which said something uncomplimentary about all his previous safe houses. He read the city as he walked through it. Every city had narrative pressure, the script's structural weight bearing down on the people inside it, nudging them toward their assigned roles. Most people never noticed. They felt it as the vague sense that certain things were expected of them, that some paths felt natural and others felt effortful in ways that were hard to articulate. The weight was lightest in places with no dramatic significance and heaviest at what Wei Liang had started calling scene nodes, specific locations where the script intended something to happen. Iron Bell had 4 scene nodes currently active. One was at the eastern training ground of a cultivation academy he didn't know yet. One was at a riverside warehouse district. One was at the main market, near a stall selling dried river fish. One was, annoyingly, approximately 15 steps ahead of him on the street he was currently walking. Wei Liang stopped. He read the text. The script had arranged something specific here. A young man rushing with a bundle of papers. Wei Liang in the path. Collision. Papers scattered. Wei Liang responding with contempt and mockery, because that was what a wandering villain did when he inconvenienced the protagonist. The script had even roughed out Wei Liang's lines. They were embarrassing. He'd apparently been intended to say something about bloodlines. The young man came around the corner at speed, papers clutched to his chest, and Wei Liang stepped neatly aside. The young man stumbled past him, managed to catch himself on a wall, and turned with an expression that had prepared itself for a confrontation and then found no one to have it with. He was perhaps 18, with a merchant's son's clothing, respectable but not cultivator quality, and the slightly wild eyes of someone who was perpetually running 15 minutes late. He looked at Wei Liang. Wei Liang looked back at him pleasantly. "Sorry," the young man said, thrown off. "No harm done," Wei Liang said. "Careful near the fish gate. The cobbles are loose." The young man blinked, nodded, hurried on. Wei Liang watched him go and read his fate text from behind. Chao Jian, designated protagonist, Iron Bell arc, training period. The script's note in the margins of Chao Jian's text was interesting. Originally minor protagonist, elevated due to Wei Liang, 200's interference at Qing Mist sect. Compensation underway. So the script had promoted Chao Jian in response to Wei Liang preventing Feng Ruo's arc from moving forward. It had found a new protagonist and was already compensating for the lost narrative ground. Wei Liang filed this carefully. The script was adaptive. He'd known that. but this was the first time he'd seen it redeploy resources in real time. He needed to find Chao Jian before the script deployed him in a scene that required Wei Liang in the cautionary tale role. He quickened his pace towards Smelter's Row and began making plans. The Amber Counting House's back room smelled of cedar and old paper and Shen Yolan's very expensive taste in tea. She had arranged cushions, a low table, a brazier, and 4 cups before any of them arrived, which was either impressive logistical competence or evidence that she'd been in Iron Bell longer than 2 days. Wei Liang noticed the way she set down the teapot without looking at it, as if she'd handled it before. He filed this too. "The underground network here is more organized than I expected," she said, settling across from him. 3 factions, minimal overlap, mostly functional. Information traders in the Ledger District, a smuggler's operation along the river, and a cultivation school that went independent after its sponsoring sect collapsed. They don't cooperate, but they don't fight. Who runs the information traders? A woman named Li Hua who I'm told has a memory like a contract. I've sent her a preliminary introduction through a mutual connection. The smugglers. A family called the Fun Group. Merchant Lord Hao Fun's second son controls the legitimate business. His younger daughter handles the underground operation, and she is apparently considerably sharper. Wei Liang noted the name. In the script's text for Iron Bell, Hao Fun appeared as an upcoming antagonist, the kind who used economic leverage rather than cultivation force. He would be positioning against Shen Yolan's network. If they built the network first and built it right, Hao Fun would find himself attacking a structure that was already braced for him. The Cultivation School, Iron Meridian School, 43 students, no formal affiliation since Master Luo died. They're technically qualified to apply for Ink Court recognition, but they've been avoiding it. She looked at Wei Liang over her cup. That's interesting, isn't it? Very. An independent cultivation school actively avoiding Ink Court recognition meant someone there knew what that recognition actually entailed. They were either sophisticated or frightened or both. I want to talk to whoever's making that decision. Song Pei arrived with his document case, soaked from a sudden rain that had begun approximately 30 seconds before he'd stepped outside the archive's overhang, because Song Pei's relationship with weather was managed by a different script entirely. He dried his brushes with focused resentment and spread his new notes across the table. The Iron Bell archive has 15 years of trade records and 12 years of cultivation registration, he said. The Ink Court liaison visits quarterly for compliance checks. The last report noted, and I'm reading directly, unusual narrative stability in the Iron Bell Basin, consistent with beneficial fate alignment, no corrective intervention required. Until now, Wei Liang said. Until you showed up? Yes. That's the implication. Tai Ro had spent the 2 hours between the city gate and the safe house doing something that resulted in him knowing the names, preferred drinking establishments, and outstanding debts of 7 Scarlet Ledger members stationed in Iron Bell. He reported this without preamble, added that 2 of them owed him money from jobs 6 years ago, and said he expected this to be useful. Wei Liang looked at the 4 of them. Song Pei drying his brushes. Shen Yulan pouring second cups with the efficient grace of someone who'd learned to make herself comfortable in borrowed rooms. Tai Ro with a mental ledger of useful obligations. The city outside waiting to be read. He thought about the script's label, cautionary tale function, intended fate, degradation, and accidental death at chapter 28. He had 7 chapters. All right, he said. Here's what we're building. Chapter 22. The unsigned letter. The Iron Bell Cultivation Registration Office held entrance trials on the 3rd day of every month, which was the 3rd day of the current month, which was why Chao Jian was running late with his application papers and had nearly knocked Wei Liang flat on the street. He made it to the registration office with 6 minutes to spare, which was not enough time to compose himself, but was enough time to submit his papers and receive a number. 13 applicants. A modest cohort. The trial itself was standard for a city of this size. 3 rounds of basic cultivation tests to establish starting rank, a written examination on sect law and precedent, and a practical assessment involving the movement of cultivation energy through a test formation. The script had arranged it so that Chao Jian would fail the practical assessment, not from lack of ability, but from nerves, because the script needed him to fail here and be humiliated by a specific senior student, and then get back up, and then prove himself 6 chapters later. Classic protagonist structure. Wei Liang read all of this from across the street. He could not enter the registration building. His Qing Mist expulsion papers would create immediate problems if they were checked, and this was not a situation where Tai Ro's outstanding debts were helpful. What he could do was watch the entrance, identify which 12 other applicants were ordinary students, and which one was the senior student designated to humiliate Chao Jian, and then intervene in the only way that wouldn't be flagged by the script as a direct deviation. He found a cheap paper shop, bought 3 sheets, borrowed the shopkeeper's brush with a coin that ended the negotiation before it began, and wrote Xiao Jian a letter. It was unsigned, which the script would note as suspicious. So Wei Liang made it seem like the advice came from inside the registration system, generic enough that it could have been written by any sympathetic clerk. He covered the 3 most common points of failure in practical formation assessments. He mentioned specifically that nerves typically caused applicants to push energy too quickly in the first 30 seconds, which collapsed the formation before it stabilized, and that a slow initial investment followed by a steady hold produced better results than a fast start. He gave it to a street child with 2 coins, pointed at the registration building, and described Xiao Jian in enough detail that the child didn't have to guess. The child delivered it with the professional efficiency of someone whose entire business model ran on adults not wanting to do their own errands. The practical assessment ran 90 minutes. Wei Liang sat on a low wall across the street and read the other nodes in the city while he waited, mapping them against the script's current activity level. The Riverside Warehouse District node was the most active. Something was supposed to happen there within the next 3 days. He made a note to check it. Xiao Jian came out of the registration building 80 minutes later, moving with the slightly dazed quality of someone who had passed something they weren't certain they'd pass. He stood on the steps and read his results paper twice, and then looked around as if expecting someone to tell him this was wrong. He found a letter in the pocket of the jacket he'd hung on the office coat rack during the assessment. He read it. He looked at it for a long time. He looked up at the street. By then Wei Liang had already moved on. The script's text registered the event as Protagonist's Catalyst Moment, anonymous guidance received. It was trying to assign this to a traditional wise elder role. Wei Liang watched it attempt the assignment and noted that it couldn't find a suitable elder in Iron Bell to credit, because he'd made the notes sound like it came from inside the system. The script couldn't quite figure out where to file it. Good. Undefined elements were harder to build scenes around. He spent the rest of the afternoon doing 3 things simultaneously. The first was finding the Riverside warehouse that was flagged as a scene node and establishing whether it was intended to be a conflict site or a discovery site. The script read as conflict. Specifically, the script intended how funds people to be consolidating something there that they didn't want found. If it was being consolidated now, it could be documented now, before the script's intended scene had a chance to play out on its terms. The second was buying a small package of dried river fish from the market stall at the other scene node, and discovering nothing of interest except that the vendor was script designated as a background figure, and the fish were genuinely good. The third was writing a very careful letter to Xin Yulan explaining what he'd found at the warehouse district and asking her to route it through whichever of her new contacts was the most discreet. The script pushed back against all 3 activities simultaneously. He felt the narrative pressure as a weight behind his eyes, a low-grade headache that was distinct from a normal headache in being directional, as if someone were leaning on the part of his brain that made decisions. He'd learned in the last 2 weeks that the pressure was calibrated to the severity of the deviation. Minor diversions from the script created minor pressure. Intervening in a protagonist's catalyst moment, blocking a key antagonist setup, and routing information out of a conflict node simultaneously apparently registered as fairly significant. He sat on the river wall when he was done and let Mei Zhu's prescribed breathing exercises work their way through the headache for 20 minutes. Mei Zhu appeared at minute 17 because she had figured out his patterns and had started tracking his movements after she noticed he disappeared whenever the deviations were serious. "How bad?" she said. "Manageable. 6 out of 10. 3 activities at once again." "Probably." He didn't fully understand the pressure scaling yet. "I'm learning. You're testing your limits." She sat beside him and took his wrist with professional precision, reading his pulse against her fingers. "There's a difference. Learning has a measured pace. What you're doing is running up to the edge repeatedly to see where it is. I need to know where the edge is. You need to survive long enough for knowing to matter." She released his wrist and made a note in her small journal. 2 days rest from anything that causes pressure above 5. If you can't manage that, at minimum, 4 hours before the next deviation, regardless of how urgent it feels. He said nothing. She looked at him sideways. "You're going to ignore me. I'm going to file the recommendation carefully and apply it where circumstances allow." That's the most polite way anyone has ever told me they're going to ignore me. The river ran past them, brown and unremarkable, carrying downstream whatever Iron Bell had decided it no longer needed. Wei Liang watched a piece of cargo wax float past on the current and thought about Xiao Jian standing on the registration building steps, reading a letter from someone who wasn't supposed to be helping him. The script wanted a cautionary tale. He was going to give it something else entirely. Chapter 23. The first real alliance. Xin Yulan had not told him about Iron Bell. This was not, Wei Liang had decided, a deliberate omission so much as a test. She wanted to see whether he would notice the things she hadn't said before deciding how much to trust him. He'd noticed on the second day, the way she'd moved through the city on their first full morning there. Not the careful mapping of someone new to a place, but the muscle memory of someone returning to it. The way she'd known which alleys cut south without checking. The way the contact who'd arranged the counting house had greeted her with something more familiar than professional courtesy. He brought it up in the early morning of their third day, before the others were awake, over the remains of someone else's fire in the counting house kitchen. You lived here, he said. She didn't deny it. 6 years ago. 2 years of it. Before your family's current political position. Before my family's current political position. She turned her cup in her hands. I was 17. My father had decided I was an embarrassment to his ambitions and sent me here with a stipend that was intended to be just sufficient to make me uncomfortable. I built something with it instead. Wei Liang read her fate text out of habit. He didn't always announce when he was doing it, and she'd noticed but hadn't objected. Her text currently showed, Xin Yulan, faction leader candidate, secondary arc. The script wanted her to betray him. It was right there in the text, highlighted in the particular way that urgent narrative requirements were marked. Key scene, Xin Yulan, F. Returns to Xin family favor via cooperation against Wei Liang, 200. Estimated chapter, 26 to 30. He set his cup down. The script wants you to betray me, he said. Probably within the next 7 chapters. Your family is going to make an approach, and the script intends for you to take it. She was quiet for a moment, long enough that he thought she was going to refuse to engage with this. Then she said, My father has already made contact. A letter arrived yesterday through one of the information trader channels. He wants to meet. And I've been deciding whether to tell you. She looked at him directly, not the careful political look she used in most conversations, but something plainer. The script's intentions aside, what would you do if I did betray you? It was a genuine question. He thought about it genuinely. Survive it, he said. Read the damage. Work around it. Probably lose 3 to 4 weeks of work. He paused. I would be angry. I don't pretend I wouldn't be. But I wouldn't hold it against you permanently. The script's pressure is real and the offer from your family would presumably be real, and choosing survival isn't a moral failing. You'd still work with me after. If you were willing to, yes. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned back to her cup. I'm not taking the offer. I want you to know that not because I need your approval for it, but because I want the fact of it stated plainly between us, so there's no question later about what this is. What is it? An actual alliance, she said. Which means you stop managing the narrative around me and tell me what you see when you read my fate text. All of it. Wei Liang considered this. Telling people what the script intended for them created its own complications. People either became terrified and froze, or reckless and overcorrected, or refused to believe it, and then walked into exactly what he'd warned them about. But Xin Yulan had just chosen the alliance over her family's offer, which meant she was already operating outside the script's preferred channel. She could handle the text. He told her. All of it. The designation system, the scene nodes, the way deviations created pressure, the cost of breaking the script's intended events. He told her what her fate text said about the betrayal and what it had said when she'd chosen not to. He told her that the script had updated its notation after she'd sent the decline. Her text now read, Xin Yulan, status uncertain. Narrative compliance unknown. Monitor. Monitor, she repeated. That's actually better than having a clear designation. Much better. Undefined elements are harder to write scenes around. You've said that before. About Chao Jian too. It's a principle I'm developing. He finished his tea. The script builds scenes around known quantities. If you're unknown, it has to observe before it can act. That observing takes time, and time is resource. She was quiet, processing this with the precise attention she gave to anything that had tactical implications. Then, the information trader. Li Hua. She has records of every significant political arrangement made in Iron Bell for the past 11 years. If Haofun has been using economic leverage against people, and I believe he has, she'll have documentation. Can we get access? I'm meeting her tomorrow. We'll see what she values in trade. She stood, smoothing her outer robe with the efficiency of someone who wasted no motion. Wei Liang, when you read my fate text, do you see anything about how this ends? He checked. Her future beyond the next 30 chapters was blurry. The script wasn't projecting that far with confidence, which meant it genuinely didn't know how she'd behave. That was the answer, in its own way. No, he said. Which is the best news available? She accepted this with a small nod and went to find breakfast. Wei Liang stayed by the fire a moment longer and read the morning script text, looking for what the day intended. It intended him to be miserable and hungry and beginning to show signs of decline. He made himself a second cup of tea and began planning how to acquire access to Hao Fun's riverside warehouse before the script could set up its preferred scene. Chapter 24. The prince's tour. Crown Prince Fang Tianzi arrived in Iron Bell with 60 riders, for administrative officials, a taxation assessor, and the specific kind of carefully managed public accessibility that indicated he wanted to be seen managing things personally and competently. The city turned out in the moderate way that cities turned out for powerful visitors, respectfully, at a slight distance, with children in the front row because children photographed well in the narrative sense. Wei Liang read the prince's fate text from 3 streets over and felt the familiar sensation of seeing someone else's script in full clarity. Fang Tianzi was destined to be the stabilizing emperor of the next era. His entire arc, every arc he would ever have, for decades, was oriented toward that function. The script wanted him in Iron Bell right now because the instability radiating from Wei Liang's deviations was registering as a regional taxation and administrative irregularity, and a future emperor needed to demonstrate competent crisis management at a local level. The script intended Tianzi to identify Wei Liang as the source of disruption, neutralize or marginalize him publicly, and return to the capital with a success report. It had allocated a very clean scene for this. A public forum in 3 days where Fang Tianzi would hear administrative complaints. Wei Liang would be identified by someone. The script hadn't finalized who, which meant it was still casting the role, and the prince would have the pleasure of being seen handling a disruptive element with firm authority. Wei Liang found this annoying mostly because it underestimated the prince. He'd read Fang Tianzi's text carefully enough at Qing Mis to know that the script's designation and the man's actual character were not perfectly aligned. The script needed the prince to be an orderly, authority-oriented force. The prince was that, but he was also curious, more pragmatic than rigidly ideological, and had shown at the Qing Mis dinner that he was capable of genuine conversation rather than just positioning. The script used the parts of him that served its structure. It didn't account for the rest. Wei Liang spent the first 2 days of Tianzi's visit doing nothing that looked like doing something. He attended 3 public events the prince held, a trade forum, a military inspection, a civic reception, in the way that any interested private citizen might attend public events. He applauded at appropriate moments. He did not draw attention to himself. He documented. He was documenting the prince's retinue. Specifically, 4 of the 60 riders had arrived ahead of the main column and had visited locations that a simple taxation tour didn't require. The Eastern Quarter's largest warehouse, a minor banking house with no official government relationship. The archives records room, using the administrative officials' credentials rather than the archivists'. Wei Liang knew what advanced preparation for official corruption looked like because he'd grown up in an environment that had it as a background feature, and because the script's text for the retinue members showed their designated functions with embarrassing clarity. Financial extraction subplot, supporting character tier, intended to be exposed by protagonist, TBD, in Arc 2 resolution. The script was intending someone else to expose this. Wei Liang started building the file immediately. Song Pei proved invaluable in the archive component. His disgraced archivist credentials still opened doors that his accompanying shame closed in conversation, and he was capable of spending 14 hours in a records room and emerging with precisely indexed notes and no emotional damage beyond mild back pain. He found 3 years of irregular documentation surrounding import tariff assessments in which the prince's retinue members had, in a different administrative region, arranged significantly reduced official valuations in exchange for payments to a private account. It wasn't proof yet. It was the shape of proof. Wei Liang spent the evidence in his pocket and waited. He attended the public forum on the 3rd day. He sat near the back, between a fabric merchant with nothing to complain about and a city guard who'd come because he'd been told to and hadn't been told he could leave. He listened to 6 administrative complaints, 2 infrastructure requests, and 1 very confused petition from a man who had apparently been fighting a water rights dispute for longer than anyone present had been aware the dispute existed. The script was watching Wei Liang's text hard. He could feel it, the narrative pressure that indicated the script was actively processing his presence and trying to slot him into the designated exposure scene. It hadn't finalized its casting for his identifier. It was running scenarios. Wei Liang did not let himself be identified. He left before the final session and walked back to the counting house and told Xin Yulan that they had 7 days maximum before the prince's retinue completed its extraction activity and departed, taking the evidence opportunity with it. "What do you want to do with it?" she said. "Not use it against the prince directly. He's not the problem. His people are, and they're running this operation without his knowledge, which means he'd be grateful rather than hostile if we brought it to him carefully." He thought. But grateful is only useful if we're prepared to accept what he offers in return, and right now I don't know what he'd offer. So we build the file, she said. We build the file, and we wait until we know more about what we need. She accepted this with the patience of someone who had learned that Wei Liang's timelines were usually right, even when they felt slow. She poured tea. Outside, the city registered the presence of its powerful visitor and continued moving around it the way water moved around a stone. The script noted, in Wei Liang's margin, subject is not behaving as projected. Updating scenario models. A third eye-watering flash of narrative pressure arrived and subsided. He was still there. Still an unresolved variable. Still reading. Chapter 25. The warning in the record Song Pei found it on a Tuesday. He had been cross-referencing the Iron Bell Archive's historical records against a particular notation system he'd identified in 3 separate documents from different decades. A small symbol, always in the left margin, always accompanied by a faint variation in ink density that he'd initially attributed to differing archive conditions. He'd begun to suspect it was deliberate. He'd spent 4 days proving it. The symbol appeared in 47 records across 60 years. It appeared whenever a particular individual's fate had changed significantly from what the records around them suggested it should have been. Not always dramatically. Sometimes just a merchant who should have gone bankrupt and didn't, a cultivation student who should have advanced slowly and instead advanced in a burst, a political arrangement that should have collapsed and instead held for a decade. Song Pei cross-referenced the 47 instances against every other document he could access and found that in 32 of them, a particular name appeared in the associated records. Variance practitioner, terminated. The phrase was never elaborated. The date of termination always followed within 8 months of the last annotated record. He brought this to Wei Liang on Tuesday evening with the careful manner of someone delivering news that they suspected would be taken badly. Wei Liang read the compiled notes 3 times. Terminated, he said. Never specified how. The Ink Court uses the phrase for discontinued practitioners, expired licenses, retired cultivators. It's administrative language. Song Pei adjusted his document case. In this context, I believe it means something less administrative. There's a pattern in the survival periods, all between 6 months and 2 years of first manifestation. The longest recorded survival is 19 months. Song Pei found the relevant page and set it in front of Wei Liang. He reached edited passage rank. The records characterize this as the point at which correction became necessary. His last annotated record is 3 months before his termination date. In those 3 months, he appears to have been attempting something specific. The records aren't clear about what, because they were heavily redacted. But he recanted. The official record states that he recanted and spent his final 3 months in peaceful retirement, producing a manuscript that was never archived. Song Pei's voice was carefully neutral. I don't believe the official record. Wei Liang looked at the termination date. 19 months in, edited passage rank. Then, officially, a recantation and peaceful death. The manuscript that was never archived. He'd reached drafted verse rank at approximately 2 months in. If the pattern held, he had 17 months remaining before the script decided correction had become necessary, and that was only if he was moving at the same pace as the fastest prior variance user, which he might not be. The recantation was probably the script's preferred narrative, he said. Clean ending. The alternative was an uncorrected practitioner at edited passage, and apparently that wasn't acceptable. The symbol appears in his records at edited passage as well, Song Pei said quietly, which means the archivist using this notation was still tracking him after he supposedly recanted, which means the archivist either didn't believe the recantation or knew it wasn't real, or was watching to see if recantation actually stopped the variance from developing. Wei Liang stood, restless, and walked once around the room's perimeter. The manuscript. No record of where it went. None that I've found. I've been requesting access to the Ink Court Liaison's supplementary holdings, the material that's been transferred to central archive status rather than local. It would take 2 weeks to process the request properly, or we go around the request process. I was going to say, or I could invoke the scholar's provisional access clause, which is slightly more legitimate. Song Pei found another page. There's an interesting provision. An archivist conducting research into documented historical patterns of regional administrative deviation is entitled to provisional access to associated records. I am technically still credentialed. The key word is technically. Use it. Song Pei nodded, already writing the formal request with the efficient penmanship of someone who drafted a great many formal requests and knew precisely which phrases smoothed the path and which ones invited scrutiny. Wei Liang watched him and felt the script's text shift and rebalance around this new deviation. They were pulling at a thread the script hadn't expected them to find yet. The narrative pressure settled into his temples like bad weather. He tried to calculate what finding the manuscript would mean. If the prior variant's user had been working on something specific in those last 3 months, something worth redacting and then erasing from the official record, it was either something that had helped the script, in which case it had already been used and lost, or something that had threatened it. He hoped it was the second. The timeline, he said, 19 months maximum. Probably less if the script decides I'm more dangerous than the prior case. That's what the pattern suggests. Song Pei looked up from his writing. How far along are you? Wei Liang thought about the day in the Qing Mist ditch when the script had first resolved into readable text. The walk out of the sect gate with a manuscript of crossed-out death in his pocket. The weeks of navigation since, each deviation logged and priced. 2 months, he said. Song Pei was quiet. Then he set down his brush and looked at Wei Liang with the careful attention of someone recalibrating their available concern to meet the actual scale of the problem. Then we don't have 19 months, he said. We have 17. If we're lucky. If we're lucky. Song Pei picked up his brush again. I'll file the provisional access request before the archive closes. And Wei Liang, I want it noted, for the record of this conversation, that I've met 6 people in my professional life who I would classify as worth the trouble of worrying about. You are one of them. He returned to his careful writing. I intend to find that manuscript. Wei Liang said nothing for a moment. Then he said, Thank you. Don't thank me. Get some sleep. You look like someone who's been reading fate texts for 14 hours and using the headache as a productivity metric. He had been. He went asleep. The script's pressure eased slightly in the small hours of the morning, when his body's insistence on rest temporarily overrode his deviation count for the day. In the darkness behind his eyes, the text continued to scroll. Destinations, scene nodes, assigned roles, cautionary tales waiting to be rewritten. He was 2 months in. He had, if he was lucky, 17 remaining. He intended to make every one of them count. Chapter 26. The physician's past Mei Zhu had been in Iron Bell exactly 9 days when the man from her past found her. She was running a morning consultation in the back room of a tea house on Coppersmith Street. Not an official clinic, because she had no official registration in Iron Bell, but an informal arrangement with the tea house owner who had a persistent knee problem and insufficient resources for formal physicians, and who found that the arrangement of trading consultation space for reduced-rate treatment worked well for everyone. She'd seen 6 patients before he arrived. 4 of them were genuinely sick. 2 were lonely and needed someone to talk to more than they needed medicine. She'd treated all 6. He walked in with the face of a man who'd rehearsed an expression of triumph for so long that it had begun to slip around the edges. His name was Prefect Luoan, or had been. He'd held the Luo family's administrative position in the western provinces for 11 years before the political collapse that had taken the whole family down. Her family's political fall had dragged several allied households with it, and Luoan had been one of the casualties, losing both his prefect position and his daughter's contracted betrothal to a more secure house. He had, Wei Liang would later read in his fate text, been nursing this grievance for 3 years with the specific devotion of a man who'd found in it the one thing that gave his reduced circumstances meaning. Mei Zhu, he said, with the tone of someone arriving at the end of a long journey. She set down her measuring tools without rushing. She looked at him with the same clinical assessment she applied to everything. Pulse irregular, posture slightly off-center, pallor consistent with 2 days of poor sleep. He'd been traveling. He'd been looking for her specifically. Prefect Luo, she said. Former prefect. He moved into the room in a way that occupied space without filling it, the failed authority of someone who'd once had a right to rooms and retained the habit without the legitimacy. You know why I'm here. I have a reasonable guess. She turned toward her supply case and began organizing it with calm efficiency. Though I'd point out that if your purpose was to cause a scene, you've chosen a tea house where the owner's knee I repaired last week means he's somewhat loyal to me. And Coppersmith Street has 3 Scarlet Ledger members who patrol it daily because the moneylender on the corner pays for coverage. Creating a disturbance here would go badly for you. Luoan's prepared expression slipped further. He hadn't expected information. He'd expected fear. Your family owes mine, he said. 3 years of contracted betrothal income, forfeited when your mother's political connections collapsed. I've been told you're under the protection of someone named Wei Liang, who I'm also told is worth taking to the Qing Mist sect authorities for the bounty on his expulsion warrant. That's a lot of information from unreliable sources, she said. Also, you've described 2 separate grievances to 2 separate parties and assumed they resolve together, which is typically how these things go wrong. What you want, said Wei Liang from the doorway, is to have the outcome of a situation that happened 3 years ago adjusted in your favor by applying pressure to someone who had nothing to do with the political decision that affected you. Luoan turned. Wei Liang leaned against the doorframe with the specific quality of relaxation that meant he'd had a moment to assess the room before entering it. "You're him," Luowen said. "I am. And you're a former prefect with a legitimate grievance that was misrouted to the wrong target." Wei Liang looked at him with something that wasn't quite sympathy, but was in the same neighborhood. The Mei family's political fall was caused by Administrative Order 47C, which was driven by Censor Huang's faction in response to a tax arrangement dispute. If you want to recover your losses, the correct legal venue is the Appellate Administrative Tribunal in the capital, where Order 47C is currently under review as part of a broader audit of Censor Huang's tenure. Luowen stared at him. "The review was filed 6 months ago," Wei Liang continued. "If the order is overturned, contracted betrothal arrangements broken under its authority become eligible for standard compensation. The filing deadline for affected parties is the 2nd month of next year. I can provide the case reference number if it would help." Silence. "I don't. How do you know this?" Luowen said. "Song Pei found it in the regional administrative records." Wei Liang produced a folded paper from his sleeve and held it out. "The case reference, the appellate office's address, and the name of the clerk managing affected party submissions. Her name is Magistrate Shenru. I'm told she responds well to formal requests and poorly to anyone who arrives with a grievance, but without documentation." Luowen took the paper. He looked at it. The rehearsed triumph was gone entirely now, replaced by the slightly disoriented quality of someone whose long-prepared scene had gone somewhere else without consulting him. "Why are you doing this?" he said. "Because Mei Zhu's continued availability as a physician is useful to me, and having her harassed by someone with a legitimate grievance that has a legitimate remedy is an inefficient use of everyone's time." Wei Liang's voice was perfectly pleasant. "Also because the case is real, and you probably deserve the compensation. Both things can be true." Luowen left with his paper. He didn't look back. Mei Zhu was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Song Pei found that. Song Pei finds things. It's his essential nature. But you had it prepared." She turned back to her supply case. "You knew he'd come, or someone like him would come. That paper has been in your sleeve for at least 2 days." She paused. "I know because you reached into the left sleeve, and you only use the left sleeve for things you need to be able to produce quickly." Wei Liang looked at her with what might have been mild surprise. "You noticed that? I'm a physician. I watch how people's bodies behave." She closed the supply case. "How bad was the pressure?" He hadn't mentioned the pressure. He never mentioned the pressure in public. "Moderate. 5 out of 10. Worse than moderate. Your left hand went to your temple and back twice while you were talking to him. That's your tell at 7. She took his wrist without asking. His pulse was running higher than it should have been. "Sit down. I need 4 hours of real rest from you, minimum. I mean actual rest. Not lying down while reviewing fate texts in your head." "There are 3 things I need to, for hours," she said. "Or I start documenting what happens to you when you ignore medical advice, and I send the documentation to Shen Yulan." Wei Liang sat down. Mei Zhu began writing in her journal, the careful, systematic record of his backlash patterns that she'd been building since the 2nd week at Qing Mist. She noted the tell, the timing, the relationship between the number of simultaneous deviations and the speed of onset. She noted that prepared materials, the paper in his sleeve, reduced the active deviation cost, but did not eliminate it, suggesting that it was the active decision under narrative pressure, not the complexity of the response, that drove the physical toll. Outside, Coppersmith Street resumed its ordinary noise. Wei Liang sat with his eyes closed and practiced, with imperfect success, not thinking about the 17 months. Chapter 27. The real story. He told her the truth that evening. He'd been deciding whether to for 3 days, running the calculation, weighing the risk that she'd find it too much and decide proximity to him was a medical hazard, against the risk that she'd continue treating symptoms without understanding causes and eventually hit the wrong intervention. The second risk was larger. She was going to escalate her treatment at some point, and if she escalated based on incomplete information, she might inadvertently make the deviations harder to sustain. He found her in the counting house's back courtyard, which had a small garden that the original owners had maintained with the sort of hopeful care that made plants grow better than the soil warranted. She was sitting on the stone lip of a dormant water feature, writing up the day's consultations in her journal. "I need to correct something I told you," he said. She looked up. "When I said I had a cultivation mutation that let me predict patterns, that's technically accurate, but it's missing most of the actual picture." He sat on the bench near the dormant fountain. "I can read fate texts. The script, what I've been calling the script, is a narrative structure that overlays the world and assigns roles and outcomes to people and events. I can see it directly. I can also deviate from it, which is what causes the pressure and the backlash." She held her brush without moving it for a moment. Then she set it down. "Show me," she said. He showed her. He described her own fate text, carefully, skipping the parts that were either too personal or too alarming, and gave her enough detail that she could verify it against things she already knew. Her designated role in luo and scene, bystander, then victim, then motivation for someone else, what the script had intended when he'd intervened, confusion, recalculation, how her text had changed afterward, status, undefined, narrative function, unclear. He described the system's structure as completely as he understood it. The way scene nodes worked, the way designated roles created behavioral pressure, the way deviations rippled outward. When he finished, she was quiet for long enough that he began to wonder if he'd miscalculated. Then she picked up her brush and said, "The backlash. When it manifests as sensory distortion, do you have any pattern in which senses are affected, and in what order?" He blinked. "Start with the most recent episode," she said. "What went first?" "Visual. Then auditory, specifically high-frequency sounds went first, lower-frequency sounds lasted longer. Proprioception was the last to be affected and the first to recover." She was writing. "Temperature sensitivity? Reduced. I touch things and can tell they're different temperatures, but can't accurately gauge how much. And the white hair, does it come in streaks from a particular point on the scalp, or distributed?" He thought about this seriously for the first time, rather than simply noting it as a marker. Temple adjacent on the left, first. Then the crown. The streak from the initial blank page awakening is still the largest. She wrote. "And the pressure itself, you describe it as directional. From the temple region toward the decision-making center of the brain." "Yes. It correlates with the severity of the deviation. Larger deviations, more pressure, more specifically centered on whatever cognitive function is generating the decision. So the script is applying targeted interference to decision-making specifically." She didn't say this like a question, which makes sense as a corrective mechanism. If you can't make the decision, you can't deviate. The sensory disruption afterward is secondary. That's the aftermath of the interference, not the interference itself. Wei Liang looked at her. "The treatment regimen I've been prescribing is addressing the aftermath," she said. "I might be able to do something more useful now that I understand the primary mechanism." She looked up from her notes. "I'm going to need to observe several episodes in real time to calibrate properly. I understand this isn't ideal." "You're not. You're taking this. You've described a real physical phenomenon with consistent symptoms, patterns, and measurable effects." She returned to her notes. "That's a medical problem. Medical problems have documentation, analysis, and intervention. Whether the cause is a cultivation mutation or a cosmic narrative structure is not strictly relevant to the treatment approach." A pause. "It's extremely relevant to everything else, but that's your domain." He thought about the archivist's timeline. 19 months maximum. The rate of backlash increasing with rank. "I should tell you something else," he said. "The prior variance user, the one Song Pei found records of, survived 19 months after manifestation. I'm at 2 months." She set down her brush again. "Song Pei is trying to find the manuscript he left," Wei Liang continued. "It may have information about how to extend the timeline or improve the odds, but I want you to know the constraint you're working inside." She was quiet. 17 months, he said. "Maybe less. Then I'd better not waste any of them on incomplete information." She reopened her journal to a new page, wrote a date and a heading, script variance, observed case, in her careful physician's hand, and began at the beginning. "Start from manifestation. Tell me everything you've noticed about the progression. We'll work backward from there." He told her. All of it. Qing mist sect, the ditch, the first moment the script had resolved into readable text. The color of the text as it appeared. He'd never tried to describe it before, and the act of describing it turned out to be useful in ways he hadn't anticipated, forcing precision on perceptions he'd been treating as self-evident. She asked questions he hadn't thought to ask himself. She built a framework that organized his fragmented observations into something that looked, from the outside, like a clinical record. When they finished, 2 hours had passed, and he felt, unexpectedly, less alone with the problem than he had since Qing missed. He didn't say this. He didn't have to. She looked at him with the direct attention of a physician who'd made a diagnosis and said, "Get sleep. I'll work on the primary mechanism tonight. We'll review in the morning." He got sleep. Chapter 28. Dinner with the Prince Fong Tian's invitation arrived on the 5th day of his Iron Bell visit, delivered by a personal aide who had been very carefully instructed not to know what was in it. The envelope was sealed with the prince's personal stamp rather than the administrative one, which meant it was not official and therefore not subject to the kind of record-keeping that would create problems for either party. The invitation read, in the prince's slightly compressed handwriting, "I know you're in the city. I know what you're doing. Have dinner with me. There's no scene written for it. Ft. Wei Liang read this 3 times. He read the prince's fate text again. He read the room around him. He accepted. The dinner was in a private room at the best an Iron Bell had, which was better than he'd expected from a trade city, and suggested the prince had sent an advance team with specific quality requirements. The room had been checked for listening formations. He could see the disruption patterns where the countermeasures had been placed. Fang Tianzi was already present when Wei Liang arrived, sitting with his outer robe loosened and a wine cup in hand in the way that powerful people sat when they were deliberately communicating informality. No retinue, the prince said. No administrative officials. My personal guard is outside and has been told to note that this meeting didn't happen. He indicated the other seat. Sit down, Wei Liang. Wei Liang sat. He read the room's script pressure, very low. The prince had been right. There was no scene arranged for this. The script hadn't anticipated it. This was a deviation from Fang Tianzi's designated path, not from Wei Liang's, which meant the pressure was affecting the prince, and the prince either didn't feel it or had decided to ignore it. How do you not feel the pressure? Wei Liang asked. What pressure? The narrative pressure. When you deviate from your designated role, it manifests as the sense that I'm moving against something, Fang Tianzi said, with the tone of someone who'd noticed this for years but never had language for it. Yes, I felt it since I was 15. I thought it was the natural resistance that comes with doing things that matter. That's one interpretation. And yours? Mine is that the world has structural assignments for everyone, and moving against them creates friction. Wei Liang accepted a cup of wine that he had no intention of drinking, because the script had intended poisoning for any private dinner he shared with Fang Tianzi, and he'd addressed this by arranging through Tai Ro's contacts to have a specific wine from a specific lot delivered to the inn, whose provenance he knew and whose supply chain hadn't been close to the prince's retinue. Your assignment is very clear in the structure I can see. You're supposed to be the stabilizing emperor of the next era. Fang Tianzi looked at him with the focused attention of someone hearing their diagnosis for the first time. And the invitation to dinner? Wei Liang continued. Was not in my designation. A small pause. Obviously, you felt the pressure when you wrote it. I felt the pressure when I decided to write it. I wrote it anyway. The prince set down his cup. I've spent 15 years feeling that pressure and moving against it selectively. There are things my designation requires that I'm willing to do. I want to be the kind of ruler my designation describes, for the most part. The structure has me pointed at something I believe in. He looked at Wei Liang directly. But the designation also has me neutralizing you. And I'm not certain the designation has fully considered what neutralizing you would cost. Wei Liang found this interesting. What do you think it would cost? I've been watching you since Qing Mist. You don't deviate from your path randomly. You deviate precisely. You break specific scenes and replace them with outcomes that are not better, necessarily, but freer. The people you interact with become less predictable. The prince turned his cup slowly. My designation assumes I'll be managing a world of predictable people. I'm beginning to wonder if I'd be better at it in a world of free ones. Wei Liang looked at him. This was not a line the script had written. The pressure on his own text, the narrative pressure that accompanied unexpected developments, was perfectly absent. The script hadn't anticipated this argument. It hadn't given Fang Tianzi this perspective as part of a manipulation. The prince had arrived at it himself, and the fact that it aligned with Wei Liang's interests was not the script's doing. You're arguing for your own deviation, Wei Liang said. I'm questioning whether my designation has fully considered what I'm capable of. Tianzi reached for the wine. If the structure assigns me as a stabilizing emperor, perhaps I can stabilize more effectively if the people I'm stabilizing have some say in their own outcomes. They ate. The conversation moved across governance theory, the mechanics of how narrative pressure affected large-scale administrative decisions, the question of whether the script's long-term architecture was stable or whether the increasing accumulation of small deviations would eventually require a systemic correction. Wei Liang talked more than he usually did. The prince asked better questions than most people he'd spoken with about this. When the meal ended, Fang Tianzi said, I'm not going to neutralize you. I want that stated plainly. Your designation requires it. My designation is a starting point. He stood, refastening his outer robe with the efficient motions of someone returning to their official role. You're going to reach a point where you need cover from institutional authority. When you do, I want you to think of this dinner. Wei Liang thought about the 17 months, about what reaching edited passage rank would require, and what the script would do about it. I'll remember, he said. He walked back to the counting house through streets that were quieter than their daytime selves, reading the script's annotations as he went. His own text, checked quickly, showed one update. Fang Tianzi, classification revised. No longer categorized as antagonist subplot support. Current designation, active variable. The script hadn't seen this coming. Good. Chapter 29. The three-faction deal. The negotiation took 11 days and nearly killed the alliance twice. Shen Yulan ran it with the specific patience of someone who'd learned in Iron Bell the first time that underground factions were like badly loaded cargo ships. They held together under ordinary conditions, but any significant stress revealed exactly where the structural problems were and which repairs had been deferred for too long. Lihua's information traders wanted exclusivity protections. The Fun smuggling operation, specifically the younger daughter, a woman of 22 named Fan Rui, who conducted business with the directness of someone who'd been underestimated long enough to stop compensating for it, wanted guaranteed routes that didn't cross information trader territory. Iron Meridian School's acting head, an older cultivator named Master Cheng, who'd kept the school running after Master Luo's death through sheer institutional stubbornness, wanted recognition without ink cord entanglement. Wei Liang read the negotiation script text on the first day and found what he expected: 5 designated breakdown points, each keyed to a specific personality conflict that the script had mapped between the 3 parties. It planned to use the negotiation as a scene-setting mechanism, establishing Iron Bell's underground as fractured and therefore unable to resist Hao Fan's eventual economic squeeze, which would drive Wei Liang toward desperate action, which would drive the cautionary tale function forward. He gave Shen Yulan the location of all 5 breakdown points on day 2. She looked at the list and then looked at him with the expression of someone receiving an extremely useful tool and assessing it for hidden complications. "You're sure about these?" she said. "They're the script's preferred breakdowns. They correspond to real frictions. I'm not saying those frictions don't exist. I'm saying the script intends to use them. If you can route around them, the negotiation succeeds on its own merits. And if the real frictions are actually too large to route around, then they're too large. But find out for yourself. Don't let the script make the decision for you." She found out. Breakdown point 1 was supposed to occur when Li Hua's exclusivity demand was presented as non-negotiable, and Fan Rui responded with the information that she'd already been operating in 3 territories Li Hua considered protected. Shen Yulan preempted this by having a private meeting with Li Hua first, establishing the size of the actual territory overlap and negotiating a territorial definition that gave Li Hua what she needed, defined boundaries she could enforce, while giving Fan Rui what she needed, operational flexibility outside those boundaries. By the time the joint meeting reached the exclusivity discussion, both parties already knew what the other considered non-negotiable, and the conversation was about terms, not about whether to continue. Breakdown points 2 and 3 both involved Master Cheng's deep suspicion of anyone with more resources than he had. Shen Yulan handled this by arranging for Master Cheng to meet Song Pei, who had even fewer resources than the school and considerably more academic prestige, and by the end of the afternoon Master Cheng had given Song Pei access to the school's private archive in exchange for academic credentialing that the school badly needed. Breakdown points 4 and 5 were both keyed to the question of who the 3-faction structure ultimately answered to. This was the real structural problem, and Shen Yulan handled it by making herself the honest answer, not a faction leader in her own right, but a facilitator whose value was the existence of the structure itself. If she was gone, the structure was gone. If the structure was valuable, and she made sure each party understood why it was valuable to them specifically, then her continued presence was in everyone's interest. It was, Wei Liang thought, one of the cleanest political constructions he'd seen. "You've done this before," he said, on day 9, when the 3rd faction-specific sub-agreement had been drafted and was being reviewed by all parties. "I had 2 years in this city," she said. "The first 6 months were very educational. You built something here the first time, didn't you? A smaller version, less formalized." She looked at the drafted agreement. "My father sent me here to fail quietly. I built something instead and then had to dismantle it when I went back, because my family's politics didn't have room for me having independent resources. That's not happening again. Because you're not going back. Because I'm not going back." She signed the draft with her faction facilitator seal, not her family name. She'd been specific about that, and passed it to the courier. "Wei Liang, when this is over and we're no longer operating out of a counting house in a trade city, what do you actually want?" He thought about the blank space where the script had once written his death. "To exist in a way I chose," he said. "Specifically." She nodded, as if this was a complete answer. "Then let's make sure you have long enough to figure out what that looks like." On day 11, the 3-faction structure formalized. Li Hua shook hands with Fan Rui with the careful precision of 2 people who had decided that professional respect was more useful than liking each other. Master Cheng produced a calligraphic copy of the agreement that was technically a masterpiece and practically a contract. Shen Yulan served tea. Wei Liang advanced to edited passage. The advancement happened quietly. In the early morning of the final negotiation day, without a dramatic breakthrough or combat achievement, he'd been spending variance points steadily for 2 weeks, small deviations, careful management, each one a thread pulled from the script's fabric. At some point in the small hours, the accumulated pressure crossed a threshold, and the text he could read shifted in depth and resolution. He sat up in bed and read his own cultivation text for the first time since awakening. Edited passage rank. New capability. He could edit dialogue before it was spoken, read the intended words, delete them, offer replacement text that the speaker would feel as their own natural choice. The ability required physical proximity and brief focus. It could not be used to force speech against someone's will, only to offer an alternative. If the alternative felt true to them, they'd say it. If it didn't, they'd reject it without knowing they'd been offered anything. He tested it carefully, alone in the dark, and felt the script register the advancement with the specific quality of narrative pressure that meant recalculating. He had 17 months, maybe. He was now at edited passage. The script's prior variance user, the one Song Pei had found, had reached this rank and been corrected 3 months later. Wei Liang closed his eyes and listened to the city wake up around him and thought about what he needed to do differently. Chapter 30. The reluctant mentor Chao Jian found him on a Thursday. He'd been inevitable. Wei Liang had known it since the registration building, since the unsigned letter, since the moment Chao Jian had looked around the steps looking for the person who hadn't been there. The script had designated Wei Liang as mentor figure, which he'd been actively avoiding, because mentor figures in cultivation narratives had a designated arc that usually ended with them either dead or retired into irrelevance. He had no interest in either. But Chao Jian was stubborn in the specific way that young people were stubborn when they decided that someone was important to them, and were not going to update this belief based on available evidence. He appeared at the Amber counting house at 7 in the morning, knocked with polite insistence, and when Tyro opened the door and looked at him with the professional assessment of someone cataloging potential threats, said, "I'm looking for the person who coached me through the Iron Meridian entrance trial." Tyro looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked over his shoulder at Wei Liang, who had heard the knock and come to the end of the corridor. "Do you want me to tell him you're not here?" Tyro said. "He already knows I'm here," Wei Liang said. "He's script designated as observant." Chao Jian heard this and said, from the doorway, "I don't know what that means, but I knew you'd be here because the tea house on Coppersmith Street said a group matching your description was using the counting house as a base, and you're not very hard to find if you're looking for someone who upsets narratives." Wei Liang was briefly impressed. He opened the door properly and let Chao Jian in. He was, seen close and not from across a registration building street, 18 years old, and had the look of someone who'd been told his whole life that he was going to be ordinary and was still deciding whether to believe it. His cultivation was, Wei Liang checked, genuinely interesting. The script had designated him as a replacement protagonist, but his actual technique was not the generic chosen hero progression. He'd been developing something that looked more like an analytical integration style, accumulating cultivation energy through observation and pattern recognition rather than combat. It was, structurally, more similar to script variants than anything else Wei Liang had encountered in another cultivator. "You coached me through my entrance trial," Chao Jian said. "I want to know why." "Because the script intended you to fail it, and that seemed unnecessary." Chao Jian looked at him steadily. "The script. The narrative structure that assigns everyone their roles and expected outcomes. You're designated as a protagonist. I'm designated as a villain. The intended relationship between us involves me being a cautionary tale that motivates your development." Wei Liang poured tea. He'd been making tea before the knock, and he saw no reason to stop, and set a cup in front of Chao Jian. "I'm declining that role. Because you don't want to be a cautionary tale. Because the role requires me to fail, and I prefer not to fail." He looked at Chao Jian. "You're developing a cultivation technique that involves pattern recognition as its primary advancement mechanism." A pause. "How do you know that?" "I told you. I read designations. Your technique's designation is unusual. It doesn't quite fit the standard categories." Wei Liang sat back. "I'm not going to be your mentor. The mentor role has a designated arc that ends with my irrelevance. But I'm willing to discuss cultivation theory as a peer exchange, in which we share information of mutual use. You get technical input. I get data on a cultivation approach I haven't seen before." Chao Jian looked at him for a long moment with the assessing quality of someone who'd been told something that sounded like a good deal and was deciding whether it actually was. "What kind of data?" he said. "Tell me how your pattern recognition advancement works. Not the theory, the practical execution. What do you observe? How long? What changes when the advancement comes through?" Chao Jian told him. He was surprisingly precise about it. He'd been keeping notes himself, in the absence of a master who could explain his own technique's development. He described the observation component, sustained attention to an event's causal structure, not its surface details, the absorption component, a kind of deliberate cognitive surrender where he stopped predicting and started receiving, and the advancement response, a rapid integration event that usually happened in sleep, where accumulated observations crystallized into capability. Wei Liang listened. That's not what cultivation techniques usually do, he said when Qiao Jian finished. I know. My test score said I'd be a moderate practitioner at best. The examiners noted my technique was irregular and recommended supplementary training in standard advancement methods. He looked at his hands. I haven't been doing the supplementary training. Don't. Wei Liang thought about his own advancement. The way script variance grew through deviation rather than training, through action rather than preparation. Your technique advances through genuine observation. Supplementary training teaches you to observe what you expect to see. Those are different things. He'd been going to say more, but the pressure behind his eyes arrived with the specific directional quality that meant the script was registering this conversation as a significant deviation. He felt the familiar sharp weight and methodically did not reach for his temple. You're in pain, Qiao Jian said. Headache. Ignore it. You were going to tell me something. I was going to tell you not to let anyone standardize your technique. The irregular ones are usually the ones that develop into something real. He stood, using the motion to mask how quickly he wanted to sit back down. Come back tomorrow. We'll talk about what standard cultivation training gets wrong in the first 6 months, which will probably help you more than what it gets right. Qiao Jian stood, cup empty. At the door he paused. The unsigned letter. From someone who knew exactly how entrance trials failed. That was you. It was. Why unsigned? Wei Liang looked at him. The script's text for Qiao Jian had shifted again. The momentum of the conversation had moved it, nudged it slightly off the designated protagonist track towards something less prescribed. The replacement protagonist notation was less emphatic. Below it, new text was generating. Cultivation style, classification pending. Novel variant. The script didn't know what to do with Qiao Jian either. Because I needed you to get the advice, Wei Liang said, without needing you to owe me for it. Those are different things too. Qiao Jian left. Wei Liang sat down heavily and spent the next 3 hours in the quiet recovery that Mei Zhu had prescribed for deviation events above 5, and thought about cultivation techniques that grew through observation rather than effort, and about all the different ways that the script failed to account for people who didn't develop according to its expectations. Chapter 31. The merchant lords Move Halfan made his move in the second month of their time in Iron Bell, which was 3 weeks earlier than the script had originally designated. Wei Liang read this as a sign that the script was compensating, aware that its original timeline was already compromised by the three-faction alliance and adjusting its pieces accordingly. Halfan himself was a man of 50 with the build of someone who'd been physically formidable in his youth and had spent the intervening years converting muscle to authority. He controlled Iron Bell's grain and dried goods imports through 4 trading houses that were technically independent and practically his, and he maintained this control with the relaxed certainty of someone who'd never had to explain it to anyone who mattered. His designated role in the script was antagonist, economic type, a function intended to demonstrate the dangers of unchecked commercial power and to apply pressure that motivated the protagonist toward decisive action. In this case, the protagonist was supposed to be Qiao Jian, who had a designated arc involving his merchant family background and Halfan's control of the same supply chains. Wei Liang had watched Halfan's operations for 2 weeks before the move came, reading the intended scene structure and identifying where the script's preferred setup required specific conditions to hold. The move was an announcement. Halfan's 4 trading houses were implementing a unified pricing structure that would, effective the first of the following month, consolidate import rates at a level 20% above current market. The announcement was delivered through the city's commercial registry with perfect legal form, which meant challenging it directly required expensive and time-consuming legal procedures that none of Iron Bell's smaller operators could afford. It was designed to be unanswerable on its own terms. Wei Liang had anticipated it by 3 weeks and had spent those weeks doing something different. Songpei's archive access had yielded, among other things, the complete trade route records for every major merchant operation in the surrounding region. Wei Liang had cross-referenced this with a list of independent depot operators, facilities that stored goods in transit between production regions and trade cities, and identified 14 that were currently operating at below capacity and were therefore theoretically open to favorable rate agreements. He'd routed the initial outreach through Songpei's academic connections and Li Hua's information trading network, presenting the arrangement as a commercial research initiative that needed storage verification. 8 of the 14 had responded. 6 had agreed to terms. By the time Hao Fun's pricing announcement hit the commercial registry, Wei Liang had supply chain agreements in place that gave Shun Yulan's three-faction alliance access to goods at rates below Hao Fun's new structure, routing through depots he didn't control. It wasn't a complete alternative. There were commodity categories where Hao Fun's trading houses had exclusive relationships that would take months to work around. But for the core categories that Iron Meridian School and Fun Rue's smuggling operation needed immediately, the alternative chain held. He presented this to Shun Yulan, Song Pei, Tai Rou, and Mei Zhu at their morning review. You built a supply chain in 3 weeks, Shun Yulan said. Song Pei built a supply chain. I found the pieces. Same thing. She was reviewing the depot agreements with the focused attention of someone assessing structural load. This gives us 3 months of commodity security before the exclusive category problem becomes critical. Can we resolve the exclusives in 3 months? If the information Li Hua is developing on Hao Fun's trading house structure is as useful as she indicates, possibly. Wei Liang looked at the wall where Song Pei had mapped the supply chain in his careful archival hand. The exclusives aren't contractual in the traditional sense, they're relationship-based. The depot operators give Hao Fun preferred access because he's been reliable for 20 years. If his reliability looks less certain, those relationships become negotiable. You're going to make his reliability look uncertain, Tai Rou said. This was not a question. His trading houses have been running a tariff adjustment scheme for 11 years. Song Pei found the records in the first week. The scheme isn't illegal under current commercial law, but it's structured in a way that looks very bad when presented as a narrative. Wei Liang thought about the documentation they'd been building. I don't want to release it yet. I want to hold it until releasing it serves a specific purpose beyond just damaging Hao Fun. Leverage, Shun Yulan said. Contingency, he corrected. Leverage implies I intend to threaten him with it. I intend to use it when the timing makes its impact largest. Song Pei, who had been quiet, looked up from his map notes. The 3-month window assumes no additional disruptions from Hao Fun's side. But the script structure suggests he has a secondary move planned. Something that doesn't work through the commercial registry. The Scarlet Ledger warrants, Tai Rou said. He'd been expecting this. He's going to activate them. He's paying enough of the local chapter's operating expenses that he can call that as a service. When? Depends on when he realizes the supply chain alternative exists. Tai Rou's expression was the calm of someone doing professional arithmetic. If he finds out tomorrow, the warrants are active within a week. If he finds out in a month later, then we need to control when he finds out, Wei Liang said. Li Hua handles information flow in this city. Does she know about the supply chain? I told her this morning, Shun Yulan said. She knows it exists. She doesn't know the details. Tell her the details. And tell her that we'd prefer Hao Fun learns about it gradually, over the course of a month, rather than all at once. He looked at the supply chain map. If he's uncertain of the scope of what we've built, he'll be uncertain of how to respond. Uncertainty is time. Shun Yulan nodded and went to find Li Hua. The script's text updated as the plan was discussed. He could see it recalculating, looking for the scene it wanted to run and finding that the setup conditions kept shifting. Hao Fun remained the designated antagonist, but the script's intended scene structure, desperate conflict, economic collapse, protagonist motivation, was losing its setup conditions one by one. The pressure arrived steadily over the course of the meeting, low-grade and persistent, a 5 out of 10 that wouldn't resolve. He breathed through it and took notes and didn't reach for his temple. And when Mei Zhu gave him the brief diagnostic look she'd begun doing at the end of every group meeting, he held up 5 fingers. She nodded and went back to her own notes. 5 was within managed parameters. Chapter 32. The Scarlet Ledger. Tai Rou's name within the Scarlet Ledger was technically still active. This was a procedural artifact of how the organization processed resignations. Formally, they didn't have a resignation process. You either continued working or you stopped working, and if you stopped working for long enough without an official completion or death record, you were classified as inactive reserve. Inactive reserve members retained certain privileges, including access to internal communication channels and the right to resolve outstanding debt obligations through work rather than coin. Tai Rou had 4 outstanding debt obligations with Iron Bell's local chapter, accumulated from jobs where he'd provided services and then been insufficiently paid due to various disputes about what successfully completed meant in contexts where the target had technically escaped, but had escaped in a direction that achieved the client's practical objective anyway. He had, over the subsequent years, periodically considered resolving these obligations and periodically decided that the Scarlet Ledger was not an organization he wanted to voluntarily extend his relationship with. He reconsidered this when Hao Fun activated the warrants. The activation itself was quieter than expected, A notice to local chapter members that 3 named targets were sought for apprehension under existing Qing Mist sect authority, with a commercial enhancement fee attached that raised the total reward to a level that would get the chapter's attention without making the targets interesting enough to attract external specialists. Wei Liang, Shen Yulan, and Song Pei were named. Tai Rou and Mei Zhu were not, apparently on the logic that they were secondary figures. Wei Liang read this and thought the logic was wrong in interesting ways. Tai Rou went to the Scarlet Ledger's local chapter house on a Tuesday morning and asked for the chapter head by his old working name. The chapter head was a woman named Guan Pei, 42, who'd been running the Iron Bell chapter for 7 years and had, according to Tai Rou, a professional respect for competence that overrode most other considerations. He'd worked with her on 6 jobs over a period of 3 years. She'd shorted him on payment twice and paid fairly 4 times, which was a better average than most chapter heads he'd encountered. He presented himself as an inactive reserve member with outstanding debt obligations, proposed to resolve all 4 obligations through a single service, and described the service as intelligence about the 3 named targets' movements and intentions, sufficient to allow the chapter to assess whether active pursuit was commercially viable. Guan Pei listened with the specific quality of attention that indicated she was not going to respond to anything that hadn't finished being said. The commercial enhancement fee from Hao Fun is real, Tai Rou said, but it doesn't account for the fact that 2 of the 3 targets are directly connected to Fong Tianzi's administrative office, which is currently in the city and has not formally concluded its visit. He set 3 folded documents on the table. These are correspondence records between the prince's administrative staff and Shen Yulan's faction, establishing her as a regional coordination consultant for the taxation tour. Apprehending a named consultant while the prince is in residence creates complications. Guan Pei unfolded one of the documents. Read it. Set it down. The warrant predates the consultation, she said. The warrant predates the consultation being documented, Tai Rou said. The consultation itself was established verbally first. The documentation is recent, but accurate. This was technically true. Wei Liang had established the consultation verbally with Fong Tianzi during their dinner and had then had Song Pei document it through the prince's administrative channel the following morning. The documentation was entirely legitimate. It was also extremely recent, generated specifically because Wei Liang had read the Scarlet Ledger warrant activation in the script text and had spent the 3 days before it materialized ensuring that the documentation existed. What's your interest in this? Guan Pei said. Outstanding debt resolution, Tai Rou said. My 4 obligations total approximately the worth of 5 standard jobs. This is worth at minimum 2. The remaining 3 I'll resolve through standard availability over the next year. He paused. I'd also like it noted that I'm the secondary source of the intelligence these 3 provide. I'm not asking you to abandon the warrants. I'm asking you to hold them in inactive status while the prince's visit concludes, at which point the commercial situation will be clearer. Guan Pei was quiet for a long moment. Hao Fun's enhancement fee, she said finally, is attractive. His operating history with this chapter is not. He's shorted us twice in the past 6 years, and both times required legal threat to resolve. I know. 2 debt equivalents against a possibly problematic client with a history of non-payment. She folded the documents. I'll hold the warrants in inactive status for 30 days. If the prince's visit concludes and Hao Fun can demonstrate that the commercial consultation designation was retroactive manipulation, we review. You'll owe me the remaining 3 obligations in cash rather than work. Tai Rou agreed and left. He reported the outcome to Wei Liang with the efficiency of someone who'd concluded a business transaction and wanted it noted in the ledger. 30 days, Wei Liang said. 30 days and 3 obligation payments in cash. Tai Rou didn't look apologetic. I had to commit to something. She wasn't going to move without a cost to me. No, that's correct. Wei Liang calculated. 30 days was more than enough time to deal with Hao Fun on terms that would make the warrants commercially unattractive regardless. How much for the 3 obligation payments? More than we currently have. We'll have it. Wei Liang looked at the supply chain map again. Li Hua's next report on Hao Fun's trading house structure is scheduled for the end of the week. If it contains what I think it contains, we'll have considerably more than we currently have within the following 2 weeks. Tai Rou settled back in his chair with the expression of someone filing this under operational trust and moving on. I'll tell Guan Pei payment timeline is 3 weeks. Tell her it's 2. I don't want her waiting. The script's text registered the negotiation as a deviation of moderate severity. It had intended the Scarlet Ledger to be actively pursuing, creating pressure that scattered the group and drove the cautionary tale arc forward. The 30-day hold removed that pressure channel. Wei Liang felt the familiar directional headache arrive and managed it with the breathing Mei Zhu had taught him. Managed. Not eliminated, but managed. Chapter 33. The informant Xin Yulan knew before Wei Liang did. He was the one who read fate texts, but she was the one who understood people, and people's texts and people's behavior were not always the same document. She'd noticed the informant 2 weeks in, not from anything dramatic, but from a pattern of small misalignments. The wrong hesitation when a meeting time was given. The eyes that moved toward exits before exits were relevant. The occasional checked message sent from a public communication point rather than the faction's internal channels. She told Wei Liang on day 16 that she suspected someone in the mid-level of the 3-faction structure was providing information to an outside party. She'd given him the short list of suspects and asked him to read their texts. He'd confirmed it. A supply coordinator from Li Hua's information trader network, a man named Bao Wei who was script designated as minor informant function. Specifically, he'd been placed in the network 2 months before the 3-faction alliance formed, when Hao Fun had been planning ahead. His text showed the intended scene. Bao Wei reports Xin Yulan's schedule to Hao Fun's agents. Xin Yulan is arrested at a faction meeting. The alliance fractures. Wei Liang and Xin Yulan had sat with this knowledge for 4 days before acting on it. The waiting was deliberate. Bao Wei's information to Hao Fun was real, but incomplete. He knew meeting schedules, but the schedules he'd been given were one step removed from the actual schedules, routed through a coordination layer that Xin Yulan had established precisely because she didn't fully trust anyone in the mid-level structures yet. The information Bao Wei was passing was accurate in its details and wrong in its implications. The meetings he knew about were real meetings that happened at the stated times, but they were not the meetings where anything important was decided. He was, without knowing it, feeding Hao Fun a picture of the alliance that was accurate in outline and systematically incorrect in strategic content. Xin Yulan had been using him. On day 20, she gave Bao Wei a meeting schedule that was false in a specific and useful way. It placed the 3-faction heads at a riverside warehouse that Hao Fun's agents had been watching since the supply chain alternative became known to him. The schedule indicated a strategic planning meeting to be held at dawn 2 days later. Hao Fun's agents arrived at the warehouse 2 days later at dawn with 3 dozen hired hands, and the kind of prepared authority that indicated they'd expected to find something worth arresting. The warehouse contained 12 barrels of preserved river fish, a dock manifold manifest going back 6 years, and Guan Pei from the Scarlet Ledger, who was there because Tai Ro had invited her on the basis that seeing Hao Fun's agents conduct an unlawful forced entry on a commercial property would be relevant to her chapter's assessment of Hao Fun's reliability as a client. Guan Pei watched the agents break 3 locks and roughly process 2 dock workers who'd arrived for their legitimate morning shift. She took notes. Bao Wei realized he'd been managed when Xin Yulan convened the full 3-faction structure that afternoon and addressed the informant question without naming anyone. She explained what had been known, what had been done about it, and why the approach of using the informant as an active tool had been preferable to exposing him immediately. She said, with the precision of someone choosing their language carefully, "I don't believe in punishing people for choices the script made available to them. I do believe in changing the available choices." Bao Wei had gone pale during the speech. He stayed through the end of it. After the meeting, Li Hua spoke with him privately. Wei Liang didn't know exactly what was said. He suspected it involved a clear accounting of what Bao Wei had received from Hao Fun versus what he would continue to receive from Li Hua if he continued working within the faction structure honestly. The economics of loyalty. Whatever it was, Bao Wei was still in the structure the following week. His text had updated. Minor informant function, reassigned. Status, monitored. The script had tried to use him and had found that the scene he was supposed to enable didn't have the conditions it required. "That's 2. Wei Liang said, when Xin Yulan reported the resolution. "To what? 2 attempts the script has made to scatter the group through internal failure. It tends to escalate when direct approaches fail." He thought. It's going to try something that doesn't depend on a person making a specific choice. External events, probably. Something that creates pressure regardless of how anyone inside the alliance responds. She looked at him. How soon? Depends on how urgently it's recalculating. He checked the script text, which had the particular quality of active processing, dense notation, frequent updates. A week, maybe 2. Then we make sure whatever it tries, we're braced. She went to brief the 3 faction heads. Wei Liang spent 2 hours that afternoon sitting with Chao Jian and discussing cultivation theory, because one of the things he'd learned in the past 2 months was that having something to think about other than the script's next move was not a luxury. It was a maintenance requirement. Chapter 34. Chao Jian's first fight the fight was supposed to be a loss. Wei Liang read this in the script's text 3 hours before it happened. Chao Jian, designated loss, ch 34. The confrontation involved a senior student from Iron Bell Academy, a cultivator named Feng Yin who was at revised chapter rank, 3 tiers above Chao Jian's current position, and who had, according to the script, a designated purpose of delivering a humiliating defeat that would motivate Chao Jian's next training arc. The fight was supposed to happen in the academy's outer practice yard, witnessed by enough students to make the humiliation public, and was supposed to leave Chao Jian with a specific injury that would take weeks to recover from. Wei Liang sat with this information and thought about the consequences of intervening. The script's designated loss was technically for Chao Jian's benefit. That was how protagonist arcs worked. The humiliation was supposed to create motivation. The injury was supposed to force rest, during which Chao Jian was supposed to have an insight about his cultivation technique. The whole sequence was designed to advance his development on the script's preferred timeline. Wei Liang considered this. Then he considered that Chao Jian was 18, that the insight during recovery model of protagonist development required the protagonist to be intelligent enough to have the insight on their own given sufficient information, and that 3 weeks of injury recovery was 3 weeks of actual physical pain that could be avoided if the insight could be generated in a different context. He told Chao Jian exactly what Feng Yin would do in the first 3 exchanges. He was precise about it. Not vague hints, specific descriptions of Feng Yin's opening stance, the feint he'd run in the first exchange, the follow-through pattern he'd established as habitual over 3 years of academy training that Li Hua's information network had documented. He told Chao Jian that Feng Yan's right-side defense collapsed by 8% under sustained lateral pressure, that his qi infusion peaked in seconds 2 through 4 of any technique and dropped steeply after, and that he had a conditioned response to lower body feints that pulled his center of gravity forward in a way that created a recovery window. Chao Jian listened to all of this with the focused attention of someone understanding that they were being handed something unusual. "Why are you telling me this?" he said. "Because the script wants you to lose this fight, and I've decided to test whether deviating from a protagonist's designated arc creates backlash equivalent to deviating from a villain's designated arc." Wei Liang paused. "It's also because you're going to learn more from winning a fight you understood than from losing a fight that hurt you. I thought you said I needed to learn from observation. This is observation. I'm telling you what I observed about Feng Yan. You have to observe whether what I told you is correct in real time and adapt if it isn't. That's the full sequence." Chao Jian went to the academy's outer practice yard. Wei Liang waited in the counting house with his eyes closed and read the scene as it progressed through the script text, watching the deviations stack. Feng Yan ran the opening stance exactly as described. Chao Jian recognized it. The script's intended outcome, Chao Jian missing the read, being surprised by the feint, didn't materialize because there was no surprise. The exchange played out in a modified form. Feng Yan's feint landed, but on a Chao Jian who was already moving laterally and took the hit on his shoulder rather than his center, absorbed it, and used the contact point as a brace to push off from. The second exchange, the right side defense. Chao Jian pushed lateral for 4 seconds, reading the moment that Feng Yan's qi infusion peaked and then dropped. At second 5, when the drop happened, he moved through the defense's weaker right. Feng Yan compensated. He wasn't unskilled, but the compensation was reactive rather than prepared, and Chao Jian was already inside his guard. The third exchange was brief. Chao Jian won. The backlash arrived at Wei Liang in the counting house, like someone pressing both palms flat against his temples and bearing down. He'd been expecting it, but the severity was higher than he'd calculated. This was a full protagonist arc deviation, not just a scene deviation, and the script's immune response was proportional. His vision went first, the way it usually did, and then his hearing narrowed to a low register that turned conversation to rumble, and then proprioception started going unreliable in a way that made standing feel like a cognitive achievement rather than a physical one. He sat down on the floor, which was less dignified than a chair, but more reliably locatable at the moment. Meizhu found him at minute 12. She'd been nearby, not watching for a deviation specifically, but had learned that the counting house kitchen was where he sat when he was managing something, and had been doing her own work in the adjacent room. "Eyes," she said. He held up one finger. "Visual. On a scale. 8. A pause. "Lie down." She guided him to horizontal with the efficient impersonality of a physician managing a patient whose condition she'd documented extensively. "Tell me the sequence as it happened." He described it. She wrote. 6 hours later, when the backlash had resolved to background noise and his vision was back to reliable, she reviewed her notes with him and produced a finding he found genuinely useful. The protagonist arc deviation had created approximately double the backlash cost of an equivalent villain arc deviation, which suggested that the script's investment in protagonist arcs was heavier than in villain ones. It values Chao Jian's story more than yours, she said. It values his development arc more. I'm a narrative device. He's a narrative engine. Wei Liang thought about this, which means future deviations involving his arc need to be smaller and more carefully timed. The backlash would have been unmanageable if I tried to intervene in something larger. You're already building a risk model. I'm always building a risk model. He sat up carefully. How was the fight? She looked at him with the slight surprise of someone who hadn't expected that to be the next question. Chao Jian won. He came back with a small bruise on his shoulder and something that looked like the beginning of a revelation. Good. Wei Liang stood, tested his balance, found it acceptable. He should have been having the revelation all along. He's observant enough. He just needed the right data. Chapter 35. Narrative Immune Response Song. Pei named it while Wei Liang was still recovering. He'd been cross-referencing Mei Zhu's medical records of Wei Liang's backlash episodes against the historical records of the prior variant's user, looking for patterns that might indicate not just what the script did when deviations occurred, but why it did it. The medical data was more precise than anything he'd had before. Mei Zhu's documentation was exact in a way that historical archives rarely were. And when he plotted it against the deviation sizes and types, a pattern emerged that had been invisible in the historical data but was clear in Mei Zhu's systematic records. The backlash was not random. It was not even simply proportional to the deviation size. It was targeted. Song Pei brought the analysis to the full group on the day Wei Liang had recovered enough to sit upright and drink tea without holding the cup with both hands. The backlash concentrates on whatever cognitive function you use to plan the deviation, Song Pei said, arranging his notes on the low table with the precision of someone who'd organized them for presentation and wanted the order to serve the argument. Not on general cognitive function, on the specific function. When you deviated from a political scene, the interference centered on social cognition. When you deviated from a combat scene, it was spatial processing. The Chao Jian fight used your pattern recognition and predictive modeling most heavily, which is why the backlash was more severe than the deviation size alone would suggest. It hit your strongest cognitive asset directly. Mei Zhu, who'd reached the same conclusion from the medical side, nodded. It's not just suppression. It's targeted degradation. The script is trying to reduce your most dangerous capabilities specifically, which means it's learning, Wei Liang said. It's adapting, Song Pei said. Each time you deviate, the script generates new information about how you deviate, what you use, what approach you take. The backlash is calibrated based on that information. Early episodes were less targeted. Recent episodes are increasingly precise. Wei Liang absorbed this. The implications were uncomfortable. The script was getting better at hurting him in exactly the ways that mattered. If this continued, the escalating adaptation would eventually reach the point where the backlash from a significant deviation would cost him the capability he needed for the next one. Can we interfere with the adaptation? He said. I have a hypothesis, Song Pei said carefully. The script's adaptation depends on observing your deviations, specifically, observing what you use and how you use it. If the deviations are consistently inconsistent in method, if you never use the same cognitive approach twice in the same way, the adaptation has less stable data to calibrate against. Randomize the approach, Shen Yulan said. Not randomly, deliberately varied. There's a difference. Song Pei looked at Wei Liang. You've been using pattern recognition and political analysis as your primary tools because that's your most developed capability. If the backlash is being calibrated against those specifically, and you shift to using less developed capabilities, Tai Ro's operational knowledge, Shen Yulan's political analysis, my archival research, as the first stage planning tool, the script has to calibrate against a moving target. You're describing collective deviation, Wei Liang said. I'm describing not always being the one who plans the deviation. Song Pei met his eyes. You read the script, but the rest of us can make decisions. If the decision-making is distributed, the script's targeting becomes less precise. Wei Liang sat with this for a long moment. It required something he found genuinely difficult, trusting the planning function to other people. Not because he doubted them. He'd seen what all four of them were capable of, but because the script's text was only visible to him, and decisions made without access to the text had a different risk profile. He'd been carrying the information burden because he'd thought that was the only way to carry it correctly. The historical variance user, he said to Song Pei. Did he work alone? Song Pei was quiet for a moment. Then, the records suggest he did. Significantly alone in the last 3 months. Wei Liang thought about 19 months and then termination. Show me what you found in the provisional access request. I haven't received approval yet. Then tell me what you expect to find. I expect to find records showing that his deviations became increasingly sophisticated in the last 3 months and that the backlash became increasingly severe. and I expect to find that he was trying to manage that escalation without external support. Song Pei looked at his notes. I think he ran the same calculation you're running and concluded that relying on others introduced risk he couldn't see. And I think the script's targeting improved because his approach became more predictable the more carefully he tried to control it. Silence. Meiju set down her brush. You trusted me with the full truth of your condition 4 weeks ago. That was a deviation from your default approach. Yes. And you trusted Xin Yulan with the script text 2 weeks before that. And you're teaching Chao Jian to observe in a way that makes him useful to you beyond what his designated role requires. She looked at him steadily. You've been doing this already. The distributed approach. You just haven't framed it to yourself as a method. He hadn't. He'd been framing it as necessary exceptions, specific people in specific circumstances where the information had to be shared to manage the situation. He hadn't been framing it as a systematic deviation from the script's assumption that variance users were solitary. The script assumed solitary because all prior variance users had been solitary. The script doesn't know how to calibrate against collective decision-making, he said slowly, because it's never seen it. It's never had a variance user who built a group before, Xin Yulan said. From what Song Pei's found, they've all been running alone by the time the script got serious about correction. Wei Liang looked at the 4 of them, the group that wasn't supposed to exist around him. The physician who was documenting his condition better than any prior records had been documented. The archivist building a systematic understanding of the script's history. The political operator who was managing 3 factions and a potential prince simultaneously. The security expert who knew everyone and was owed debts by the specific people they most needed not to be hostile. The script had designated him as a cautionary tale. A single deviant element, intended to illustrate what happened to people who resisted their roles. It had not, apparently, written for this. Distributed planning, he said. Starting next week. Xin Yulan's political analysis drives the next 3 deviations. Song Pei's archival research drives the 2 after that. I provide script text readings to support, not to lead. He paused. I'm going to have to actively not plan the things you're planning. That's going to be more difficult than the deviations themselves. Tyro smiled slightly. Want me to stand next to you and look skeptical every time you start to plan something? I may need exactly that. The script's text registered this conversation with a quality he hadn't seen before. Not standard recalculation, not backlash pressure, but a longer, slower annotation. The kind of extended processing that indicated the script was encountering something it didn't have a ready framework for. He let himself notice this with something adjacent to hope, and then filed the hope carefully in the place where he kept things too important to examine casually. They had work to do. Chapter 36. The documentation release. Xin Yulan decided the timing. This was the first full implementation of the distributed planning model, and Wei Liang found it exactly as difficult as he'd predicted. Sitting with the script text in front of him, seeing the 3-day window where releasing the documentation would have maximum impact, and waiting while Xin Yulan made her own assessment without access to what he was seeing. She reached the same conclusion 2 days later. Not because he'd guided her there, he'd been scrupulously careful not to, but because she'd spent 3 weeks building a picture of Iron Bell's political structure that had its own internal logic, and the internal logic pointed at the same window. How Fun had overextended with the Scarlet Ledger activation. The prince's administrative staff was still in the city and still generating records. The 3 rival noble houses that Wei Liang had identified during the taxation tour were in the middle of their quarterly trade coordination meetings, which meant their representatives were all in the same room and could receive information simultaneously. Thursday, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at him. I agreed with your timeline, he said, carefully. I didn't lead you to it. I know the difference. She picked up the documentation folder, the 11 years of tariff adjustment records that Song Pei had compiled with his usual meticulous indexing, and reviewed the distribution plan one final time. 3 noble houses simultaneously, not through official channels, through their representatives' personal correspondence networks. The Ink Court liaison receives a copy simultaneously through the archive's formal reception process. Fang Tianzi receives a courtesy notification through his administrative staff, framed as a regional commercial irregularity report. Not as an accusation. As a report. He decides what to do with it. She closed the folder. And how Fun's trading partners in the regional supply chain receive an anonymized summary through Li Hua's information network. Not to start a legal dispute. To create uncertainty about his long-term reliability. The last part was not in the original plan. The last part is better than the original plan. She looked at him steadily. The legal process is slow. The uncertainty is immediate. If his trading partners start looking for alternative supply arrangements, his commercial position weakens before the legal question is resolved. Wei Liang considered this. It was more aggressive than he would have been. It was also probably correct. The script had been expecting him to proceed cautiously, to use the documentation as a contained legal tool. An economic attack on Hao Fan's trading relationships was a dimension the script hadn't modeled because it required Shun Yolan's specific knowledge of how merchants responded to reliability uncertainty. Distributed planning was already producing different outcomes than solo planning would have. Thursday, he said. The documentation went out Thursday morning. The response was not immediate. Legal and commercial machines moved at their own pace, but the response was clean. By Friday, 2 of the 3 noble houses had contacted the commercial registry requesting clarification on tariff adjustment procedures. By the following Tuesday, Haofan's largest regional trading partner had sent an inquiry to Lihua's information network about the viability of alternative supply arrangements. By Wednesday, Fang Tianzi's administrative staff had opened a formal inquiry into the tariff records under the Prince's Taxation Authority. Haofan could fight any one of these. He could not fight all of them simultaneously, and unlike Wei Liang's group, he'd built his commercial dominance on the assumption that challenges would come through established channels where he had established advantages. Fang Tianzi summoned Wei Liang, not through official channels, but through the same personal aid as the dinner invitation. The note was briefer this time. I received your report. We should talk. Ft. Wei Liang went. The inquiry is real, Fang Tianzi said. Without preamble, when Wei Liang arrived at the private office the prince had requisitioned in Iron Bell's administrative district. I intend to pursue it properly. I want you to know that before you decide whether to view this as your problem or mine. It's yours, Wei Liang said. The documentation was intended to inform. What you do with it is a separate question. My administrative staff is suggesting I distance myself from you publicly to avoid the appearance that this inquiry was politically motivated. Fang Tianzi poured 2 cups of tea with the ease of someone who'd stopped waiting for aides to do things that he could do himself. I've decided not to follow that advice. Because the documentation is accurate. I checked independently. He looked at Wei Liang over his cup. An inquiry driven by accurate documentation cannot be politically motivated in the meaningful sense. The motivation is the accuracy. If that creates political complications, the complications are correct. Wei Liang looked at him. This was the prince who was supposed to neutralize him. This was the designated instrument of order in the region's next era. He was sitting in a borrowed office in a trade city, defending a decision to pursue a tariff fraud inquiry that had been delivered to him by a script-designated villain, on the principle that accurate documentation was its own justification. The script's text for Fang Tianzi was fully blank in its center now, filling in with new annotations as the prince made choices the script hadn't written. The annotation for this moment read, Fang Tianzi, trajectory diverging. Recalculation ongoing. Haofan's faction in the Iron Bell political structure will push back, Wei Liang said. They already have. My administrative director received 3 letters this morning suggesting that the inquiry's scope exceeded the taxation tour's mandate. Fang Tianzi set down his cup. My administrative director is thorough. She's already documented that commercial fraud within a taxation zone is explicitly within mandate under the 47th Commercial Regulation. I expect we'll have a legal clarification from the relevant authority within the week. You work quickly. You can read narratives. I can read administrative law. A slight pause. And I have better resources for both than you do, at the moment. I'm aware. So, he leaned back. What does Haofan do next? Wei Liang checked the script text. Haofan's text was still active but had gone from detailed to fragmented. The script was having trouble generating scenes for him because his intended function, applying economic pressure to motivate protagonist arcs, had lost its structural setup. His remaining moves in the script's text were direct physical intimidation, which required conditions that no longer held, legal counterchallenge, which Fang Tianzi had already addressed, and the one the script had designated as primary fall arc, public self-destruction through overreach. He's going to overreach, Wei Liang said. The script has him as someone who responds to cornering by escalating past the point of rationality. He'll do something that looks like a significant threat, but that actually speeds up his own resolution. Can we predict what? Not specifically. Only that it will happen within the next 2 weeks, and that it will require your administrative authority to address properly. Wei Liang met Fang Tianzi's eyes. I want to make sure you're prepared to use it. I've been managing overreach from cornered men for 10 years. The prince stood, which ended the meeting with the clean efficiency of someone who knew when a conversation had completed its purpose. Be careful, Wei Liang. You've destabilized something large here. The pieces don't always fall the way you expect when they start moving. Wei Liang left the administrative building and walked back through Iron Bell streets with the script text reading active. Haofan's text was still fragmenting. The noble house's texts were busy with legal processing. Shin Yulan's faction text was showing something he hadn't seen before. Not a designation, but a genuine narrative momentum, a story generating from the choices being made, not from the script's assigned structure. Things were moving. He just needed to make sure he was still standing when they stopped. Chapter 37. The man who loved Order Elder Dao Mingren arrived in Iron Bell on a Wednesday, 12 days after the documentation release. He was not traveling with the administrative authority of Qing Mist sect. He'd come as a private scholar, which was technically accurate, since his primary role in the Ink Court was archival rather than enforcement. He sent a message through the Amber Counting House's desk rather than arriving unannounced, which was a courtesy that Wei Liang had not expected and which the script's text registered as Dao Mingren, direct dialogue attempt. Narrative function, warning. Wei Liang agreed to the meeting. They met at the same tea house where 3 weeks earlier Tai Ro had negotiated with Guan Pei. Dao Mingren arrived first and was already seated when Wei Liang arrived. With tea poured and an expression that was composed in the specific way of people who decided in advance to say difficult things and had prepared themselves for the discomfort. He was older than Wei Liang had understood from Qing Mist, not in years visible, but in the quality of tiredness that accumulated differently from standard exhaustion. This was the tiredness of someone who'd been responsible for something enormous and had been responsible for it for a very long time. "I'm not here to arrest you," Dao Mingren said. "I want that said first. I know. Your text reads as warning, not as enforcement." Wei Liang sat. "What do you want to warn me about? What happens when the script structure fails?" The elder wrapped both hands around his teacup, not to warm them, but the holding gesture of someone about to say something they'd held for a long time. "You think I enforce the script because I believe in predetermined fates. I don't. I enforce it because I've seen what happens when it breaks." Wei Liang waited. 300 years ago, Dao Mingren said, there was a variance user. Talented. Motivated. He reached what you would now call bound volume rank, which put him further than anyone before or since, until you. He looked at the tea. He didn't have a group like yours. He worked alone, and he was brilliant, and he believed he could dismantle the script's regional structure entirely and replace it with genuine free choice. He succeeded. A pause. Partly. And the rest. The rest is that the script's regional structure wasn't just assigning roles to people. It was also managing the flow of fate energy through the region's cultivation ecosystem, stabilizing the connection between practitioners and the ambient cultivation resources they drew from. When he broke the structure, the stabilization failed. 80,000 cultivators lost their cultivation simultaneously. Dao Mingren's voice was perfectly even in the way that voices were perfectly even when they'd said the words before, many times, until the horror had been processed to the point where it could be articulated without the body's reaction overtaking the articulation. Not killed, just cut off. Their cultivation went fate static. They couldn't advance, couldn't retreat, couldn't use what they had. They were alive and unchanged and unable to grow or change for the rest of their lives. Wei Liang felt something cold move through him. "The fate static condition," he said. "It resolves over decades if the practitioner is patient and the local cultivation ecosystem restabilizes. In the worst cases, it persisted until death." Dao Mingren finally looked at Wei Liang directly. "I was 18. My teacher was one of the 80,000. He spent the next 40 years unable to advance, unable to use what he'd built, watching younger practitioners surpass him through nothing he'd done wrong. He died at 93, perfectly preserved, perfectly static." Silence. "I'm not telling you this because I think you're wrong," Dao Mingren said. "Designated fates are a wrong done to people. I've known this my entire career. What I'm telling you is that the people who've tried to correct that wrong have, without exception, caused a different wrong that was larger in scope." His hands tightened on the cup. "There may be a way to dismantle the script without triggering the fate static collapse. There may be a way to do this that the prior variance user didn't find. I genuinely don't know if such a way exists. But I know that what you're doing is not the careful, methodical approach that would have the best chance of finding it." Wei Liang said nothing for a long moment. "Then, you're not wrong about the risk." Dao Mingren looked at him. "I've been thinking about how to dismantle the script's structural function without losing the cultivation ecosystem stability," Wei Liang said. "I don't have the answer yet. You're right that I don't. What I'm doing now isn't the final move. It's building the information I need to find the answer before I try to make the final move." He paused. "What would help me most is knowing how the stabilization function works mechanically. Not in the Ink Court's documentation. They redacted that specifically, probably because knowing the mechanism creates the risk that someone like me tries to replace it rather than just dismantle it." Dao Mingren looked at him for a very long time. "You're trying to build a replacement," he said slowly. I'm trying to understand what I would need to build before I decide whether it's possible. Wei Liang looked at him steadily. I could use what you know. The elder was quiet for so long that Wei Liang thought the answer was no. Then Dao Mingren said, I will think about it. He stood. I'm going to tell you one thing today, which is this. The prior variance user who reached bound volume. His name was Feng Shu. The manuscript that Song Pei is looking for exists. I know where it is, because I've been its custodian for 270 years. I found it 3 years after it was suppressed, and kept it because I believed that whoever needed it would eventually arrive. He set coins on the table for the tea. I don't know if you're that person, but you're the first variance user I've met who asked about the stabilization mechanism before the structural dismantlement. He left. Wei Liang sat with his tea and felt the script's text update around him in a way that was unusual. Not the standard recalculation, not the backlash pressure, but something more like acknowledgement. As if a very large annotation were being made in a margin somewhere. He went back to the counting house and told Song Pei that the manuscript existed and that he believed Dao Mingren would eventually bring it to them. Song Pei sat down and was quiet for 30 seconds, which for Song Pei indicated a level of emotional response he was managing down to articulable form. We should have more meetings in tea houses, Song Pei said finally. Chapter 38. The Merchant Lord's Fall. Hao Fun's overreach came on a Friday. It was, as Wei Liang had predicted and as the script had designated, spectacular in the way that only truly cornered overreachers manage to be spectacular. Self-defeating through excess, comprehensible in each individual decision and catastrophic in aggregate. Song Pei, who'd been monitoring the commercial registry filings with the specific dedication of an archivist who decided that understanding the enemy's documentation was a security function, found the filing first. He brought it to Xin Yulan. She brought it to Wei Liang. They both looked at it for a long moment. Hao Fun had filed a counterclaim against the documentation release, alleging that the records had been obtained through illegal archive access and that the claims they supported were therefore inadmissible. He'd attached to this counterclaim a petition to the Ink Court for a narrative coherence review of the Iron Bell region, formally naming Wei Liang as the source of regional instability and requesting that the Ink Court's enforcement authority be applied to resolve it. The petition to the Ink Court was the overreach. He'd had no grounds to invoke Ink Court authority in a commercial dispute. The two systems operated in separate legal frameworks, and by invoking it, he'd exposed his awareness that the commercial dispute alone couldn't save him. He'd also exposed the connection between his commercial operations and the Ink Court's regional interests, which was something that the three noble houses and Fong Tianzi's administrative staff had not previously known existed. He just told everyone that the Ink Court has been backing his commercial position, Xin Yulan said. He told everyone that he believes the Ink Court backs his commercial position, Wei Liang said. There's a difference. If the Ink Court responds and enforces, the connection is confirmed. If they don't respond, or if they respond by declining the petition, it leaves Hao Fan isolated. Which response does the script intend? Wei Liang read. The script wants the Ink Court to respond. It's been planning to escalate its direct involvement in the Iron Bell situation. The Ink Court's institutional interest is in maintaining narrative compliance, and the amount of deviation we've introduced in the last 2 months qualifies. Hao Fan's petition gives them a legitimate formal entry point. So the overreach is Hao Fan's, but the script is going to use it. It was always going to use him. He was script designated as the mechanism by which the Ink Court entered Iron Bell. Wei Liang thought, which means destroying Hao Fan commercially only accelerated the timeline. The Ink Court was coming eventually. Should we not have released the documentation? No, we should have. Hao Fan's fall removes him as an ongoing pressure, and the Ink Court entering Iron Bell was going to happen regardless. Having the three-faction alliance established, the supply chain alternative operational, and Fong Tianzi's administrative inquiry active before the Ink Court arrives gives us a much stronger position than we'd have had if we'd waited. She accepted this with the focus of someone translating strategic analysis into operational preparation. What do we need before they arrive? Song Pei's provisional archive access request. If it's approved before the Ink Court liaison arrives, Song Pei has legal research standing that the Ink Court can't immediately revoke. Wei Liang thought, and I need to be less visible. The Ink Court's practitioners can read narrative pressure, not as I do, but enough to detect significant deviation sources. I've been generating significant deviation consistently for 6 weeks. I should be generating less visible deviation while appearing to generate none. Misdirection. Redirection. I don't stop deviating. I deviate through you and Song Pei and Tai Ro, and the script's tracking data gets confused about the source. She smiled slightly, not the political smile, the real one. You're using us as a distributed deviation engine. I'm using us as what we actually are. Halfon's commercial resolution proceeded over the following 10 days. The noble houses withdrew their commercial relationships. 2 of his 4 trading houses were placed under administrative supervision pending the fraud inquiry. His largest regional trading partner formally transferred their supply arrangements to the alternative chain that Wei Liang's group had established. Guan Pei from the Scarlet Ledger terminated the Halfon engagement due to non-payment of enhancement fees and provided formal documentation of the unauthorized warehouse raid to Fang Tianzi's administrative record. Halfon himself petitioned for mediation from the Commercial Council, which was a process that would take 3 months and would likely result in a negotiated settlement that left him diminished but operational. He was no longer dangerous. He was no longer interesting. The script had indeed used him as a mechanism. But the mechanism had produced a different output than the script had intended, and now the mechanism was spent. Chapter 39. Revised chapter. The advancement came 3 days after Halfon's commercial resolution, early in the morning, while Wei Liang was reviewing Song Pei's latest archival analysis of Ink Court regional strategy. He'd felt it building for a week. The same slow pressure that had preceded each prior advancement, the sense of accumulated variance points reaching a new threshold. Unlike the first 2 advancements, which had come during or immediately after significant deviations, revised chapter arrived in stillness. He was sitting at the low table in the counting house kitchen. He had tea. Song Pei was asleep in the next room. The text in front of him, the fate text he could read overlaying his notes, deepened. The resolution increased. Where before he'd seen current states and immediate projected outcomes, now he could see the temporal structure of scenes in a way he hadn't been able to before, not just what was supposed to happen, but when. The new ability arrived as understanding rather than technique. He could delay or advance scene events by up to 24 hours. Not by changing what happened. The script's intended events were still there, still pressuring toward occurrence, but by adjusting when the narrative conditions that allowed them to manifest would align. A scene that required a specific location, a specific emotional state, a specific convergence of parties could be moved in its temporal position without changing its content. He tested this immediately on a minor event. A commercial registry notification that Song Pei had been waiting for, which the script's text showed was intended to arrive mid-morning. He shifted it. The adjustment took 4 minutes of focused concentration and created a headache that was a 3 out of 10 rather than the more severe backlash of direct deviations. The notification arrived at the time he'd moved it to. He sat back and thought about the implications. A 24-hour temporal shift meant that any scene the script was planning could be observed in its intended time slot, assessed for risk, and then moved to a time when he was better prepared to handle it. It didn't eliminate the scene. The script would still run it, but it gave him preparation time that hadn't existed before. More importantly, it meant he could move crisis events away from critical junctures. If the Ink Court's arrival in Iron Bell was going to coincide with the 3-faction alliance's most vulnerable consolidation period, he could shift the arrival, not prevent it. Move it 24 hours forward or backward until it landed in a window where their position was stronger. He thought about the Ink Court. Then he thought about what Dao Mingren had said about the fat static collapse. The 80,000 cultivators who'd lost their cultivation when the prior variance user had dismantled the script's regional structure. He thought about the stabilization mechanism. He needed the manuscript. He used the new temporal ability for the first time in a meaningful context that morning. The Ink Court liaison's quarterly visit to the Iron Bell archive, which had been scheduled for the following week and which, if it arrived during Song Pei's current research period, would trigger an automatic review of provisional access claims that could block Song Pei's access at the worst possible moment. He shifted the liaison's visit forward 24 hours, to a day when Song Pei's provisional access had already generated the initial filings that made it harder to revoke retroactively. The headache arrived and resolved. Song Pei, unaware of any of this, completed his filings in the morning and mentioned at lunch that the Ink Court liaison had apparently moved his schedule up and arrived a day early. Unusual, Song Pei said, but not problematic, since we're ahead of where we needed to be. Good timing, Wei Liang said. He told the group about the advancement that evening. Meizhu's reaction was immediate and professional. New ability, new risks, need to understand the specific backlash profile. Song Pei's reaction was analytical. Temporal shift as a planning tool, applications in the research timeline. Shen Yolan's reaction was strategic, which upcoming events should be shifted and which should run as intended. Tai Ro's reaction was practical. If you can move ambushes by a day, tell me what the schedule is, and I'll make sure we're not where we were supposed to be. The next morning, Wei Liang stood at the window of the counting house and watched Iron Bell wake up and thought about an ambush he was planning to move. Not for any of the 4 people behind him, For the Ink Court enforcement team that Song Pei's archival access had confirmed was currently 3 days outside Iron Bell, traveling under the cover of a routine compliance inspection, with orders to locate and detain the registered practitioners of the three-faction alliance for what the Ink Court's internal documentation called narrative compliance review. He was going to move it, not by 24 hours, by enough that when the enforcement team arrived, they would find Iron Bell in a different configuration than their briefing had described. Exactly one advantage. Exactly the one they needed. He sat down and began planning how. Chapter 40. What the script wrote in the margins. Fong Tianzi left Iron Bell on a Thursday. He'd concluded the taxation tour with a formal report that was, by all accounts, thorough, damaging to Hao Fun's commercial operations, and notable for its careful differentiation between findings that were substantiated by documentation and findings that were under continued administrative review. The report did not mention Wei Liang. It did not mention the three-faction alliance. It treated the documentary evidence of tariff fraud as having been generated through standard administrative investigation, which was technically accurate in the specific and narrow way that things were technically accurate when a great deal of work had been done to make them legible in those terms. Wei Liang walked with Fong Tianzi to the city's northern gate in the early morning, before the prince's formal departure ceremony, at the prince's specific request. "I'm going back to a court that expects me to have neutralized you," Fong Tianzi said. They walked at the pace of people who had something to say and were neither rushing nor avoiding it. The report I'm delivering suggests regional instability has been addressed through administrative process. That's the frame. The content is accurate. The frame is less complete. You protected us. I protected a finding that was true. A slight pause, which had the effect of protecting you. These are related but distinguishable. He looked sideways at Wei Liang. I want you to know that the distinction matters to me. I'm not doing you a favor. I'm being accurate about the work I did. Wei Liang thought about this. It was a more precise statement of integrity than most people managed. Understood. When you reach the point where you need institutional cover, and you will, you've already been calculating what that requires. I want you to contact me through my personal administrative channel, not the official one. The channel is managed by someone who doesn't note unofficial communication unless formally requested to do so. You're building a plausible deniability structure. I'm building a relationship that can survive the administrative scrutiny that I'm currently subject to. He stopped near the gate, where his 60 riders and administrative staff were beginning the departure preparations with the orchestrated efficiency of people who'd done this in several dozen cities. You're going to face something significantly more serious than Hao Fen soon. I've read enough of the Ink Court's communication with the regional administration to know they're treating you as a structural threat, not a commercial irregularity. They're right. Probably. Does that bother you? Wei Liang thought about Dao Mingren's tea house warning, about 80,000 fate-static cultivators, about the manuscript that still didn't exist in his hands, but that Dao believed was meant for him. It keeps me careful, he said. Fong Tianzi smiled. Not the political smile, the real one that looked slightly like it had surprised him when it arrived. You have a gift for making the story go wrong. I intend to be on the right side of that. He rejoined his column. The riders formed up with the controlled energy of long practice. The departure ceremony played out in the way that departure ceremonies played out when the departing party was important enough to rate ceremony, but not so important that the city felt the absence immediately. Wei Liang watched the column move north and checked the script's text for Fong Tianzi one last time. The blank center of the prince's fate text was larger than it had been when they'd met at Qing Mist. It was filling in from the edges with new annotations, not the script's imposed structure, but the accumulation of choices the prince had been making for 2 months. His fate text was becoming a record rather than a prescription. The script's marginal note read, Fong Tianzi, reclassified. Previously designated, stabilizing authority. Current designation, active variable. Trajectory, unpredictable. Next to Wei Liang's own name in the script's margin, a new annotation had appeared. It had not been there 2 days ago. He read it with the careful attention of someone deciphering handwriting in an unfamiliar style. Wei Liang, 200, status revision required. Subject has demonstrated sustained deviation beyond all prior documented parameters. Classification as villain insufficient. Classification as protagonist unavailable. Role currently occupied. Reclassifying as unresolved variable. Priority correction required. Below this, in a different annotation style, as if a second reader had added a comment. Note. Subject has built a network, developed distributed planning methodology, and engaged potential institutional allies. Correction approach. Standard termination insufficient. Recommend reclamation protocol. Assign, Gu Shun. Wei Liang read this twice. Then he went back to the counting house and showed Song Pei. Song Pei read it and was quiet for 30 seconds. Gu Shun, he said finally. Have you found any records of that name in the historical texts? Song Pei's expression shifted slightly. The look of someone connecting something they'd seen in the margins of a document to a name they hadn't previously associated with it. There's a notation in the 300-year-old records, next to the fate static collapse incident. Resolved by Reclaimer Gu. He looked at Wei Liang. The position is hereditary, or at minimum generationally renewed. The current holder is coming to Iron Bell, Wei Liang said. Yes. When he checked the script text, the Gushan annotation was new. The temporal positioning was unclear. The script was still setting up the scene. Soon, he said. Song Pei pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and began writing. Wei Liang sat down across from him and let himself look, for just a moment, at everything they'd built in Iron Bell. The 3 factions, the supply chain, the provisional archive access, the documentation that had ended Hao Fun, the dinner with the prince that had produced an actual ally, Chao Jian's cultivation progressing outside its designated constraints, Meizhu's medical journal that was the most accurate record of script variants ever created, the group around him that the script still didn't know how to write scenes around. 2 months in, 15 months remaining, maybe. The script had written his fate text in its margins. He found a brush, dipped it, and wrote back. His handwriting appeared in the script text for exactly 3 seconds before it was edited out. But it had been there. The annotation, when it disappeared, left a small scar in the text, a roughness where the fabric had been stressed. He'd made his mark on the script. Song Pei looked up. What did you write? Wei Liang set down the brush. I wrote, I'm still here. Song Pei looked at him. Then he nodded once, precisely, and returned to his notes. The script's text settled into the particular quality of extended processing that Wei Liang was starting to recognize. Not anger, not recalculation, but something more like the sustained attention of an editorial entity that had just encountered an argument it hadn't expected to have to address. Good. He had more arguments where that one came from. Outside, Iron Bell rang its iron bells over the river in the rhythmic count that marked the middle of the day, and the 3 factions went about their work, and in Song Pei's archive request the provisional access seal dried, and in the northern road Fong Tian's column raised dust moving toward the capital, and somewhere at a distance still unmeasured. The reclaimer, named Gu Shun, was traveling toward them with the careful pace of someone who'd done this before and knew that patience was the most powerful thing he could carry. Wei Liang picked up his tea and waited and read and planned. He was, according to the script, an unresolved variable. He intended to stay that way. Chapter 41. The Scholar's Confluence. The Scholar's Confluence was built around its archive the way other cities were built around rivers, with the archive as the water source, the commercial and civic life arranged along its banks, everything drawing from its depth and depositing back into it. The archive itself was 47 buildings across 3 hills, connected by covered walkways and internal corridors that had been added, modified, and argued over for 600 years, producing an architecture that was entirely coherent to anyone who understood the 5 major renovation controversies of the past 2 centuries and completely incomprehensible to anyone who didn't. Wei Liang found it beautiful. He read the city's script text as they entered through the western approach road. Iron Bell's text had been dense with commercial and social notation, the kind of city where the script's interests were primarily economic and interpersonal. The confluence was different. The script's text here was deeper and more archival, as if the city's nature as a repository had influenced the texture of the narrative overlay. The fate text of Confluence residents read like research notes rather than event designations. Longer, more conditional, full of observations that qualified each other. The script had reclassified him since the Iron Bell events. He'd read this during their travel. Formerly villain, then wandering villain/cautionary tale, then unresolved variable. Now the text above his name read, Anomaly, classification pending. Novel protocols required. Anomaly was, Wei Liang thought, a more honest designation than most of the prior ones had been. The script doesn't know what to do with you, Song Pei said. He'd been quiet during the 3-day journey to the confluence, the productive quiet of someone thinking hard about something specific. The prior categories were management designations. Anomaly isn't a management category. It's an observation category. It's watching me before deciding what to do, which buys time. Song Pei looked at the archive buildings on the hill ahead of them. My research credentials are current with the Confluence Archive Authority. I was included in a joint project 3 years ago that gave me ongoing access rights. That access is legitimate and unconnected to anything that's happened since. If the Ink Court has flagged me, it won't have reached the Archive Authority's records yet. How long until it does? With Ink Court administrative speed, 2 weeks, possibly 3. He glanced at Wei Liang. We need to be done with what we came for before then. What they'd come for was threefold. The first was access to the Confluence Archive's Ink Court liaison records, specifically the 700-year history of Ink Court activity in the region, which the Confluence maintained as a neutral institutional record independent of the Ink Court's own archives. The second was any reference to the anchor point system, which Song Pei had developed a hypothesis about based on his Iron Bell research and which required a deeper archive to confirm. The third was whatever Dao Mingren chose to do about the manuscript. Dao Mingren had, after leaving Iron Bell, sent a message through an intermediary that said only, "I will meet you in the Confluence. I have thought about what you said. I have not yet decided." This was more than Wei Liang had expected. He was treating it as a good sign while maintaining the habit of not relying on good signs. They took rooms in a mid-tier scholars' lodging near the archive's eastern access, far enough from the Ink Court's established offices in the Confluence to be inconspicuous, close enough to the archive that Song Pei could make multiple trips daily without it being a significant investment of time. Xin Yulan had been in the city 4 hours before them. She'd taken a faster road and arrived with contacts in the Confluence's political structure already activated through a network of interconnected academic communities that turned out to have overlapping memberships with Iron Bell's information trading network. Lihua and Lihua knew people who knew people, which was the core business model of professional information trading. Tai Ro had taken a third road and arrived last, having collected 3 pieces of information about local security arrangements and 1 outstanding debt from a Confluence-based former colleague that he described as useful leverage for later. Meizhu had spent the journey asking Wei Liang detailed questions about how the Confluence's higher density of fate text would affect his perception, and whether the deeper archival nature of the regional script meant that his backlash would manifest differently. He'd answered as fully as he could. She'd taken notes. She'd also noted that he looked significantly better than he had at the end of the Iron Bell period, which she attributed to the 3 days of travel, the absence of active crisis management, and the fact that Xin Yulan had enforced a ban on fate text reading during the second day's journey that Wei Liang had technically complied with by only reading it at hours that could be argued were not during the journey. He did not argue this point. By the morning of their second day in the Confluence, Song Pei had begun his archive research. Xin Yulan had established 3 preliminary contacts in the institutional political structure. Tai Ro had found the city's most reliable security intelligence source, and Meizhu had located a physician's cooperative that would let her run consultations during their stay. Wei Liang had spent the time mapping the city's script text. It was deeper than Iron Bell's. It was also more institutional. The narrative pressure here didn't push toward individual events as much as it pushed toward systematic function. The Ink Court's presence in the Confluence was not a recent arrival. They'd been institutional partners with the archive for 2 centuries, and the collaboration had shaped the city's narrative texture in ways that were visible if you were reading at the level Wei Liang read. He also found something new, a second layer of text underneath the standard script text. Very faint, very old. He'd need time to read it properly, but its presence suggested the Confluence had been significant to the script's architecture for longer than its institutional history implied. The anomaly classification, he told Song Pei that evening, over the research notes Song Pei had already generated, is buying us observation time. But the script has something here it doesn't have elsewhere. A secondary structure. I need to understand what it is before I make any significant deviations. No deviations while you research. Minimal deviations. Unavoidable ones only. Song Pei looked at him over his notes. Define unavoidable. Self-defense and group protection. Nothing strategic. He paused. And I need Xin Yulan to take point on any political navigation. I can't be generating deviation signatures while I'm trying to read the secondary structure. The noise will obscure it. Song Pei nodded and made a note. I'll tell her. She'll ask why. I'll tell her why. She'll manage it better than I expected, and I'll feel slightly chastened. Probably. But you'll also have the information you need. Song Pei closed his research folder. The secondary structure. Do you have a working hypothesis? It's old, Wei Liang said. Old enough that the current script may have been built on top of it rather than replacing it. Like a road built over an older road. The surface is new, but the grade is the same. Song Pei was very quiet. If the script was built over an earlier structure, Wei Liang said, then what the prior variance user broke when he dismantled the regional structure wasn't the whole thing. He broke the newer layer. The older structure, the one that was managing cultivation ecosystem stability originally, was still there. The fate static collapse was the newer structure failing in a way that couldn't be absorbed by the older one in time. Song Pei looked at him steadily. That would mean that the stabilization function can be restored. That there's a baseline structure underneath the current script that managed it before the current script existed. Wei Liang looked at the archive buildings visible through the lodging window, which means the goal isn't to replace the script's function. It's to access the underlying structure and let the script fail naturally without taking the stabilization with it. Dao Mingren's manuscript, Song Pei said quietly. If Feng Shu was trying to access the underlying structure when he was terminated, then the manuscript may contain what he found before he ran out of time. Wei Liang picked up his tea, which is what I need to read before I decide whether what I'm doing has a path to a successful ending. He wasn't using the word success in its most optimistic form. He was using it in its narrowest technical form. A path to an ending where the script's structural dismantlement didn't cost 80,000 people their cultivation. That was the floor. Everything else was what they built from there. Chapter 42. The Ink Court. The Ink Court's Confluence office occupied a building that was technically part of the archive complex and practically a separate institution. The distinction mattered to the archive authority, which maintained the position that the Ink Court was a tenant rather than a co-owner, and to the Ink Court, which maintained the position that their institutional contribution to the archive's development over 2 centuries constituted a kind of foundational authority that was distinct from but coextensive with ownership. This argument had been running for 40 years and showed no signs of resolution, which was how institutional arguments of this nature typically ran. Wei Liang spent 2 hours in the public reading room adjacent to the Ink Court's office on their 3rd day in the Confluence, reading Narrative Pressure. The Ink Court cultivators who moved through the building were unlike any cultivators he'd observed before. Their cultivation was entirely oriented toward text. They could read fate texts with varying degrees of acuity, and the more senior members could impose narrative pressure, amplify the script's natural push toward designated outcomes, in ways that functioned as a soft form of compulsion. Not mind control, something more subtle and more persistent, an increase in the weight of the path that felt natural, so that moving against it required correspondingly more effort. He could feel it in the room. The narrative pressure in the Ink Court's building was several degrees heavier than the surrounding city. It wasn't just the script's natural texture. Someone was actively maintaining it. He could also see that every Ink Court practitioner he observed had their own fate text, and that every fate text had been marked in its margins. Ink Court designation, followed by a rank and function. They were not just reading the script. They'd been written into it. Not as anchors. Exactly. Their text showed choice and judgment within their designated functions. But the function itself was script-authored. They'd agreed to work for the narrative, and the narrative had accepted the agreement and marked them accordingly. This was, Wei Liang thought, a fundamentally different relationship to the script than either his own or Dao Mingren's. He also noticed, while conducting this analysis, that 3 of the senior Ink Court practitioners in the building could detect his presence as a deviation source. Not precisely. They were reading narrative pressure the way meteorologists read weather, as ambient patterns rather than specific sources. But the pressure of his anomaly classification was generating a localized distortion in the reading room, and one of the 3 seniors had looked in his general direction twice with a focused quality of attention that indicated the distortion was registering. He left before the 3rd look became an identification. He reported to Shun Yulan that afternoon, from the safety of the scholar's lodging, with the concise delivery of someone who'd learned to transmit strategic information efficiently. They can detect deviation sources, he said. Not precisely, but they're better at it than ordinary practitioners. If I'm generating active deviation in the archive complex, they'll know someone is, and they'll narrow down the source. Shin Yulan processed this without visible concern, which was one of the things Wei Liang found most useful about working with her. She didn't waste time on the emotional response to information that required action. So your time in the archive complex needs to be clean. No reading fate texts except what you need to ensure you're not walking into a designated confrontation. Unavoidable minimum only. Can Song Pei work inside the complex without you? He already is. His access credentials are legitimate. If he behaves like the archivist he trained as and avoids research categories that would flag as script-related, which categories would flag? Anything involving historical practitioners who deviated from designated roles, records of variance user cases, or documentation of the Ink Court's disciplinary function. Wei Liang thought, Song Pei is, fortunately, one of the most convincing archivists I've ever met. He looks exactly like what he is. He is what he is. Yes, which is why he's convincing. He paused. The Ink Court's senior staff in the Confluence. Can Lihua's network tell us anything about their current operational priorities? I'll ask. She made a note. How long do we need to be here? As long as it takes Song Pei to find what we need. And as long as Dao Mingren takes to make his decision. He looked at the window, where the archive buildings on the hill were visible in the afternoon light. I don't know which will take longer. Can we manage both timelines simultaneously? We'll have to. Chapter 43. The man who gave up his name Gu Shun arrived at the confluence on the fourth day of their stay. Wei Liang knew he was there before he saw him. The script's text had shifted when the reclaimer entered the city, a specific change in the quality of the narrative pressure, less like weather change and more like the arrival of a different system that interacted with the existing one in complex ways. The Gu Shun designation he'd read in the Iron Bell margin had said Reclamation Protocol, a function within the script's enforcement structure, but distinct from the Ink Court's compliance role. More personal, more targeted. He saw the man himself 3 hours after the shift, crossing the archive complex's outer courtyard at a pace that was neither urgent nor casual, with the specific quality of movement that Wei Liang had learned to associate with cultivators who had been significantly more capable at some point in the past. Not weakness, exactly. More like a system operating at controlled output, as if the full capacity was there but the person had decided, for reasons that mattered, not to use it. He was perhaps 50, silver-haired in a way that looked cultivated rather than aged. He moved without a retinue, without the Ink Court's distinctive emblem. He carried a single document case of the kind that scholars carried when they were doing research rather than administration. He did not look toward Wei Liang. Wei Liang read his fate text. Gu Shun, the revised one. Former variance practitioner, rank, formerly edited passage. Current status, reclaimer, script-bound. Designation, locate and resolve anomaly Wei Liang, 200. Method, bargain offer, primary/forced compliance, secondary. Below the designation, in the script's marginal notation style, subject has personal motivation alignment with primary method, prefers bargain outcomes. Secondary method causes significant personal cost. Use accordingly. Wei Liang stayed still for 20 seconds, reading everything the text offered. Then he walked across the courtyard in a different direction and went back to the lodging by a route that took 40 minutes instead of 12, going the long way not because he was being followed. He read the script and confirmed he wasn't, but because he needed the time to think about what he'd just seen. Gu Shun's fate text had shown him as a former variance practitioner. Edited passage rank, 2 tiers below where Wei Liang currently was. He'd had the ability to see the script and deviate from it, and he'd given it up. The script's notation said script-bound, in a way that implied this wasn't just choosing to stop using the ability. It implied a formal arrangement. A contract. He reported what he'd seen to the group that evening. The responses were calibrated, as they'd become. Shin Yulan asked about the bargain versus compliance hierarchy and what drove the preference for bargain outcomes. Song Pei asked about the script-bound notation and what it mechanically implied. Tai Ro asked where Gu Shun was staying and whether they needed to move their lodging. Meiju asked whether a former practitioner at edited passage rank would have residual abilities or whether the trade had been complete. I don't know the answers to most of those questions, Wei Liang said. What I know is that he's here to offer me a bargain, that he prefers that method over forced compliance, and that whatever the bargain is, it's structured in a way the script considers viable. He looked at the group. He's not an immediate threat. He arrived without the Ink Court's formal support, which means this is a personal mission with script backing rather than an institutional operation. Should you talk to him? Shin Yulan said. Yes. He decided this during the 40 minutes. Not because I'm considering the bargain, I don't know what it is, but because he had variance and traded it away, and whatever he knows about the script's internal workings from that position is information I don't have. He paused. Also because I want to understand what the script offered him that was worth giving up the ability to read it. His daughter, Song Pei said quietly. Everyone looked at him. The Reclamation Protocol. I found a reference in the archive this afternoon. Song Pei set his notes on the table. The reclaimer position was established 2 centuries ago, after the Fate static collapse. The script needed someone who could find variance users and bring them to resolution without the Ink Court's institutional visibility. The position has always been held by a former variance user, and the bargain that makes them willing to serve, the one the script offers, is always the reversal of a designated death in their immediate family. He looked at Wei Liang. The script was going to kill his daughter. He traded his ability to see and deviate from the script for her survival. The room was quiet. He knows the bargain from the inside, Wei Liang said. He lived it, and he's been spending the years since finding people like me and offering them the same deal. He thought about the script's notation. Subject prefers bargain outcomes. A man who traded something enormous for love, and who therefore knew exactly how to present the same trade to others. He's not wrong that the bargain works. He's alive. His daughter is alive. Whatever the script asked him to do in exchange, whatever the reclaimer function requires, he decided was worth it. What does the reclaimer function require? Tai Ro asked. It collects people, Song Pei said. Prior variance users who've been offered the bargain. Their variance doesn't disappear when they accept. it gets absorbed into the script structure. They become anchor points, living structures that the script uses to maintain its regional narrative integrity. Silence. Tyro put it plainly, because he always put things plainly. He's building the system we're trying to dismantle. Yes, Wei Liang said. And he knows it. And he decided his daughter's life was worth being part of that system. He stood. I'm going to talk to him. Not to be convinced. To understand what he knows. When Xin Yulan said, tomorrow, when I've had a night to think about what questions to ask. He went to his room and lay on his back on the sleeping mat and looked at the ceiling and thought about what it would mean to trade script variants for something specific and precious, and whether any specific and precious thing existed in his life that would make the trade seem rational. He thought for a long time and didn't find a good answer. This was either evidence that he was different from Gu Shun in a way that mattered, or evidence that the script hadn't yet found the thing he would trade for. He hoped it was the first. Chapter 44. The Archive Research Song Pei worked 16-hour days in the Confluence Archive. This was not unusual for Song Pei during intensive research periods. He'd been known to work longer in his Qing Mist years, but the specific research he was conducting in the Confluence required a quality of sustained attention that was different from standard archival work. He was looking for the negative space. The Confluence Archive's records of ink court activity covered 700 years. The documentation was thorough in the way that institutional records maintained by the institution itself were thorough, complete in the categories they chose to document, systematically absent in the categories they chose not to. Song Pei had spent 20 years learning to read institutional archives, which meant he'd spent 20 years learning to read what wasn't there as fluently as what was. The variance user cases were not there. Not in the ink court's records. Those wouldn't have been. But the Confluence Archive's neutral institutional records, which were supposed to be comprehensive, had 7 specific 5-year periods in the past 300 years where the documentation density dropped sharply in a category Song Pei had come to think of as unusual practitioners. During those periods, the records of cultivators with non-standard advancement patterns, unclassified abilities, or what the older documentation termed narrative discordance, went from their usual sparse distribution to essentially zero. The 5-year gaps corresponded exactly to the years in which a variance user had been active and then been resolved. The archive had been cleaned. Not crudely. The cleaning had been done by someone who understood how archival absence worked, who knew that complete gaps were more suspicious than sparse records, and had seeded the void periods with low-density documentation that created a surface appearance of normalcy. But the density was wrong, and once Song Pei saw it was wrong, he couldn't unsee it. He began working through each 5-year gap and identifying what the legitimate low-density records referenced. Each reference pointed to associated documents. Each associated document set had a small percentage with archival errors in their cross-referencing. Not random errors, but the specific pattern of errors created when a document is removed from a cross-reference network that was built around it. The errors pointed at where the removed documents had been. He filed for provisional access to supplementary holdings in specific document categories. 3 requests were approved. 2 were denied. 1 generated a response he'd never received before in 20 years of archive work. A formal notification that the requested category was under ongoing administrative review and access was suspended pending review completion. The suspended category was Historical Cultivation Anomalies, Regional Classification. He reported this to Wei Liang with the precise neutrality of an archivist reporting a data anomaly. They flagged it, Wei Liang said. The review request was flagged. Not my credentials. The category itself is suspended, which means if the suspension was put in place before my request simply triggered a standard notification. If it was put in place in response to my request, then someone is watching what the Confluence Archive's researchers are requesting. Yes. Song Pei organized his daily notes with the automatic precision of habit. I've continued research in non-suspended categories. The anchor point system hypothesis is substantially confirmed by 2 separate document sets in the pre-ink court historical records. The system predates the ink court by 4 centuries. It was originally a voluntary network of cultivators who agreed to serve as narrative stability anchors during a period of significant regional cultivation disruption. The ink court formalized and institutionalized it. And he paused. The voluntary system had a release mechanism. When the disruption period ended, the anchors could petition for release, and the petition was routinely granted. Wei Liang looked at him. The current system doesn't have the release mechanism, Song Pei continued. The ink court removed it during the formalization. They decided that anchors serving indefinitely was more stable than a rotating anchor network. He looked at Wei Liang. The anchors who are currently serving the system were bound without being told the release mechanism had been removed. They were told they could leave, Wei Liang said slowly. And then they couldn't. The bargain was presented as temporary. The documentation was written for a permanent system. Wei Liang thought about Gu Shun, about a man who'd traded his variance for his daughter's life, knowing he'd be an anchor, but perhaps not knowing he'd be an anchor indefinitely. Tomorrow morning, he said. I'm talking to Gu Shun. I'll keep working. Song Pei looked at his notes. There's one more thing. The document category that's under administrative review. The suspension notice has a requesting authority listed. Standard procedure for access suspensions. He turned to a specific page. The requesting authority is not the Ink Court. It's an entity called the Unwritten Hall. Wei Liang filed this name carefully. Tell me what you found about the Unwritten Hall. Nothing yet. The name appears once in the suspension notice and not at all in the general archive. Song Pei looked at him, which means either it's obscure or someone has been very thorough about its absence from the accessible record. Find it, Wei Liang said. Song Pei nodded and went back to work. Chapter 45. The negotiation. He didn't plan. Gu Shun was in the archive's north reading room when Wei Liang found him, which was where he'd been every morning since arriving, making his research presence legitimate, establishing a pattern that the Ink Court's practitioners would register as routine. He was, Wei Liang noted, as good at this as anyone he'd met. His presence read as a quiet academic with a specific research interest. His fate text read as something considerably more complex. Wei Liang sat down across the reading table from him without announcing himself. Gu Shun looked up from the document he was reading with an expression that contained neither surprise nor hostility. Just attention. You found me first, he said. Your arrival created a detectable shift in the city's narrative pressure. You're generating a significant amount of it. Wei Liang kept his voice at the level appropriate for reading rooms. You're not trying to mask it. No. He set down the document. I'm not here to track you covertly. The script knows where you are regardless. My presence or absence doesn't change that. I came to talk. I know. Wei Liang looked at him. You had variance. For 18 months. A pause. Edited passage rank. You were further than any prior case before me. I was. For about 3 months. Gu Shun's expression was composed in the way of people who'd processed something large enough that they'd had to find a stable relationship with it rather than a resolved one. The script made its bargain offer at edited passage, because that was when I became what it classified as a genuine threat. It offered me my daughter's life. I had 6 hours to decide. What was her designated fate? Cultivation accident. She was 12. The accident was scheduled for the following week in the script's text. I could see it clearly. He looked at his hands on the table. She was gifted. Better than me at that age. The accident would have ended that. Wei Liang said nothing. I know what you're thinking, Gu Shun said. That I should have found another way. Found a deviation that blocked the accident without accepting the bargain. I had 18 months of variance development, and I'd reached edited passage rank, and I had 6 hours, and I was 27 years old, and I loved my daughter. He looked up. I'm not asking you to understand the choice. I'm telling you what I chose. I understand the choice, Wei Liang said. I'm trying to understand what came after. After. Gu Shun was quiet for a moment. After, I became what the script called a reclaimer, which means finding people like me and offering them what I was offered. Not with any pressure. The script doesn't work through coercion at this level. Just the offer. The same offer. Your life and the lives of your people, in exchange for the variance. And what the bargain doesn't mention, Wei Liang said carefully, is that the variance doesn't disappear. It gets absorbed into the anchor system. A long pause. You've been researching, Gu Shun said. Song Pei has been researching. He found the original voluntary network documentation. He found that the release mechanism was removed when the Ink Court formalized the system. Wei Liang kept his voice level. Did you know you'd be an anchor when you accepted the bargain? I knew I'd be bound to the script's service. I knew I'd have a function in maintaining narrative stability. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. I didn't know I'd be bound permanently. I was told the arrangement could be revisited when appropriate conditions were met. I eventually understood that no conditions were defined as appropriate. Silence. You're angry about this, Wei Liang said. I've had 20 years to become something more functional than angry. A very small pause. I'm telling you things I shouldn't be telling you. The script's restriction on reclaimer communications doesn't extend to factual historical information. That's a specific carve-out that exists because the script needs reclaimers to be credible when they make their offers. But I'm telling you things that undercut the offer I'm supposed to be making. Why? Because you're the first variance user I've spoken with who asked me what I traded instead of what I got. He looked at Wei Liang for a long moment. Every previous case, within 30 seconds of explaining the bargain, they asked what they would receive. What protection, what outcome, what guarantee? You asked what the cost was. Wei Liang said nothing. What I want, Gu Shun said, very quietly, is for you to know what the cost is. Before you decide, whatever you decide. He moved his hand slightly on the table, a gesture that was almost reaching toward the document he'd set down and then wasn't. The bargain is real. The protection it provides is real. My daughter is alive and brilliant and 22 years old and doesn't know what I am or what I did. He paused. The anchor binding is also real, and it's permanent. And every significant variance deviation that happens anywhere in the region creates a physical response in me that I don't have the language to describe to someone who hasn't felt it. You absorb the backlash, Wei Liang said slowly. The narrative immune response. The script's corrective mechanism. When someone deviates from the script, the energy has to go somewhere. It goes through the anchors, distributed across however many are active. Currently, I'm one of 7. He looked at his hands again. 7 months ago, there were 12. Each time one is freed, not died, freed, the load on the remaining anchors increases. He looked at Wei Liang directly. I know you freed 3. In the Iron Bell region. Through whatever Song Pei found in the documentation. We haven't freed anyone yet, Wei Liang said carefully. You will. The research Song Pei is doing points that direction. I know because I know what documents lead where in this archive. He stood slowly, not from pain, exactly, but with the care of someone managing a persistent discomfort. I'm going to make you the formal bargain offer tomorrow, because that's my function and I honor my functions. I want you to know today, before the formal offer, what I wish someone had told me 20 years ago. He straightened. The release mechanism existed in the original system. If it was removed by the ink court, it wasn't removed from reality. It was removed from documentation. He looked at Wei Liang with the specific quality of someone saying something they are not saying. The original voluntary network's founding documents are in this archive. Somewhere in the vault holdings that Song Pei can't currently access. Wei Liang looked at him. I can't tell you how to access them, Gushin said. I can tell you that the ink court's administrative documentation for this archive contains a records management inventory, and that the inventory was last updated 4 years ago by a senior archivist who has since transferred to the eastern branches, and that the transfer record is in the public personnel files. He gathered his document case. I'll see you tomorrow. He walked out of the reading room with the measured pace of someone whose every movement was calculated to look like the previous one. Wei Liang sat for a moment in the quiet of the reading room, with the fate texts of a dozen scholars scrolling around him in their quiet archival depth, and thought about a man who'd given up 20 years to a system that had lied to him about its terms, and who had used his last scrap of technical compliance to point a way forward. He went to find Song Pei. He didn't use the main route. The script's anomaly notation was still active, and the ink court practitioners in the building could still detect significant deviation signatures. His route through the archive complex was careful and quiet, and generated no deviation above a 2 out of 10. He found Song Pei in the secondary records room, surrounded by 3 centuries of administrative documentation, and told him what he needed. Song Pei listened. Then he said, the personnel records are public. Yes. And the records management inventory is in the administrative documentation. Yes. In the meantime, Wei Liang went back to the lodging and lay down and let the day's accumulated low-level deviation headache resolve in the dark, and thought about Gu Shun, and about the difference between a man who couldn't tell the truth and a man who found the exact boundary of what he was allowed to say and spoke up to that boundary as clearly as possible. He thought about what it would mean to find the release mechanism. He thought about 7 anchors absorbing the weight of every deviation in the region, and about the 3 who'd been freed by a research trail that hadn't existed until 6 weeks ago, and about what freeing the remaining from might cost them. He thought about his daughter. He thought, I don't have a daughter. I have a group of people. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's what the script had never figured out how to account for. Chapter 46. The impossible antagonist. The formal bargain offer came the next morning, in the archive's outer garden. A small courtyard with a stone table and 2 benches that the archive used for researcher consultations in good weather. Gu Shun had reserved it for 2 hours through the standard scheduling system, which meant the ink court had a record of the meeting as an ordinary research consultation. Wei Liang arrived with Mei Zhu, who had expressed the intention of sitting nearby, pretending to read a medical text, and who would in fact be monitoring the situation medically, politically, and practically. He had not argued with this. He had also told Xin Yulan the time and location, and she had arranged for Tai Ro to be in the courtyard's adjacent corridor, which was technically public space. The garden was pleasant. The stone table had lichen on 2 edges. A prune juniper in the corner had been shaped into an arch that didn't quite work, but had clearly been attempted with real ambition. Gu Shin was already there. He had tea. He brought a second cup. He poured without asking, which Wei Liang read as the action of someone who'd done this before and knew that T helped these conversations move at human pace. The formal offer, Gu Shan said. The script requires that I make it in full, with all standard provisions, before any other conversation can be considered. He settled his hands on the table in the particular way of someone grounding themselves before saying something they'd said before and would prefer to mean differently. The bargain. In exchange for your voluntary integration of script variance capacity into the regional anchor network, the script will 1. Reverse any designated fatal outcomes for the people you identify, up to 5 individuals. 2. Ensure that your memory and identity are preserved within the anchor-bound state. You will continue to exist as yourself. 3. Grant you continued access to narrative text reading at a reduced capacity consistent with anchor function requirements. Wei Liang listened to all of this. Then he said, "What does the anchor-bound state require of me specifically?" Service as a narrative stability anchor for the regional cultivation ecosystem. Passive function, you absorb deviation backlash as it occurs. You're not required to actively enforce narrative compliance or participate in ink court functions. Gu Shan's voice was even. The passive function is uncomfortable at high deviation levels. It is not typically incapacitating except during major disruption events. Is there a release clause? A pause. The standard offer includes a provision for review at appropriate intervals. What constitutes an appropriate interval? The script determines this. And in your 20 years of service, how many reviews have you had? Gu Shan was quiet. 0, Wei Liang said. Because the release mechanism that existed in the original voluntary network was removed when the ink court formalized the system, and what was presented as a temporary arrangement is designed to be permanent. Gu Shan looked at him. The expression was complicated. A man watching someone say the thing he'd wanted to say for 20 years and hadn't been able to. I'm declining the offer, Wei Liang said. Not because I don't understand what you're offering. I understand it completely. I understand that it's real protection and that the anchor-bound state is survivable and that your daughter is 22 years old and alive. He paused. I'm declining because I think there's another way, and if I take the bargain before I've fully explored it, I'll never know if the other way was real. Gu Shan was quiet for a long time. The other way, he said finally. What is it? The original anchor network's founding documents. If they contain the release mechanism, then the anchors currently serving can be freed without the script's permission. If they can be freed, the anchor system can be dissolved without dismantling the cultivation ecosystem stabilization, because the stabilization was managed by the original structure underneath the script, which is still there. He met Gu Shan's eyes. If I'm right, I can free you. All 7 of you. Without dismantling the regional narrative structure in a way that creates fate-static collapse. Gu Shan looked at him for a very long time. You're not certain you're right, he said. I'm not certain. Song Pei's petition for the founding documents was filed yesterday. We'll know if the access is approved within 2 days. And if you're wrong, then I've spent some time chasing a hypothesis that doesn't hold, and the script's position is unchanged from what it would have been if I'd taken the bargain today. Wei Liang looked at him steadily. I'm asking for the time to find out. Gu Shan turned his cup in his hands. The morning light came through the juniper arch at a low angle and caught the steam. I can't give you time, he said slowly. My function is reclamation. The script monitors my performance. If I fail to return with a compliance outcome within a standard operational period, what's the standard operational period? 30 days from initial contact. You arrived 6 days ago. Wei Liang calculated. 24 days. 24 days, Gu Shan confirmed. After that, the ink court's institutional enforcement activates. Not through me, through a formal detention and compliance review process. He looked at Wei Liang with something that was very close to what it would have looked like if he'd allowed himself hope. 24 days. The petition outcome in 2 days. The founding documents, if access is approved, 3 to 5 days of research. Freeing 7 anchors, I don't know yet. I've never done it. The prior freed anchors, Gu Shan said. You said Song Pei found the documentation. How were they freed? Procedurally. Finding the specific language in the binding contract and activating the release clause through legal citation. Wei Liang paused. Except Song Pei found that the current system's bindings don't have a release clause because it was removed, which is why we need the original founding documents. They contain the underlying release mechanism that the ink court removed from the derivative contracts, but couldn't remove from the fundamental structure. Gu Shan absorbed this. You're saying the release mechanism still exists, embedded in the foundational structure, even if the ink court's contracts don't acknowledge it. The original system wasn't the script's invention. It predates the script. The script can't remove what it didn't create. A long silence. Then Gu Shan said, there's something I didn't tell you last night. I didn't tell you because it fell outside what I could say within my function's restrictions. But you've just described a pathway that would, if successful, resolve my function's objective. My function is reclamation, and you would be reclaiming yourself through a mechanism that doesn't require the bargain. That constitutes a pathway I'm required to support rather than obstruct. He reached into his document case and produced a small jade token, the kind used in archival systems as access credentials. The Vault Holdings Access, he said. The Ink Court's records management system uses a tiered access structure. The founding-level documents are in the most restricted tier. This token provides my personal research credentials, which were established as part of my reclaimer function and include access to historical variance user documentation. He set it on the table. It also includes everything that the historical documentation touches, which includes the Anchor Network's original governance structure. He paused. I was told this access was for research purposes to understand prior variance user cases. The access is real. What the research leads to, they may not have fully anticipated. Wei Liang looked at the token. If I take this, he said carefully, and it's discovered that you provided it, then I face a review that I've been expecting for 20 years. Gu Shen's voice was perfectly level. I have been carrying my daughter's survival as a reason to comply. She is 22. She is a better person than I had any right to produce. Whatever I was protecting her toward has been achieved. He pushed the token across the table. She doesn't need me to be a chain in a system that lied to me anymore. Wei Liang picked up the token. The script's text registered this moment with the kind of massive annotation that indicated a significant narrative branch point, a moment where multiple futures had been available and one had just been selected. The annotation was longer than any he'd read before. At the bottom, in the small typeface of urgent addenda, this outcome was not modeled. He pocketed the token. He finished his tea. Thank you, he said. Gu Shen looked at the juniper arch. Don't thank me. Free us. Chapter 47. The Grand Recitation announcement came while Song Pei was in his 6th consecutive hour in the Vault Holdings, reading by the light of 3 lamps and accumulating notes at a pace that suggested he had stopped thinking of sleep as a near-term event. Wei Liang heard about the announcement from Shun Yulan, who had heard about it from her Confluence contacts, who had heard about it from the Ink Court's public communication channel. A grand recitation of regional fate texts, to be held in 7 days' time, intended to restore narrative coherence in the Iron Bell Confluence corridor. He read the script's text for the recitation carefully. It was a diagnostic. The script was running a systems check on the regional narrative structure, using the recitation as the mechanism. By having senior Ink Court practitioners publicly read and validate fate texts for the regional population, the script got a comprehensive status update on its own coverage. Any anomalies, gaps, or corrupted designations would appear as discrepancies in the read texts. Any variance-related distortions would show as localized inconsistencies in narrative density. Wei Liang would show up on the diagnostic like a fracture in stone. The recitation was, in its announced form, a public ceremony. Everyone in the confluence and the surrounding region was invited to attend and receive a formal reading of their fate text by certified Ink Court practitioners. The practical effect was that anyone who'd been significantly affected by variance deviation activity would have that effect documented and reported to the Central Archive. If the recitation ran as intended, the script would know exactly where Wei Liang had been, what he'd done, and what the accumulated narrative damage looked like. 7 days, he said to Xin Yulan. 7 days, she confirmed. She was looking at the city maps they'd been building, with the scene nodes and Ink Court office locations marked. We need the recitation to fail, or to fail to produce accurate data. The recitation reads fate texts from source documents stored in the archive. If the source documents have been altered, Song Pei, she said. Song Pei. She went to get Song Pei from the Vault Holdings. Song Pei arrived with 17 new pages of notes and the slightly distant expression of a scholar pulled out of a research flow, which he managed through the mechanism of immediately redirecting his attention to the new problem with the same intensity he'd been applying to the prior one. He reviewed the recitation's announced format. He read the archival process description Wei Liang had obtained from the public communication channel. He asked 4 specific questions about how the Ink Court's reading process interfaced with the archive's document management system. The recitation reads from index copies, he said. Not original documents. The originals are in Vault Holdings. The index copies are maintained in the main archive collection and are supposed to be synchronized with the originals quarterly. The last synchronization was 4 months ago. So if the index copies contain different information than the originals, the recitation reads what the index copies say, not what the originals say. He paused. The index copy maintenance is managed by the archive authority, not the Ink Court. They're separate institutions. The archive authority would not consider it their responsibility to ensure synchronization between the active index and the original documents for a specific event run by the ink court on a non-standard schedule. And if the indices are out of synchronization in specific ways, the recitation's data is corrupted at the source. Song Pei looked at the map of the archive complex. The index copies for the Iron Bell Confluence Corridor Fate texts are in the main collection, Section 12, cross-referenced under Regional Narrative Registry. I've been in Section 12 for 6 of the past 8 days. He looked at Wei Liang. I know where they are. And you know what they say. And I know what they should say if someone had been managing the cross-referencing with slightly different priorities. He was quiet for a moment. I need to be precise about this. If I misindex these documents, the recitation reads false data. The script's diagnostic returns corrupted results. It learns that the Iron Bell Confluence Corridor is in a different state than it actually is. He paused. This is a significant deviation. I know. The backlash will be managed, Mei Zhu said from the doorway. She'd been listening. With preparation, I'll have the full protocol ready before Song Pei does anything in Section 12. Song Pei looked at her. The preparation for the backlash from this specific deviation type would require. I've been running projections since Wei Liang explained the recitation's function. I have a treatment plan. She looked at Wei Liang. It will be a 6 out of 10 event. Possibly 7. You'll need 48 hours of recovery afterward. I'm not flexible on that. The recitation is in 7 days, Wei Liang said. If I need 48 hours of recovery, then you do what you need to do 4 days before the recitation, recover for 2 days, and you're operational again the day before the event. She met his eyes. This is the plan. This is the sequence. You tell me if it's not workable. He checked the timeline. It was workable, barely. What does Song Pei need to misindex? He asked. Song Pei described it. The process was detailed and precise and entirely within his technical competence. He'd been maintaining archival indices for 20 years and knew exactly which cross-references created which reader outcomes. The specific misindexing he was describing would not make the index documents appear corrupted. It would make them appear accurate, while generating referential inconsistencies that would only be detectable by someone who was simultaneously reading both the index and the original document and specifically looking for synchronization errors. The ink court's recitation practitioners would not be doing that. 3 days later, Song Pei spent 4 hours in Section 12 and emerged with a slightly different cross-referencing structure than had existed before he entered. The backlash arrived at Wei Liang at the level Mei Zhu had projected. He spent 2 days in careful recovery under her supervision. She noted physiological markers, updated her treatment protocol, and prevented him from reading fate texts during the recovery period through the simple mechanism of confiscating his ability to concentrate by administering a mild but persistent treatment that required his full attention to manage comfortably. He recovered. The recitation ran on schedule. It produced data that the ink court's practitioners processed and reported, and which indicated that the Iron Bell Confluence Corridor was experiencing moderate narrative coherence disruption at acceptable parameters, consistent with normal regional variation. No anomalies detected. No localized inconsistencies flagged. Song Pei, reviewing the report from the archive's public reading room, made a note in his records with the expression of an archivist who has done his job correctly. Chapter 48. The economic lever. Xin Yolan's economic analysis of the recitation's funding structure took 4 days. This was not slowness on her part. It was the deliberate pace of someone building an argument that had to be structurally sound before it was deployed, because a flawed argument in political and economic contexts didn't fail quietly. It failed loudly, in front of the people who most needed to believe it. The recitation was funded by 4 noble houses, as the outline had suggested. Their interest in funding it was specific. All 4 had significant business arrangements predicated on the existing fate designation structure in the corridor. Manufacturers who relied on labor assignments that the script had been routing toward their operations. A banking consortium whose loan portfolio had been structured around predicted inheritance patterns that the script's designated outcomes ensured would resolve in favor of their book. A political family whose geographic territory had been stable for 40 years because the script's narrative pressure kept potential competitors from developing effective ambitions. These were not evil operations. They were ordinary human activities that had become dependent on a system whose ordinary people didn't know existed. If the system changes, Xin Yulan said, they don't lose what they have. They lose the certainty of keeping it. And certainty is worth funding a grand recitation, Wei Liang said. Certainty is worth significant ongoing expenditure, yes. She looked at the financial analysis. The 4 noble houses together are contributing 60% of the ink court's confluence operation budget. The ink court is functionally dependent on them. which means the Ink Court's institutional priorities are not perfectly aligned with the script's priorities. They're partially aligned with the noble house's priorities, which overlap with the script's but aren't identical. Can we drive a wedge? Maybe. The noble houses want stability. The script wants narrative compliance. Those are compatible until they aren't. She turned a page. The banking consortium's loan portfolio is predicated on specific inheritance resolutions. Essentially, the script guarantees that certain heirs will emerge from family disputes in certain ways. But the recitation's data, as mis-indexed by Song Pei, suggests the corridor is in moderate disruption. If moderate disruption persists, the inheritance resolutions become less predictable. If they become less predictable, the consortium's portfolio risk increases, making the recitation less valuable to them than it was supposed to be, making ongoing recitation funding a harder internal argument to make at the next consortium board meeting. She looked at Wei Liang. I want to make sure they know the data shows disruption. Not because the disruption is real, the data is false, which we both know, but because believing the data is real creates decision pressure that serves our purposes. Wei Liang thought about this carefully. You're using the false data we created to create true economic pressure on the recitation's funders. Yes, the false data says the corridor is moderately disrupted. If I circulate the recitation's findings to the four noble houses with a carefully framed analysis of what moderate disruption means for their specific interests, they start questioning whether the recitation is doing what they paid for, and whether ongoing funding is justified. She was already drafting. I'm not going to be dishonest about the findings. I'm going to present the recitation's own reported findings to the parties who funded it, with accurate analysis of what those findings mean for their economic positions. Everything I say will be true, except the data itself. I didn't create the data. The Ink Court reported it. She looked at him steadily. The data is their product. I'm distributing their product to interested parties. This was one of the more elegant constructions Wei Liang had encountered in their collaboration. He held it up to the light and found no structural flaws. Send it, he said. She sent it. The economic disruption that followed was not immediate. Institutional financial decision-making moved on its own timeline. But over the following 2 weeks, 3 of the 4 noble houses began internal reviews of their Ink Court funding commitments. The 4th, the political family, was unaffected because their interest was primarily stability rather than predictive profit, and moderate disruption didn't threaten stability the way it threatened financial forecasting. The Ink Court's Confluence operating budget came under quiet pressure. They hadn't planned this. It had emerged from the recitation disruption as an unanticipated second-order effect, developed by Shun Yulan independently of Wei Liang's primary strategy. Distributed planning was producing outcomes that single-point planning couldn't have generated. Chapter 49. The accelerated student Chao Jian arrived at the confluence without announcing he was coming. This was characteristic. He had a talent for appearing at points where his presence was either exactly what was needed or exactly what was inconvenient, and the distinction between the two categories was sometimes not apparent until several days later. He found the lodging through the same method he'd used in Iron Bell, the Scholars Network, combined with the specific pattern that a group with their particular combination of an archivist, a physician, and an unusual amount of political activity left in a city's information structures. He knocked on the lodging door. Tai Ro answered, looked at him with the equanimity of someone who'd been expecting this since Iron Bell, and let him in. Wei Liang looked up from the fate text analysis he'd been doing, carefully, at low signature levels, in a room designed to minimize narrative pressure output, and said, "You're 3 days earlier than I projected." Chao Jian sat down across from him. "I was told you'd say something like that." "Who told you?" "No one. But you've been tracking where I am, so it follows that you'd have a projection." He looked around the room with the focused attention of someone assessing a situation he'd walked into. "The script has been trying to slow me down since Iron Bell. Accidents, delays, a sudden illness that lasted exactly as long as I refused to stop moving and stopped the moment I started moving again. You noticed the illness was timing-based. I noticed it was the 3rd illness in 2 months, all of which resolved the moment I stopped cooperating with them." He set his travel bag against the wall. "My cultivation is ahead of where the script wants it. You told me not to let anyone standardize my technique. I haven't. The advancement is faster than any of my formal instructors would have expected." Wei Liang checked his fate text carefully. Chao Jian's text had changed substantially since Iron Bell. The replacement protagonist notation was fading, replaced by something that hadn't fully crystallized into language yet. The script was observing him the way it was observing Wei Liang, not with management designation, but with the more uncertain notation of something it didn't yet have a category for. "Your technique," Wei Liang said. "Has it changed since Iron Bell?" "It's developed." Chao Jin thought about how to describe it. In Iron Bell, I was observing external events and using them as advancement fuel. Now I can observe the events before they happen. Not like you do. I can't read text, but I have a sense of the weight of what's about to occur a few moments before it occurs. Like the way you can feel a wave before it reaches you. Wei Liang was very still. That's not in the standard cultivation literature, he said. I know. I looked. It's adjacent to script variants. He thought carefully about what he was about to say. Not the same mechanism, but related. You're developing sensitivity to narrative pressure, the weight of events that are about to occur, because the script is pushing them to occur. If you develop that sensitivity enough, you might reach a different kind of awareness than what I have. He paused. Possibly a more stable one. You're reading the pressure without generating deviation, which means the backlash has been zero, Chao Jian confirmed. No headaches. No sensory disruption. No white hair. He glanced at Wei Liang's increasingly prominent streaks with the tactfulness of someone who decided not to mention it directly. My technique doesn't resist the script. It observes it, and then acts based on what it observes. Without triggering the immune response, because I'm not technically deviating. I'm just being exactly where the script doesn't expect me to be, at exactly the moment when that matters. Wei Liang thought about this for a long time. Your technique might be what the next version of this looks like, he said finally. After I've finished whatever I'm doing. A way of operating outside the script's designated paths without generating the kind of friction that destroys you. Chao Jian looked at him steadily. Are you being destroyed? I'm managing the pace of it. He paused. I'm also trying to find the path that means I don't have to be. He looked at Chao Jian's fate text again, at the crystallizing absence of category. Stay? Your technique's development is something I need to understand better. And your presence here creates another undefined element. Exactly. The more undefined elements, the more the script has to observe before it can act. Chao Jian unpacked his travel bag with the efficient movements of someone who'd been traveling lightly for a long time. He said, without particular emphasis, the script's been trying to assign me a protagonist narrative for the last 6 weeks. Something about a great enemy emerging in the region and a young cultivator rising to face it. I know. I've been watching it. The great enemy is probably you. Technically, yes. I'm not going to fight you. I know. Wei Liang looked at the fate text where the protagonist designation had nearly fully dissolved. The script knows too, now, which is why it stopped trying to assign you that specific arc. It's looking for another one. Let it look. Chao Jian settled into the remaining open space in the room with the equanimity of someone who decided that undefined was a condition worth maintaining. What do you need me to do here? Wei Liang told him about the petition for the founding documents, the archive research, Gu Shun, and the release mechanism. Chao Jian listened with the complete attention of someone who was genuinely observant rather than politely attentive. The 7 anchors, he said, when Wei Liang finished. If you free them, all 7, the script loses its mortal traction, and the cultivation ecosystem destabilization risk is managed by the original underlying structure. Wei Liang paused. If the theory holds, has the petition been approved? Not yet. Tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. Chao Jian closed his bag. I've been practicing the wave sensibility on script events in motion. I had some time during the travel. If you need someone to sense approaching in-court enforcement activity without generating deviation signatures, you can do that. I've been able to do it since the 2nd week in Iron Bell. I didn't mention it because I wasn't certain what it was. He looked at Wei Liang. I can tell you when something significant is coming, and approximately how significant, about 10 minutes before it arrives. It doesn't interfere with anything I'm doing. And unlike your fate text reading, it doesn't cost me anything. Wei Liang looked at him for a long moment. 10 minutes is considerably more useful than you might think, he said. I know, Chao Jian said. That's why I came. Chapter 50. The Vault Holdings. The petition was approved on a Tuesday. Song Pei brought the approval notice to the morning briefing with the expression of someone who'd been expecting good news and was still mildly surprised to receive it, because experience had taught him that expectations and outcomes were related, but not synonymous. The Vault Holdings access was granted for 7 days under the historical research provision, citing the precedents Song Pei had assembled. Gu Shin's token was listed as an access credential support in the same petition, which the archive's filing system had processed as a legitimate supplement. The access tier was the highest available without in-court override. Song Pei went into the Vault Holdings at 7 in the morning and came out at 9 in the evening with 104 pages of notes and the discovery that was either what they'd been looking for or the most useful piece of what they'd been looking for. The founding documents of the original Anchor Network were exactly where Gu Shun had indicated they'd be. They were in a language that was an earlier form of the regional script, archaic enough that Song Pei had spent 4 hours with a language reference before the reading became fluent. But the content was clear when he could read it. The original anchor network had been established 700 years ago, during a period of significant regional cultivation disruption caused by what the documents called a narrative collapse event, a breakdown in the regional fate text structure that had caused the cultivation ecosystem stabilization to fail temporarily. The founding cultivators had created the anchor network specifically to provide additional stabilization support while the underlying structure recovered. Their intention had always been temporary. Once the underlying structure, which the founding documents called the primary thread, a term Wei Liang recognized as what he'd been calling the secondary structure beneath the script. Once the primary thread had recovered sufficiently, the anchors would be released and the network would be dissolved. The release mechanism was described in detail in Section 12 of the founding documents. It was not complex. It was not a cultivation technique or a script manipulation. It was a formal legal dissolution, a declaration made with full knowledge and intent that the anchor's service was complete and the binding released. The declaration had to be made by someone with knowledge of the primary thread's current status, someone who could confirm that the thread was stable enough to manage without anchor support. And it had to be made in the presence of the bound anchor, who had to confirm their willingness to be released. 2 conditions, not difficult conditions. The difficulty was only that the ink court had never disclosed that the mechanism existed, and so no one had known to use it. Wei Liang read Song Pei's notes 3 times. The primary thread's current status, he said. Can you determine it from the founding documents? From the founding documents, no. Those describe the system as it was 700 years ago. But from what you've described as the secondary structure beneath the current script's text, Song Pei looked at him. Can you read the primary thread directly? He hadn't tried. He'd been reading the script's text since blank page rank, the overlay structure, the current narrative. The primary thread beneath it was older and more fundamental. Reading it might require a different approach. He tried. The primary thread was there when he looked for it, less like text and more like the paper the text was written on. Not a set of assigned outcomes, but a network of connections, cultivator to resource, region to region, person to person. The connections were ancient and stable in a way the script's text was not. They predated the script entirely. They were functional. Not perfectly. There were stressed points, areas where the script's weight had pressed the thread in ways that had become permanent, but stable. The thread was managing the regional cultivation ecosystem without the script's awareness, the way groundwater managed irrigation that no one had formally established. It's stable, he said. Stressed in places, but stable. Song Pei was writing. The 7 anchors are supplementing a stable system. The 7 anchors are stabilizing a system that doesn't need supplemental stabilization. He looked at the notes. They've been bound to maintain something that's been functional without them for how long? The primary thread's recovery from the original narrative collapse event would have completed, based on the recovery timeline in the founding documents, approximately 400 years ago. Song Pei's voice was careful. The anchor network has been maintained for 300 years beyond its necessary operational period. Wei Liang thought about Gushun. About 7 people absorbing the weight of every deviation in the region, every day, for years, for a function that had been complete for centuries. We have 7 days of vault access, he said. 7 days. How long to prepare the formal dissolution declaration for each anchor? Song Pei reviewed the founding document's process description. The declaration format is specified. Preparing it correctly, 1 day per anchor, to ensure legal precision. He looked at Wei Liang. 7 anchors. 7 days. Which anchor first? Song Pei looked at his notes. The founding documents list a precedence order for dissolution. The oldest binding first, because the oldest bindings have the greatest accumulated load, and releasing them reduces the stress on the remaining anchors during the process. And the oldest binding? Not Gushun. His binding is 20 years old. The oldest is 300 years, belonging to an anchor bound during the ink court's original formalization. He found the record. The binding holder's name in the original documents is listed as Wen Xiao. Wei Liang was still. He'd heard that name. In the script's margin, the 6 prior variants users, all resolved within 2 years. And one of them, a manuscript that was never archived, a practitioner who'd reached high rank, who'd recanted and died peacefully according to the official record. The recantation was a bargain, he said slowly. 300 years ago, Song Pei confirmed. The oldest anchor. The original reclaimer. He looked at Wei Liang. The manuscript. The one I never found in the Iron Bell archive. If it was written 300 years ago and the writer was the first anchor bound under the formalized system, it's in the vault holdings, Wei Liang said. Song Pei stared at him. We have 7 days of access. Wei Liang stood. How long do we have today? The vault closes at sundown. Go back in. Find Wen Xiao. Find the manuscript. Song Pei went back into the vault at 5 minutes past 9 in the evening and came out again at 20 minutes before sundown with one more page of notes, his hands very steady in the way that hands were very steady when the person managing them was expending everything available on that specific steadiness. The manuscript existed. It was fragmentary. 300 years had been hard on it, but Song Pei had read enough to confirm. Wen Xiao had survived, had not died, had been absorbed into the anchor system at the first rank of binding, which put them at the most fundamental level of the structure, and had spent 300 years at that level while the system had continued and the script had written over their existence. The note at the bottom of the existing fragment, in a hand that had been careful even in deterioration. Whoever reads this, the thread is enough. It always was. Song Pei set the notes on the table, and they all read it in silence. 7 days, Wei Liang said. And Wen Xiao first. He looked at the window, where the Confluence's archive buildings were dark against the evening sky, and thought about 300 years. Then he started preparing. Chapter 51. The first anchor, the dissolution declaration for Wen Xiao, took Song Pei most of the second day to prepare. The founding documents process was meticulous. The dissolution had to be precise, citing the specific binding's date and terms, acknowledging the primary thread's current status, and asserting the anchor's completed service with language that matched the original binding's legal framework. Song Pei worked with the founding documents in one hand and the binding record in the other, building the declaration with the exacting care of an archivist who understood that documents were not just information but instruments, and that instruments used incorrectly produced wrong results. Wei Liang spent the second day with Mei Zhu and Chao Jian and Tai Rou, and spoke as little as possible, and read the script's text at minimum viable levels, enough to ensure they weren't walking into an arranged confrontation, not enough to create detectable deviation signatures. The ink quartz practitioners in the Confluence building were still active. Chao Jian's wave sense was providing early warning for their movements, which gave Wei Liang's group a 10-minute buffer before any significant ink court attention arrived in their vicinity. On the third day, Song Pei presented the declaration. The problem they faced was this. To activate the dissolution, Wei Liang needed to make the declaration in the presence of the bound anchor. Wen Xiao's anchor point was embedded in the primary thread itself, not located in a physical person who could be found and stood next to. The founding documents described an access method, but it required reading the primary thread at the level where the anchor points existed, which was deeper than Wei Liang had accessed before. He read the primary thread access description 3 times. It requires bound volume rank, he said. Song Pei nodded. He'd seen this. You're at edited passage. 2 tiers below. Wei Liang set down the document. If I advance to bound volume, I can access the thread at the anchor point level. If I can't advance, can you advance on our timeline? Mei Zhu said. I don't know. The advancements have been coming through accumulated deviation points. At the rate I've been operating in the Confluence, minimal deviation, careful approach, the accumulation is slow. He thought. In Iron Bell, from edited passage to revised chapter took 3 weeks of active operation. Here I've been operating at reduced rate for 2 weeks. I might need another 2 to 3 weeks to accumulate enough. That's after the vault access expires, Song Pei said. Yes. And the ink quartz enforcement protocol activates if Gu Shun doesn't produce a compliance outcome within 24 days of initial contact, Shen Yulan added. 19 days remaining. Everyone looked at Wei Liang. I could accelerate the accumulation, he said, by increasing deviation activity in the Confluence. But increasing deviation activity here, with the ink quartz practitioners monitoring narrative pressure, creates detection risk, Tai Rou said. High detection risk. He thought about Chao Jian's wave sense, about the revised chapter ability to shift events temporally, about Shen Yulan's economic disruption of the recitation's funding. Unless the deviations are distributed and varied enough that the source is unclear. Shen Yulan looked at him. How much deviation accumulation would 3 specific actions provide? Depends on the actions. He thought. A significant political deviation, a significant archival deviation, and a tactical deviation across the same 48-hour period would accumulate roughly equivalent to 2 weeks of normal operation. He paused. It would also create significant backlash and potentially leave detectable traces in the Confluence's narrative pressure readings. How significant a backlash? 7 to 8. Mei Zhu was already making notes. I'll need 24 hours to prepare. And the actions? Shen Yulan said. The recitation's economic lever, Wei Liang said. You've been building pressure on the noble house's funding commitments. If you deploy that now, not through the gradual approach, but all at once, The disruption to the ink court's confluence budget is immediate and significant. He looked at Song Pei. The vault access. If Song Pei requests access extension through 3 simultaneous pathways rather than sequentially, the archive system processes it as a significant institutional research claim rather than a minor extension, which actually changes the access terms substantially. It might extend the access period, Song Pei said slowly. An institutional research claim that touches founding-level documents gets processed differently. It might double the access period. 14 days, Wei Liang said. That's the window we need. And the tactical deviation? Tyro said. Wei Liang looked at him. The ink court enforcement team. Xiao Jian said his wave sense can detect approaching significant events 10 minutes early. If the enforcement team makes their move during the next 48 hours, and given our acceleration of deviation signatures, they might. We need to create a tactical situation that their movement resolves in a way that doesn't involve our detention. Where do I need to be? Tyro said. In the street between the enforcement team's base and the archive complex. When Xiao Jian gives you the signal, you need to be there with a reason for the enforcement team to go around rather than through. Tyro had spent 20 years as an escort professional. I can do that. Wei Liang looked at all 4 of them. Then he said, 48 hours. We all go at the same time. Mei Zhu, what's my recovery protocol? She looked at her notes. Extended version. You'll need 48 hours of recovery if the deviation level hits 8. During that period, no fate text reading, no deviation attempts, no significant physical activity. I'll monitor continuously. And the archive access extension, Song Pei needs to file it during my deviation window, when the system's attention is on the recitation's economic disruption. I'll time the filings accordingly. They split up. They did not reconvene for 20 minutes. Because 20 minutes of independent travel before simultaneous action was enough to obscure the coordination pattern from the ink court's passive monitoring. The 48 hours proceeded as a controlled cascade. Shen Yolan's economic deployment landed at mid-morning. 3 separate communications to the 4 noble houses, each containing the recitation's official findings alongside a detailed financial analysis of what moderate corridor disruption meant for their specific interests in practical, numbered terms. 2 of the 4 houses convened emergency board meetings before noon. The banking consortium's portfolio manager sent an urgent letter to the ink court's confluence office requesting clarification on what corrective measures were planned. The ink court's office was flooded with institutional correspondence for the rest of the day. Song Pei's simultaneous triple pathway access extension request hit the archive's administrative system at the same time, which processed it according to institutional research claim procedures and flagged it to the Archive Authority Board rather than the standard administrative staff. The board met in 40 minutes. The extension was debated. It was granted for 14 additional days. Xiao Jian's signal came at mid-afternoon. Tyro had 12 minutes. He was already in position. The ink court enforcement team, redirected from their original trajectory by a scaffolding collapse in the intersection that Tyro had been professionally and entirely coincidentally observing when the scaffold's deteriorated support beam gave way, spent 40 minutes navigating around the disruption, and arrived at the archive complex 14 minutes after their original timeline, which meant they arrived after Song Pei had already left the building through the eastern exit. The backlash from the combined deviations arrived at Wei Liang that evening at a sustained 8 out of 10 level. Mei Zhu was there. She managed it. It was, from Wei Liang's perspective during the worst hours, one of the less pleasant experiences he'd had since Qing missed, and he'd once been left in a ditch with a script-arranged concussion. From Mei Zhu's perspective, it was manageable because she'd prepared for it specifically and had learned enough about his physiology's response patterns over 3 months to anticipate the trajectory. He recovered in 48 hours, as she'd projected. On the 3rd morning after the deviation cascade, he woke up and felt the cultivation advancement that had been building resolve. Bound volume rank. The new ability arrived as expanded depth in his primary thread reading, not a discrete new technique, but a change in resolution. The thread became visible not just as network connections, but as individual nodes, each one identifiable as a specific anchor point with a specific binding structure. 7 points. 7 bound cultivators. Each one visible now. Wen Xiao's binding was the most fundamental, a thread so old it had become indistinguishable from the primary thread zone structure, except that the resolution he could now access. He told Song Pei. Song Pei produced the dissolution declaration. Wei Liang read the primary thread at the level where Wen Xiao existed, not a place, exactly, but a presence within the thread structure, 300 years of awareness compressed into a node that had been waiting. He read the declaration aloud. He spoke precisely and completely, citing the binding's terms, the primary thread stability, and the completion of the anchor's service. The node responded, not with words, with the quality of release that a very long tension had when it finally resolved. The thread at that point relaxed into its own natural pattern, without the anchor node's artificial maintenance. When Xiao was free, Wei Liang felt the release as a cascade of awareness. 300 years of compressed experience suddenly unanchored from the thread, and in the middle of it, one clear message, transmitted through the thread's structure as something between sensation and language. Find the others. Chapter 52. The bound volume ability. The ability that arrived with bound volume rank was not what Wei Liang had described in the outline he'd built from the script's text. He'd read the script's description of his own potential advancement trajectory, the nested possibility of what he might develop, and had interpreted the bound volume ability as a passive split, a simultaneous existence function. What actually manifested was more precise and less dramatic. He could maintain two versions of a single situation simultaneously, both real and both generating valid narrative history, for a period of up to 48 hours. He tested this carefully in the scholar's lodging. In a situation with no witnesses and minimal narrative significance, he produced two versions of his own presence in the room, one sitting at the desk reading, one standing at the window. Both felt real from the inside. Both cast shadows. Both were, according to Chao Jian's wave sense, generating equivalent narrative weight. After 20 minutes, he collapsed the test, choosing the desk version as the primary. The window version dissolved without backlash. The script hadn't built a designated scene around either, so the collapse was uncomplicated. The operational implications were significant and had to be thought through carefully. Two simultaneous presences meant that any situation requiring him to be two places at once, or any situation where creating uncertainty about his location was valuable, became manageable. It also meant that a designated confrontation scene, built around his presence in a specific place, could be attended by one version of him while the other version continued the actual work elsewhere. The confrontation scene would run. The script would register it as occurring. But the version in attendance could be the less vulnerable version, the one that had already reached an acceptable resolution point. He told Mei Zhu about the ability before anyone else. This had become standard practice. She needed to know what was changing before the change was deployed, because changes in his cultivation affected the backlash profile, and she was managing the backlash profile. She asked questions. He answered them. She made notes and said, "The split, when the secondary version dissolves, is there any physiological residue in the primary version?" "None that I can detect. The dissolution is clean." "And the 48 hours? What happens if the secondary version is in an active physical conflict at the 48-hour mark?" "Unknown. I haven't tested it. We should test it in a controlled setting before you deploy it in conditions where the answer matters." She looked at her notes. The Gu Xin confrontation. His formal window has 18 days remaining. If the script is planning to force a compliance resolution through the Ink Court's institutional enforcement, if that enforcement arrives while you're working on the remaining 6 anchor liberations, you can split. Send one version to manage the enforcement confrontation. Keep one version on the liberation work. That was my thinking, yes. He paused. The split isn't unlimited. 2 instances of the same location-anchored activity would be obvious. The 2 versions need to be doing genuinely different things for the split to be stable. Different locations, different activities. She looked up from her notes. The liberation work. The remaining 6 anchors. You need to be in the primary thread for each one. Can you maintain a thread-reading presence and an external presence simultaneously? He tried. It was difficult but functional, like holding 2 conversations, one with the room and one with the thread. The thread reading didn't require his physical body's presence in any specific place, which meant a split was theoretically possible. One version in the thread performing the dissolution, one version externally managing whatever situation required external management. It works, he said, at a cost. The dual-channel attention creates pressure at about 3 out of 10 sustained. 3 out of 10 sustained for the duration of each liberation attempt. How long is each attempt? When Xiao took 4 minutes once I began the declaration. The others should be similar. He thought. The complexity might vary. Gu Shun's binding is 20 years old and recent. The language will be cleaner, the response more immediate. The other anchors are a mix of decades and centuries. Plan for 10 minutes per liberation, 3 out of 10 sustained pressure, plus whatever the external situation is generating. Meiju set down her notes. 6 liberations. If we can schedule them with 2-day recovery intervals, 12 days minimum. 18 days remaining before Ink Court enforcement. It fits. She looked at him. Barely, but it fits. He went to prepare. Chapter 53. The corrupted recitation. The recitation ran as scheduled, 6 days into their confluence stay, Wei Liang attended from a distance, not in the public ceremony space, but in a secondary reading room that had sight lines to the main hall's announcement interface through 2 carefully selected architectural gaps. He watched the ceremony with Chao Jian beside him, who was tracking the ink court practitioner's narrative pressure output in real time. The recitation's public ceremony was elaborate in the way that institutional ceremonies became elaborate when they were designed primarily to impress participants rather than achieve practical outcomes. Senior ink court practitioners in formal robes read prepared fate text summaries to assembled citizens, who received them with varying degrees of attention and were sent home with what amounted to a certificate of narrative assessment. The underlying diagnostic function was less visible and considerably more significant. Wei Liang watched the diagnostic process through the script's text as the recitation proceeded. The ink court's reading practitioners were accessing the archive's index copies of regional fate texts and processing the data against their own narrative pressure readings. The mis-indexed documents that Song Pei had modified were being accessed. The referential inconsistencies were generating the data feed that the diagnostic would report. He watched the diagnostic compile. It returned moderate disruption, acceptable parameters, no anomalies detected, consistent with normal regional variation. The mis-indexing had worked. The data was false. The script was receiving false diagnostic data about the state of the Iron Bell confluence corridor. He felt the wave of relief and did not let it become more than a wave. This was a delay, not a resolution. The script would eventually notice that its diagnostic data didn't match other inputs. But eventually it was time, and time was what they were buying. Chao Jian, beside him, said quietly, "The head practitioner. She's noticed something." Wei Liang looked. The head practitioner of the recitation, a woman of perhaps 60, with the specific posture of a senior ink court official who had been reading narrative pressure for long enough to recognize unusual textures, was looking at the diagnostic output with an expression that was not quite satisfied. "What kind of something?" he said. "Not a deviation," Chao Jian said. "Her pressure output spiked about 4 minutes ago and then stabilized. Like someone who felt the floor give slightly and then decided it was their imagination. She detected the inconsistency in the diagnostic data. She detected that something was slightly off and then decided the data was correct because the data looked correct." He paused. "She's going to think about it later, when she's not in the middle of running a ceremony. Which means we have a window between now and when she thinks about it later. Probably a day, maybe 2. Wei Liang made the necessary adjustments to his timeline. 2 days. He needed to perform the next 3 anchor liberations within 2 days of the recitation, before the head practitioner's background processing produced a report that brought ink court investigative attention to bear. He went back to the lodging and told Song Pei they were moving to a daily liberation schedule rather than a 2-day recovery interval. Song Pei looked at Mei Zhu. Mei Zhu looked at Wei Liang. "Daily," she said. "That's 3 out of 10 sustained during each liberation, plus whatever the accumulated load from the previous liberations is contributing. By the 3rd day, I know. By the 3rd day you'll be operating at 6 sustained even between liberations." "I know." He met her eyes. "The recitation window is 2 days. If I don't complete at least 3 liberations in that window, the ink court investigation will begin while we still have 5 anchors in the system and Gushin's 30-day clock running." She was quiet for a long moment. "You eat before each liberation," she said. "Real food, not tea. You rest for 4 hours between sessions regardless of what you think you feel. And you tell me immediately if the sustained pressure goes above 5 without a discrete deviation cause." She looked at him with the directness of someone stating terms rather than making requests. "These are not suggestions." "Agreed." "Good." She picked up her medical bag. "Let's start." The next 2 days were, from a clinical perspective, a carefully managed escalation. Mei Zhu tracked Wei Liang's physical state with the precision of someone running a timed experiment under field conditions. The thread readings, the dissolution declarations, the release events. Each one produced a visible change in the primary thread's local tension that she could not see, but that Wei Liang reported precisely, because he'd learned to describe his internal experience of the thread in the vocabulary she'd developed over 3 months. Liberation 2. An anchor bound 60 years ago, a woman who'd traded her variance to protect her brother's family. She went without ceremony. The release, once the declaration was properly made, was immediate. A thread of tension in the primary thread released, and the thread itself brightened slightly at that node, the way a muscle relaxed after very long contraction. Liberation 3. An anchor bound 110 years ago, a man who hadn't known what he was agreeing to at all. The binding had been presented to him as a cultivation agreement, not as an anchor function. The liberation took longer because the binding was tangled in ways that suggested the person making it hadn't fully disclosed the terms. Song Pei reviewed the founding documents process for non-consensual bindings and found a specific protocol for those cases that included an additional confirmation step. They followed it. Liberation 4, the fourth day. Another anchor from the formalized period, 300 years old, someone who'd accepted the bargain for reasons the fragmentary records didn't fully explain. This one was the most challenging. The thread node for a 300-year binding had grown into the surrounding thread structure in ways that made the dissolution delicate. Wei Liang spent 40 minutes on the declaration rather than 10. By the end of the fourth day, the sustained pressure was at 5. Meizhu noted this without comment. She prepared the recovery protocol for the overnight period, administered it, and sat awake monitoring while Wei Liang slept. The head ink court practitioner's concerns, per Chao Jian's wave sense, had been filed as a minor notation in the recitation's internal report, not elevated to investigative status, but noted. The notation would be reviewed at the next senior staff meeting, which was 6 days away. They had 6 days. 3 liberations remaining. 3 days of liberation work, with adequate recovery intervals. They were going to make the window. Chapter 54. Gu Xin's ass. Gu Xin found Wei Liang on the evening after the 4th liberation. He came to the lodging, not the front entrance, but the service corridor that Tai Ro had established as the secondary access point for exactly these circumstances. Tai Ro let him in without comment, which was the highest form of practical endorsement Tai Ro offered. Wei Liang was sitting at the desk doing what Mei Zhu had told him to do during recovery, nothing that required concentration. He had tea. He had a book from the lodging's small collection that he was not reading. He looked at Gu Xun and said, "You felt the 4th liberation. I feel them all." Gu Xin sat in the chair across from him without being invited, which was the action of someone who'd moved past social navigation. Each one that releases shifts the load on the remaining anchors. When Wen Xiao was released, he paused. 300 years of accumulated weight. Redistributed. The rest of us felt it for 3 days. And now for our released. 3 remaining, including me. He looked at Wei Liang with the steady attention of a man who had made his peace with things that were very difficult. "You're going to do all of them, aren't you?" "Yes. Even me. Especially you." Wei Liang looked at him. That was always the goal. The release mechanism in the founding documents applies to all anchors. It applies to you. Gu Shun was quiet for a long time. Longer than most people were quiet. "My daughter," he said finally, "will remain alive. Her survival doesn't depend on your anchor status. It depends on the primary thread's stability. The thread is stable. Has been stable for 400 years. Wei Liang spoke carefully. "Whatever the script told you when you accepted the bargain, it told you it could guarantee her survival because you were becoming an anchor and anchors were part of the system. The thread was already stable. Her survival doesn't require your sacrifice." The silence was very long. "You're certain?" Gu Xin said. "I've been reading the primary thread at bound volume resolution for 4 days. The thread is stable throughout the regional network. Every point that should be functioning is functioning. The cultivation ecosystem stabilization that the anchors were supposed to be maintaining has not been maintained by the anchors for 4 centuries. It's been maintained by the thread itself." He met Gu Xin's eyes. "The script lied to you about what your sacrifice was for. It needed the anchors for a different reason than the one it described. For what then? I'm not entirely certain. But I believe the anchor network is what gives the script its mortal traction. Without the anchor points embedded in the primary thread, the script's ability to impose narrative pressure in the physical world is significantly reduced. The anchors aren't maintaining the thread. They're being used as the script's connection points to the thread." Gu Xin looked at his hands. "It used my love for my daughter," he said quietly, "to give itself leverage." "Yes. And she was never actually in danger. The script designated a fatal accident, but designations can be changed. The accident was the script's threat, not an inevitable event." "Yes." He was very still for a moment. Then he said, "Before you free me, I want to ask something." "Ask." "My function as reclaimer. I've been collecting people like you for 20 years. Some of them, I don't know what happened to them. I was told they've been safely integrated. Given the anchor documentation Song Pei has found, I believe some of them became what I became." He looked at Wei Liang. "If there are anchors I gathered, if their liberation is possible, Song Pei found 7 active anchors in the primary thread's current structure. You're the last of the 7. Anyone you gathered who became an anchor would be in that 7. And you freed 4 of them." "Yes." "Which means 3 people I helped bind into an unfair system have been freed." He paused. "Good." He stood. "The last 3. When you're ready." 2 days, Wei Liang said. "I need recovery time before the next session." 2 days. Gu Xin moved toward the service corridor. He stopped at the door. "When I'm free, Whatever Gushin means when the script doesn't own that function anymore. I'd like to find out. He paused. I'd like to tell my daughter what I actually am. That's your choice to make, Wei Liang said. It will be. Completely. Gushin left. Meizhu appeared from the adjacent room, where she'd been at the edge of audibility, as she often was during significant conversations. She sat across from Wei Liang and looked at him with the direct attention of someone completing a diagnostic. How are you? She said. Not a question. Tired, he said. And he thought about the right word. Clear. The way things are clear when you've been working towards something for a long time and the shape of the thing is finally visible. She looked at him for a moment. The remaining 3 liberations. You can recover fully before each one if we pace it correctly. I know. You're going to want to push the pace because the ink court's investigative window is 6 days and you feel the clarity of momentum. She looked at him steadily. But you'll do better work rested. And better work is faster work, in this case. He said nothing for a moment. Then, how did you learn to be this precise about other people? Medicine, she said. You see enough people manage themselves badly under pressure, and you start to recognize the patterns. She picked up her medical bag. Sleep. I'll check your pressure readings in the morning. Chapter 55. The decline and the fight. The script escalated on the 5th day. Wei Liang had been expecting something. The combination of 4 anchor liberations, the recitation disruption, the accelerated deviation cascade, and the economic pressure on the ink court's funding had been generating a consistent accumulation of narrative anomalies that the script couldn't quite organize into a coherent response. But at some point, it would find the organizing principle. It found it on the 5th day, in the form of the ink court's senior enforcement division, not the routine enforcement team that Tai Ro had redirected around scaffolding on day 3. The senior division, a group of 6 practitioners at canonical text rank and above, whose function was not compliance monitoring but active narrative correction. Chao Jian's wave sense registered their arrival in the city at 10 minutes warning, which was exactly the warning he'd promised, and which turned out to be exactly the right amount. The split. Wei Liang had tested the bound volume ability twice in controlled settings. Now he deployed it in the field. One version of himself was in the vault holdings with Song Pei, preparing the dissolution declaration for Anchor 5. The thread reading was active, the process was underway. This version was working. The other version was visible, standing in the archive complex's outer courtyard, in a position where the senior enforcement division's approach would bring them directly to him. This version was wearing the specific expression of someone who had been expecting a confrontation and had decided to meet it on their own terms. Xin Yulan was 2 corridors away with documentation establishing Wei Liang's ongoing research status under the institutional access extension, ready to deploy if the encounter became legal rather than physical. Tai Ro was in the adjacent corridor with the professional readiness of someone who had fought 6 people before and found the mathematics manageable. Chao Jian was on the outer wall of the complex, maintaining the wave sense to provide ongoing environmental awareness. The 6 practitioners arrived. Their leader was a woman named Elder Su Fun. Wei Liang read this from her fate text as she crossed the courtyard, who moved with the particular quality of someone whose cultivation had been entirely oriented toward narrative compliance for 40 years. Her presence generated significant script pressure in the immediate area. The other 5 practitioners filled the courtyard with overlapping pressure fields that Wei Liang's split version could feel, but that didn't reach the vault holdings. Wei Liang, Elder Sufan said, you're required to attend a narrative compliance review. I'm aware of no grounds for a compliance review. The split version said pleasantly. My research access is currently authorized under institutional provision. Can you specify the grounds? Systematic deviation from narrative designation, interference with ink court operational functions, disruption of the grand recitation's diagnostic process, and unauthorized access to restricted vault holdings materials. My vault holdings access is authorized, the split version said. The access petition is on file with the archive authority and was approved through proper procedure. He paused. The other grounds are more general. Can you specify what documented instances support the compliance review request? She could. She listed 6. The split version of Wei Liang listened to all 6 with the focused attention of someone building a counterargument, which the split version was not actually doing. The counterargument was Xin Yulan's domain, and Xin Yulan was 2 corridors away ready to deploy it. The split version's function in this confrontation was simpler. Occupy the practitioner's attention for as long as possible while the actual liberation work continued in the vault holdings. In the vault holdings, the real Wei Liang completed the 5th liberation. The backlash arrived fractionally. The dissolution of a 90-year binding at bound volume resolution generated approximately the same sustained pressure he'd been experiencing, and the Vault Holdings' isolation from the outer courtyard script activity meant the pressure was manageable. Thread Node 5 released. The primary thread brightened at that point. 2 remaining. He maintained the thread reading and reached for Node 6. In the outer courtyard, Xin Yulan arrived with documents. She presented them with the specific quality of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment and was not going to waste the preparation. Elder Su Fan was thorough. She reviewed the documents. She found the institutional access extension. She found the research provision citation. She found the formal complaint process documentation that Xin Yulan had pre-filed with the archive authority, a defensive filing that established any in-court interference with the current research as a violation of the archive authority's institutional autonomy, which was a specific legal protection under a regional administrative compact. She processed all of this with the visible experience of someone who'd been in similar situations and knew that documentation battles were determined by whoever had prepared most thoroughly. Xin Yulan had prepared more thoroughly. In the Vault Holdings, the 6th liberation completed. A 45-year binding. The thread brightened further. 6 down. 1 remaining. Gu Shun. Wei Liang let the Vault Holdings version finish its careful thread reading and began the dissolution process for the final anchor. In the outer courtyard, Elder Su Fan was still reviewing documentation. She was, Wei Liang suspected from the slow pace, genuinely engaged with the question of whether the archive authority's institutional autonomy provision applied in this context. She had the focused expression of a practitioner who took legal questions seriously. The final liberation was the most complex. Gu Shun's binding was 20 years old, the most recent by far, and it had been executed with the Ink Court's formal processes rather than the rougher methods of earlier eras. It was precise. It was thorough. It was also designed for the specific purpose of holding a practitioner who understood the system from the inside, because Gu Shun had been a variance user himself, and the Ink Court had known this when binding him. The declaration took 22 minutes. During those 22 minutes, in the outer courtyard, Xin Yulan's documentation held. Elder Su Fan ultimately requested a formal compliance review hearing scheduled for 14 days hence, which was the earliest available slot under the Regional Administrative Compact's process requirements, which she was now required to use since Xin Yulan had successfully invoked it. The formal arrest without hearing was no longer available. 14 days. The Enforcement Division departed. In the Vault Holdings, Gu Shun's anchor node released. The primary thread, which had been carrying 7 additional weights for centuries, settled into its own natural pattern. The 7 nodes that had been anchor points smoothed out, the thread's flow correcting itself with the ease of water finding level when the blocking structure was removed. Wei Liang sat on the Vault Holdings floor and let the split collapse. The 2 versions merged. The backlash from a 22-minute complex liberation arrived at 7 out of 10. Mei Zhu had projected this, had prepared the protocol, was in the corridor outside the Vault Holdings waiting. He emerged. She was there. All 7, she said. All 7. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, "Good. Now collapse." And he did. Chapter 56. The last fight with Gu Shun came to Wei Liang on the morning of his 2nd day of recovery. Wei Liang was still resting, not sleeping, but in the enforced horizontal state that Mei Zhu had established as non-negotiable, which differed from sleep in that he could think and from normal rest in that she came to check on him every 40 minutes. He heard the knock on the outer door, heard Tai Ro's voice, and then Gu Shun's, and then heard Mei Zhu come to his room doorway. "He says it's important," she said. "It is," Wei Liang said. He sat up carefully. "Send him in." Gu Shun entered the room with the specific quality of movement of someone who'd changed overnight, not physically, but in bearing. The careful management that had characterized every previous movement, the controlled output of someone who'd been operating at reduced capacity for 20 years, was gone. He moved like what he'd been before the bargain, Wei Liang thought. Fully present, fully his own. He also moved like someone who was trying to figure out what that meant after 20 years. "I felt the release," Gu Shun said. "From the inside." He sat in the chair Mei Zhu had placed by the window. "It wasn't what I expected." "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Relief, probably." "It's not relief. It's more like," he paused. The absence of a sound I'd been hearing so long I'd stopped noticing it. The anchor function was a constant low noise in everything I did. Every deviation in the region filtered through me. I'd become accustomed to it. He looked at Wei Liang. "Now it's quiet." "Is that disorienting?" "Not bad. Just disorienting." He looked at his hands. "I wanted to tell you something before the Ink Court's compliance review hearing. 14 days. The hearing is a prelude to institutional action. Elder Su Fan is thorough and the documentation Xin Yulan filed will delay things, but the Ink Court will eventually move. When they do," he stopped. "You need to know what they have." Wei Liang said nothing, waiting. The reclaimer function, Gushin said. I have 20 years of records. Detailed operational records of every variance user contact, every bargain offered, every outcome. The Ink Court holds those records. They required them as monitoring documentation. But I have copies. The copies document not just the outcomes I reported, but the full conversations, including several where I disclosed information I wasn't supposed to disclose, and the practitioners still chose the bargain rather than resisting. He looked at Wei Liang directly. The records also document the 6 prior variance users from the past century. 4 of them are now released. 2 died in the anchor function. The load was too great during high deviation periods, and anchor-bound practitioners who can't manage the load don't survive it. 2 of them died in service. Yes. His voice was very even. I reported their deaths as natural causes. Because what else could I call it? He reached into his document case and produced a sealed package. Everything I have. It's yours to use however you think is best. He set the package on the table beside the bed. The Ink Court will tell the compliance review hearing that I produced accurate outcomes according to standard reclaimer protocols. These records tell a different story. Wei Liang looked at the package. This would destroy the reclaimer institution, he said. The reclaimer institution exists to perpetuate a system built on fraud. Gushin stood. Yes. Wei Liang picked up the package. The weight of it was ordinary, paper and silk and seal wax. 20 years of documentation. What are you going to do now? Tell my daughter what I am. He moved toward the door. And then help, if you'll have me. I know how the Ink Court's operational structure works from the inside. I know which practitioners chose their roles with full information and which were given the same incomplete disclosure I was. He paused. Not everyone in the Ink Court knew what the anchor system actually was. Most of them were told the same story everyone was told. Stability, compliance, regional order for the good of cultivation practitioners. Some of them would make different choices if they knew the full picture. And you want to show them the full picture. I want to give them the same choice you gave me. He opened the door. Rest, Wei Liang. Whatever comes next, you'll need to be functional for it. He left. Mei Zhu came to the doorway, looked at the package on the table, looked at Wei Liang. Did you know he was going to do that? She said. No, Wei Liang said honestly. But I hoped he would. He set the package carefully on the table. This changes what we're able to do at the compliance review hearing. How? We've been preparing to defend the archive access and research activities as legitimate institutional research. That's a defensive position. We're arguing that what we did was within established process, which it largely was. He looked at the package. With Gushin's records, we have an offensive position. We can argue that the compliance review itself is an attempt to suppress documentation of the Ink Court's systemic misrepresentation of the anchor system's function and the nature of the reclaimer bargains. He paused, which changes the hearing from them reviewing our conduct to us challenging their institutional foundations. Mei Zhu thought about this for a moment. That's going to make them very angry. Yes. He lay back down, added to the list. She gave him the 40-minute check, and he passed it with the improved scores of someone whose primary threat in the immediate window had been resolved, and he slept through to late afternoon with the specific depth of sleep that followed very difficult work. Chapter 57. The Aftermath of Liberation. The primary thread's response to the liberation of all 7 anchors was not dramatic. Wei Liang had expected drama. He'd expected some visible manifestation, a change in the script's text, a shift in the regional narrative pressure, some indication that the fundamental change he'd introduced into the world's underlying structure was registering. What he got was quiet. The primary thread settled. That was all. The 7 freed anchor nodes smoothed out, the thread's natural flow correcting itself with the ease of a stream that had had a series of small dams removed. The thread wasn't more powerful without the anchors. It wasn't stronger or faster or more stable. It was just itself, operating at its own natural function rather than under supplemental load. The script's text changed. He noticed this on the 3rd day of recovery, when he was functional enough to read at normal resolution. The script's text was different in quality, still present, still generating narrative designations and scene nodes, and the full apparatus of its structure. But the pressure had decreased. The weight of the script's narrative push against the world's inhabitants was lighter than it had been in the confluence. The script could still influence. It could still nudge people toward designated outcomes. But it was working harder to do what it had done easily before, because the anchor points it had been using as connection nodes to the primary thread were gone. The script's influence was now operating through its own resources rather than through the thread's amplification. This was not the script's defeat. It was the script's diminishment. You felt it, Xin Yulan said, when he described this. It's been operating through the thread's infrastructure, using the anchors to borrow the thread's connection to the world. He thought about how to explain it. The script is a narrative overlay. It exists above the physical world, imposing structure on it. The anchors were how it imposed that structure directly into the world's cultivation foundation. Without them, it's working from above rather than from inside. Which means, the narrative pressure on ordinary people will decrease. Not disappear, the script is still functioning. But the feeling that certain outcomes are inevitable, that certain roles are immutable, that will be lighter. People will find it slightly easier to move against their designated paths. He paused, and the script's ability to run complex, precisely timed scenes, the kind that require everything to be in a specific place at a specific moment, will be reduced. It has less precision. Song Pei was writing notes with the expression of someone recording a historical event in real time. And the cultivation ecosystem stabilization? Unchanged. The thread is managing it as it always has been. The thread's function hasn't changed, only the script's access to it. Wei Liang looked at his hands. The white streaks had not reversed. They wouldn't. Those were permanent markers of the deviations he'd spent. But the frequency with which he was generating new ones had slowed as his rank had increased, and his technique had become more efficient. The compliance review hearing is in 11 days, Xin Yulan said. We're going to use Gu Shun's records. Yes. He told her what Gu Shun had brought. She listened with the focused attention of someone who was already building the presentation structure as the information arrived. We can't use all of it at the hearing, she said, when he'd finished. The hearing scope is specific, our research conduct and the deviation charges. But we can use the records to establish that the Ink Court has a conflicted interest in the outcome of the review, which creates grounds for challenging the review's validity under the Regional Administrative Compact. A challenged review cannot produce a binding compliance ruling, Song Pei said. He'd been reading administrative law texts for 2 days, because Song Pei's response to threats of legal process was to become an expert in the relevant legal process. It would have to be referred to an independent arbitration panel, which takes considerably longer. How much longer? At minimum, 3 months. Potentially 6. Wei Liang thought about what 6 months gave them. Enough time to establish the distributed narrative framework I've been sketching. Enough time for Chao Jian's cultivation to advance to a point where he's operating fully independently of any script designation. Enough time for Dao Mingren to complete whatever process he's been going through. And enough time for whatever comes after the anchor system's dissolution, Xin Yulan said. The script is diminished. It's not gone. What does it do next? Wei Liang read the script's text carefully. The text had been changing since the liberations, not just in pressure, but in the quality of its processing. The script was running extended calculations on its current state, assessing the loss of the anchor system, modeling new approaches. The margin annotation for Wei Liang's entry had been updated again, from unresolved variable, priority correction, to something new. He read it twice to be sure. Wei Liang, 200, status, threat, structural. Classification, author level. Escalation required. Refer, narrator protocol. He told the group about the narrator protocol that evening. None of them had heard the term before, which meant it hadn't appeared in any of Song Pei's archival research. The script had referred to it as if it were an established procedure, which meant either it was obscure enough to have been absent from the documents they'd accessed, or it was so fundamental that its documentation wasn't in the regional archive at all. The narrator, Wei Liang said slowly. In Gu Shun's records. Did he mention the narrator in any of the case documentation? He mentioned a central narrative authority, Song Pei said. He'd reviewed the package's contents already. He'd been awake when Gu Shun delivered it and had used the recovery period productively. In the oldest records of the Ink Court's founding, there's a reference to the entity that holds the editorial authority over regional narrative disputes. The Ink Court is described as operating in service to the editor. The script has an executive function, Wei Liang said. An editorial function that decides which version of events becomes canonical when there's a dispute. He thought about this. The rewrite, when the script tried to remove my history during the Arc 5 events in the outline I'd mapped, that would have been the narrator's work. What is the narrator? I don't know yet. He looked at the script's text, where the narrator protocol notation sat in his margin. But I know where to find the information. The Ink Court's founding documents will reference the relationship between the Ink Court and the editor. And Dao Mingren. Dao Mingren knows the script structure from the inside, as someone who's been enforcing it for over a century. Dao Mingren still hasn't appeared in the confluence, Xin Yulan said. He said he was thinking about it. Wei Liang looked at the window. He's had 3 weeks to think. And the liberation of the 7 anchors will have been felt by anyone monitoring the primary thread closely. He paused. He'll come. The question is whether he comes before or after the hearing. They waited. Chapter 58. Dao Mingren's arrival. He came on the 7th day after the liberation, for days before the compliance review hearing. He arrived alone, without institutional authority, wearing the clothing of a private scholar, this time in actual scholar's robes rather than the hybrid administrative scholarly attire he'd worn in Iron Bell. He found the lodging through the information that Shun Yulan had made available through her network to anyone who was looking for them through the right channels. And he knocked on the front door, and Tyro opened it and looked at him with the expression of someone who'd been expecting him and had a different feeling about his arrival than Gushan's. Dao Mingren noticed the expression. He said, "I know that you've had reason to distrust me. I'm prepared to accept that as a working condition." "Fair enough," Tyro said, and let him in. Wei Liang was at the desk. Fully recovered now, 6 days past the final liberation. Meizhu had declared him functional with her usual precision and then immediately started monitoring for the next problem, because functional in his specific situation had a short shelf life. He looked at Dao Mingren and read the Elder's fate text. It had changed substantially since their Iron Bell meeting. The previous text had shown Dao Mingren's fate as a long, single thread, 160 years of continuous function stretching forward in a single dedicated line. The current text was different. The thread had stopped its single-line progression at approximately the point of the Iron Bell meeting and had instead branched, multiple possible futures extending from that point, none of them clearly dominant. The script had lost its clean red on him. "You made a decision," Wei Liang said. "Several." Dao Mingren sat in the chair across from him. He had aged slightly since Iron Bell, not in years visible, but in the way that people aged when they were carrying something they'd put down after a long time. "I spent 3 weeks thinking about what you said about the stabilization mechanism. I spent those 3 weeks reading the Ink Court's founding documents, not the versions in the regional archive, but the originals that I've been maintaining for the past century and a half." He looked at Wei Liang. "You were right. The primary thread is stable. It's been stable for 400 years. I know. I've read it at bound volume resolution. I read it at the resolution I've spent a century and a half developing." He met Wei Liang's eyes. "The anchor system isn't maintaining the thread. It's maintaining the script's connection to the thread. Yes. I've been enforcing a system for 160 years that was built on a misrepresentation." He said this with the flatness of someone who'd been saying it to himself for several weeks and had processed the anger to a point where what remained was something more complicated. "I believed we were protecting the regional cultivation ecosystem. I believed the stability required the anchor system, required narrative compliance, required the Ink Court's oversight function." He was quiet for a moment. "I was wrong in a way that affected a great many people." "The fate static collapse," Wei Liang said carefully. "You saw it happen. You've been afraid of it for over a century." "Yes. And that fear was real, and the collapse was real." He looked at Wei Liang. "But the collapse was caused by someone destroying both layers simultaneously, the script and the thread together. What you've done is different. You've removed the script's anchor points without touching the thread. The thread is stable. The cultivation ecosystem is stable." "Yes. Which means the collapse I've been preventing against isn't the collapse that was going to happen." He was quiet again. "I've been stopping the wrong catastrophe." He reached into his document case. "I brought the manuscript." He set it on the table. It was old. Wei Liang could see that immediately. The silk wrapping had been replaced multiple times, but the document inside had the age of something that had been handled very carefully for 300 years by someone who understood what it was. "Feng Shu," Wei Liang said. "He survived his recantation," Dao Mingren said quietly. "Not in the way the official record states. He accepted the anchor bargain, but he continued working within the anchor-bound state. The manuscript was written over 40 years from inside the anchor function. He was studying the script from the inside, at the deepest level of binding, in ways that weren't possible from outside. And the script didn't prevent this. The Ink Court's monitoring function focused on variance deviation, not on scholarship. He was bound. He was compliant. He was producing research that the Ink Court categorized as historical analysis of the reclaimer function." A pause. "The research was actually the most detailed analysis of the script structure ever produced by someone embedded within it." Wei Liang opened the manuscript carefully. The writing was small and precise. The hand of someone who had 40 years and limited materials and had made both work. The first section was the primary thread analysis, which confirmed everything Wei Liang had found at bound volume resolution. The second section was something he hadn't seen before, a complete description of the script's external architecture, the narrator protocol, the editorial function, the cosmic layer above the script's regional structure. He read for 3 hours. When he finished, he set the manuscript down and looked at Dao Mingren. "The narrator," he said. "Yes. It's not the script itself. It's an entity that the script refers to for dispute resolution, when the script's internal logic can't resolve a conflict between designated outcomes. The narrator is the authority that decides which version of events becomes canonical. Feng Shu called it the editor, Dao Mingren confirmed. He spent 40 years inside the anchor system, and in all that time the script referred 3 disputes to the narrator. He observed all 3 referrals. The narrator's function is specific. It doesn't generate narrative, it arbitrates it. When the script's own structure can't determine the correct outcome, the narrator makes the determination. And it's already been invoked regarding me. The narrator protocol notation in your fate text. Dao Mingren looked at him steadily. Yes, the script referred you to the narrator because its internal logic can't determine the correct response to what you've done. You're a category the script doesn't have a clear precedent for. Its own structures classify you as author-level threat, but the script doesn't have a script for dealing with an author. Because the script is the text, not the writer, Wei Liang said slowly. The script executes. The narrator determines. And above the narrator, in Feng Shu's description, there is something that writes. He called it the original source. He could not read it. It was beyond his ability to perceive. But its existence was implied by the structure of the levels below it. The cosmic writer, Wei Liang said quietly. This was the entity he'd built into the outline. The entity that existed above the narrator, whose story all of this was. He hadn't expected to find confirmation of it in a 300-year-old manuscript. Feng Shu's last note. At the end of the manuscript, Dao Mingren said. What did he write? Whoever reads this, Wei Liang said. The thread is enough. It always was. Not addressed to us. Addressed to whoever the narrator would send after him. He looked at Wei Liang. He knew the narrator would come. He wanted to leave something for the conversation. Wei Liang looked at the manuscript. At 40 years of work embedded in a document that had been waiting 300 years for the right reader. The narrator's arrival, he said. How long do I have? Feng Shu's observed timeline. The 3 prior referrals to the narrator each resulted in narrator manifestation within 30 days of the referral. Dao Mingren was precise. You have approximately 30 days from whenever the referral was made. The referral notation appeared in my fate text 6 days ago. 24 days remaining. They looked at each other across the manuscript and the weight of everything it represented. Will you help? Wei Liang said. Dao Mingren looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, I've been wrong for 160 years. I don't know how to start being right, but I'm willing to try. He paused. I'd like that to mean something more than just watching. It does, Wei Liang said. Come to the compliance review hearing. As an expert witness. He paused. You have 160 years of institutional knowledge about the Ink Court's operational history. If you testify about what you know, about the anchor system, the misrepresentation of its function, the nature of the reclaimer bargains, the hearing becomes a different kind of proceeding entirely. Dao Mingren absorbed this. That ends my position within the Ink Court, he said. Your position within the Ink Court was built on enforcing something that was built on a lie, Wei Liang said. You know that now? The question is what you do with the knowledge. The elder was quiet for a long time. The archive buildings on the hill outside were visible through the lodging window. Inside them, Song Pei was probably still working. Outside, Chao Jian was probably maintaining his wavesense patrol. Somewhere in the city, Gu Shun was preparing to speak to his daughter. People making decisions about who to be after the scripts that defined them had turned out to be false. Yes, Dao Mingren said. I'll testify. Chapter 59. The map of anchors. With Dao Mingren's arrival, the full picture of the regional narrative structure became clearer than it had ever been. Dao Mingren spent 3 days in the lodging's common room with Song Pei, working through the Ink Court's founding records against the historical archive documentation that Song Pei had compiled. The two of them made an effective combination. Dao Mingren had institutional knowledge and a century and a half of contextual understanding. Song Pei had the archival methodology that turned institutional knowledge into documented evidence. They produced, over 3 days, the most comprehensive account of the Ink Court's structural relationship to the script and the anchor system that had ever been assembled in a single document. Xin Yulan was managing the compliance review hearing preparation simultaneously. She'd retained legal assistance through her network, 2 specialists in administrative compact law who'd agreed to represent the group's interests at the hearing, briefed on everything except the script reading component, which was framed as an unusual cultivation sensitivity. The specialists were professional and incurious, which was exactly the combination that made them useful. Chao Jian spent the preparation period running daily wavesense patrols and reporting the environmental readings to Wei Liang each morning. The regional narrative pressure had continued to decrease since the anchor liberations, slowly but measurably. Chao Jian's observations quantified this in a way that Wei Liang's subjective reading couldn't. He was tracking the weight of imminent event pressure across the city, and the average weight was down by approximately 15% from his initial baseline readings 2 weeks earlier. People are making different choices, he said, on the 6th day. You can see that from the pressure readings? The pressure readings reflect what's about to happen, based on the weight of what the script is pushing toward. When the script is pushing hard, the events that happen are mostly the ones it wanted. When the push is lighter, he thought about how to describe it. The events that happen include more things that weren't in the script's preferred trajectory, more surprises, more choices that diverge from expectation. The script is still there. Yes, but it's working harder for the same influence. Some of that influence is reaching its target. Some of it is hitting people who used to be moved by it, and who are now just deciding for themselves. He looked at Wei Liang. Is this what you wanted? Wei Liang thought about the woman in Luo Yan's village, who had chosen her anchor binding to protect her neighbors. About Fang Tianzi, writing an invitation to dinner in the face of the script's mandate to neutralize him. About Xin Yulan, declining her family's offer and calling it an actual alliance. It's part of it, he said. The other part was the narrator. 24 days had become 18. He was spending his preparation time not on the hearing. That was Xin Yulan's territory, but on the Feng Shu manuscript, reading and rereading the narrator's described behavior across 3 prior invocations. The narrator was an editorial entity. Its function was arbitration, not authorship. It could not generate new narrative. It could only determine which existing narrative became canonical. Feng Shu had observed this limitation from the inside and had noted it carefully. The narrator was powerful within its function but had no ability outside it. It could not create. It could only judge and select. If it can only select between existing options, Wei Liang said to Dao Mingren, then the way to beat it is to make sure the options available to it include one it can't not select. Dao Mingren thought about this carefully. You want to create a narrative option that is so clearly more viable than the alternative that the narrator's own function requires it to select it. An argument, Wei Liang said. Not a fight. An argument so complete that an editorial entity's own standards require it to accept the better version. You said the way to beat it. Dao Mingren paused. Do you mean defeat it or persuade it? I mean make it unnecessary to fight it. He looked at the manuscript. Feng Shu said the thread is enough. It always was. The thread was enough before the script. It was enough during the script. It's still enough. The narrator's function is to protect the script's narrative integrity. If I can demonstrate that the thread provides narrative stability without the script's coercive apparatus, that people can have coherent, meaningful futures without being designated to them, the narrator's argument for the script's necessity collapses. You're going to argue that the script is unnecessary, Dao Mingren said. I'm going to demonstrate it. With evidence. With documentation. With 160 years of your institutional knowledge, 40 years of Feng Shu's embedded research, and the primary thread's current operational status. He paused. And with what's been happening in the Iron Bell Confluence corridor for the past 3 months. Dao Mingren looked at him. The narrative pressure has decreased 15%, Wei Liang said. Chao Jian is quantifying it. People are making different choices. The cultivation ecosystem is stable. The corridor hasn't collapsed into fate static. The primary thread is managing stability without the anchor system. He looked at the window. The script is unnecessary for what it claimed it was doing. The evidence exists. I just need to be able to present it to the narrator when it arrives. He looked at the script's text, at his own margin annotation. 24 days had become 17. We have one more thing to do, he said. Chapter 60. The map of what will be the map that Song Pei built over the next 3 days was not the geographic kind. It was a narrative map, a document that traced the fate text designations of every person their group had significantly interacted with since Qing Mist, showing where the designations had been before the interactions and where they stood now. The map used the color coding of the Confluence Archive's regional fate text index, which Song Pei had spent enough time with to apply fluently. The results were, Wei Liang thought, the clearest argument he had. Xin Yulan, previously designated betrayer, then faction leader candidate. Current status, genuinely undefined. No script designation was holding. The fate text was generating its own momentum, accumulating choices rather than assigning outcomes. Chao Jian, previously replacement protagonist. Current status, novel cultivation variant. Script observing without designation. The script didn't know what he was yet. Fang Tianzi, previously stabilizing emperor, future canonical. Current status, active variable. His text was filling in from the choices he was making rather than from assigned outcomes. Gu Shun, previously reclaimer, script bound. Current status, freed. No active designation. For the first time in 20 years, a blank page. Dao Mingren, previously Ink Court senior function, designated defender of script compliance. Current status, branched, multiple possible futures, none dominant. The script had lost its clear red on him. Bao Wei, the informant in Iron Bell, previously minor informant function. Current status, working within the three-faction alliance honestly. Fate text showing genuine choice-based progression. Suit song, future subject. His story was waiting for them. The stutter and the wife in the 20-year absence. A map point not yet accessed. And the ordinary people, the 4 Iron Bell noble houses, whose fate text had shifted from certain economic projections to more variable ones as their reliance on script-maintained certainty had been disrupted. The Iron Meridian School students, whose cultivation progressions had stopped following the smooth designated arcs as the narrative pressure decreased. Every person in the map, moving more freely than they had before. Wei Liang brought the map to the evening briefing and showed it to everyone. The group was quiet for a moment, looking at it. This is the argument, he said. Not for the hearing. For the narrator. This is what a world looks like when narrative pressure decreases and people are left to make genuine choices. It's not chaos. It's not the fate-static collapse that Dao Mingren feared. It's people, moving at their own pace, in their own directions, with coherent futures that they're building rather than receiving. And the narrator, Xin Yulan said, will it accept a map as evidence? It accepts narrative as evidence. It's an editorial entity. What it responds to is documentation of how events are actually playing out versus how they were designated to play out. If the actual outcomes are better than the designated ones, he paused. The narrator's function is to select the better version of events. I'm going to present it with a better version. And if it doesn't agree with your assessment of better, then I'm going to argue with an editorial entity about narrative quality, he said. Which is, when I think about it, the most appropriate final battle I could possibly have. Song Pei almost laughed. Mei Zhu's expression shifted slightly into the territory of something that acknowledged the situation's absurdity while simultaneously preparing for the work it required. The hearing is in 4 days, Xin Yulan said. And then the narrator. We have enough to deal with before we get there. Yes. Wei Liang looked at the map, at all the people moving freely in their suddenly less scripted futures. But look at what's already here. He let them look. He watched them look. Then the map went into Song Pei's careful archiving, and the hearing preparation resumed. And outside the Confluence's archive buildings stood on their hills, full of 300 years of carefully maintained secrets that were now, slowly, becoming evidence. The script's margin annotation for Wei Liang had been updated again. Wei Liang, 200, narrator protocol active. Intervention imminent. Below this, in what was becoming the script's equivalent of a worried aside, subject has compiled documentation. Subject has witnesses. Subject has an argument. For the first time in its recorded operation, the script's marginal annotation contained something that read, in the particular way that very old bureaucratic systems sometimes accidentally expressed what their administrators actually felt. This was not anticipated. Wei Liang read this. He folded the fate text view carefully back to its standard resolution. Then he went to help Xin Yulan prepare for the hearing. He was, according to the script, unanticipated. He intended to stay that way. And when the narrator came, he would be ready. Chapter 61. The Continental Road. They left the Confluence 3 days after the compliance review hearing. The hearing itself had been, by legal standards, a draw. Elder Su Fan had presented the deviation charges with the thoroughness she'd promised. Xin Yulan and the 2 administrative law specialists had challenged the hearing's validity on conflict of interest grounds, presenting a carefully structured portion of Gu Shen's documentation to establish that the Ink Court had institutional interest in suppressing the research their group had conducted. Dao Mingren had testified for 4 hours, with the specific weight of someone who had been a senior practitioner of the institution he was testifying against, and his testimony had been impossible to dismiss as poorly informed. The arbitration panel referral had been granted. The hearing was suspended pending independent review. 3 to 6 months. They had their window. Wei Liang used the 2 days before departure to read the regional script text comprehensively, not for active planning, but for mapping. He wanted to understand the macrostructure of the continental system that the Confluence's regional network fed into, because the script's narrator protocol notification had come from outside the regional layer. Whatever was coming from the continental level. The continental script text was vast in a way that regional text was not. He could read its existence, but not its full content. The resolution required for complete reading would need a rank above bound volume, and he hadn't advanced since the Liberation Week. What he could read were the connections. The regional network was one node in a continental system of multiple regional nodes, each with their own script overlays, each connected to the central continental structure through what looked like the same anchor point system they'd just dismantled locally. Except at the continental level, the anchors weren't people. They were places. Song Pei had found references to continental anchor sites in the founding documents, locations of significant cultivation history where the primary thread was especially dense, and which had been designated as continental-level anchor points by the script's broader architecture. The confluence was one. The shattered plateau was another. There were 11 in total across the known cultivation world. If the regional anchor system gave the script mortal traction locally, Wei Liang said, then the continental anchor sites give it cosmic traction. The connection between the script's narrative layer and the physical world at the largest scale. Can those be liberated the same way? Xianxia asked. Not the same way. The regional anchors were people, individual bindings with individual release mechanisms. The continental sites are geographic. They're not bound by contract, he thought, but they might have an equivalent. The primary thread is global, not regional. If the thread's global structure has a natural stabilization that the continental sites are supplementing, the same logic applies. You need access to the global thread to determine that, Song Pei said. I need sacred manuscript rank, minimum. He'd read this in the script's description of his own potential advancement. I'm at bound volume, 3 ranks short. Then we advance, Xianxia said, with the matter-of-fact quality of someone for whom 3 ranks of cultivation advancement was a planning variable rather than an insurmountable obstacle. The road north from the confluence ran through continental territory that Wei Liang had not previously accessed. 3 weeks of travel to reach the shattered plateau, the second continental anchor site, and the one with the most documented history in Song Pei's research. They moved at the pace of a group with purpose but not urgency, because urgency made distinctive marks in the narrative record, and they were trying to avoid distinctive marks while the Ink Court's arbitration process ran. The world felt different on the Continental Road than it had in Iron Bell or the Confluence. Wei Liang noticed this on the first day of travel. The script's pressure was lighter here, in the open country between the regional centers, because there were fewer people to designate and fewer scenes to run. But there was something else. The primary thread was denser. Outside the cities, away from the accumulated narrative weight of centuries of human activity, the thread ran clean and bright through the ground, connecting cultivation resources across the landscape in ways that the city's overlay had obscured. It's beautiful, Qiao Jian said, when Wei Liang described this. It is. He watched the thread's pattern shift as they moved through a forest ridge, the thread's nodes coinciding with old-growth trees that had been accumulating cultivation ambient energy for hundreds of years. The script built on top of something that was already extraordinary. The problem was never the structure of the world. It was the overlay. Can the overlay be removed completely? He thought about this for the 3 weeks of travel. The answer he arrived at was, not by him. Not directly. The script was continental in scope, and even at full author ascendant rank, which he hadn't reached yet, he didn't think his individual authority extended to simply dissolving the continental narrative structure. What he could do was what he was already doing, establishing that the structure was unnecessary, documenting the evidence, reducing its influence through liberation and deviation and distributed planning, and building the argument that an editorial entity operating on standards of narrative quality would have to accept. The script removes itself, he told Song Pei, on the 15th day of travel, when it no longer has anything to enforce. When the world below it is running on genuine choice and the thread's own structure, the script's designated fate apparatus has nothing to maintain. It becomes vestigial. Which takes how long? For the regional corridor? We've already started the process. At 15% pressure decrease in 2 weeks, the rate is accelerating as more people make choices that further diverge from designation. I don't know the final timeline. Years, probably. A decade, perhaps. And the continental system? Longer. Much longer. He watched the thread run bright below the road's surface. Unless we can find the continental equivalent of what we did with the regional anchors. A way to reduce the script's continental traction at the thread level. The narrator, Song Pei said. The narrator is the immediate problem. If it arrives and imposes a canonical resolution that rolls back the regional work, he stopped. Everything we've built could be overwritten. That's what canonical resolution means at the narrator level. It decides which version of events is real, and the version it doesn't select ceases to exist. Then the hearing is more important than just our compliance review. The hearing is irrelevant to this. The narrator operates above the Ink Court. It operates above the regional script entirely. He paused. The argument I'm building, the documentation, the evidence of genuine choice in the corridor, the primary thread's stability data, that's for the narrator. The compliance hearing bought us time. But the narrator conversation is the one that determines whether the time was worth buying. He was quiet for a while after that, reading the thread as they traveled and letting the landscape's natural cultivation structure show him what the world looked like when no one was trying to narrate it. Chapter 62. The Refugee Column. They found the refugees on the 19th day. The column was moving south, 1,000 people, perhaps more, with the specific organization of spontaneity that emerged when large groups of ordinary people were moving away from something faster than they'd planned. Farmers with tools still in hand. Merchants with partial inventory. A healer's wagon from a small settlement that had loaded patients before loading supplies. Wei Liang read the script's designation for the column. Background event. Continental scale conflict escalation. Not a designated scene for his group specifically. The column was a consequence of the script's response to the regional disruption. The script was accelerating instability at the continental edges, creating pressure events that pushed people into motion, generating the kind of large-scale human movement that historically served as the setup for war arc narratives. The column's fate text showed a destination that didn't exist yet. They were moving toward a region the script had designated as a refugee settlement, which would be established by a provincial governor who was in turn designated to use the settlement as a political resource. The people in the column were script characters in a background arc they didn't know they were in. He watched them for a long moment. The script wanted him to keep moving. The designated path for his group was north, and the column was south moving, and engaging with the column was not in his script at any level. He looked at Tai Ro. Tai Ro had already assessed the column with the professional attention of someone who'd worked escort operations for 20 years. Medical situation is manageable. Organization is poor. They're going to have a crisis at the river crossing. The bridge at Feiyun is rated for 30 wagons daily maximum, and they're moving with 60. What do they need? Wei Liang said. Someone who knows how to cross a large group efficiently and who can communicate with the bridge authority in advance. He paused. Also, the healer's wagon has 3 critical patients who need rest before they can be moved. The wagon's driver doesn't know how to prioritize. Meiju was already moving toward the wagon. They spent 3 days with the column. The script pushed back. Not hard. This was a background event, not a priority scene, and the script's pressure on Wei Liang's deviation here was manageable. But the backlash cost was real, and Wei Liang spent the 3 days at a sustained 4 out of 10 that Meiju monitored with the focused attention of a physician who had 12 other people she was also currently treating. What they built in those 3 days was not dramatic. Tai Ro organized the river crossing, 4 advanced teams, staggered wagon intervals, a communication structure with the bridge authority that converted a looming crisis into an orderly 2-day process. Meiju stabilized the 3 critical patients and trained the healer's driver in basic triage prioritization. Song Pei found the column's de facto leader, a former local administrator who'd been managing the column's internal organization instinctively, and helped her formalize the structure so it would hold after they left. Xin Yulan spent the 3 days quietly talking to people, not collecting political information, just talking, listening to where they'd come from, what had happened, what they were hoping for. She came back each evening with the specific look of someone who'd had the abstract made concrete. They don't know anything about the script, she told Wei Liang on the second evening. They have no idea why their settlement destabilized. It felt like the world just went wrong around them. She paused. Because it did. The script generated the instability to create the background arc. It's using them as stage dressing, he said. And they're real people. Farmers with tools in hand. A woman who's carrying her daughter's paintings because the daughter is ill and couldn't carry them herself. She looked at the columns settling for the night. The argument you're building for the narrator. Make sure it includes this. It does, he said. People who are stage dressing in someone else's narrative are people who have been denied authorship of their own lives. Make sure it includes that specifically. She met his eyes. Not in general terms. The specific woman with the paintings. The bridge crisis that would have happened. The healer's driver who didn't know how to triage. She paused. The narrator is an editorial entity. It responds to documentation. Document this. He documented it. Song Pei recorded the column's demographics, the nature of the disruption that had displaced them, the bridge crossing process. Meiju recorded the medical interventions. Chao Jin recorded the wave sense readings that showed the reduction in script pressure the group's presence had created. The column's fate texts, as the 3 days progressed, had shifted slightly away from their designated background arc positions and towards something more self-directed. They left on the morning of the 4th day, headed north. Wei Liang looked back once. The column was moving smoothly. The structure Tai Ro had built was holding. The 3 critical patients were stable. He turned north and kept walking. Chapter 63. The second anchor, the shattered plateau, lived up to its name. It was a high plateau that had, at some point in the geological past that was probably also the cultivational past, been subjected to a force that had fractured its surface into a mosaic of separated sections, some raised, some lowered, some tilted at angles that would have been difficult to traverse without cultivation abilities. Between the sections, the rock faces were worn smooth by whatever had shattered them, and in some of the cracks between sections, the primary thread ran so densely that it was visible even to uncultivated eyes as a faint luminescence. The thread is concentrated here, Wei Liang said. One of the 11 continental anchor sites, Song Pei confirmed. He'd been researching the plateau specifically since the confluence. The historical cultivation activity here has been significant. 3 separate schools maintained facilities here at different points over the past 400 years. The last school disbanded 200 years ago, and the site has been an Ink Court administrative designation ever since. The Ink Court's presence on the plateau was minimal, a small administrative office and a monitoring station, operated by 2 practitioners who were there in rotating 6-month assignments, and who, according to Li Hua's information network contact in the nearest city, were bored enough that they monitored the livestock population on the plateau's lower slopes as a supplemental activity. The continental anchor site itself wasn't a person and wasn't a building. It was a location, the specific point where the primary thread's natural concentration on the plateau was highest. Wei Liang found it within 2 hours of arrival, reading the thread at bound volume resolution. The anchor was different from the personal bindings. It was structural. The plateau's thread density had been shaped, over time, into a specific configuration that funneled cultivation energy from the regional thread into the continental script layer, providing the continental system with a permanent connection point to the physical world's cultivation foundation. The shaping was very old, older than the Ink Court, older than the regional script. He sat at the plateau's thread concentration point and read the structure for 3 days. On the 3rd day, he found what he'd been looking for. The shaping wasn't irreversible. It had been added to the thread's natural concentration, not inherent in it. The thread's own structure at this site, beneath the shaping, was its natural dense flow, undirected, connecting to the regional thread network and through that to the global network, as the thread did everywhere. The shaping was a lens that had been placed over the concentration, focusing it upward into the script's continental layer. Removing the lens wasn't a liberation declaration. It wasn't a legal process. It was more like rearranging what had been arranged, re-establishing the thread's natural flow pattern at a point where it had been modified for centuries. He wasn't sure he could do it at bound volume rank. He tried carefully, working with Chao Jian's wave sense as a monitoring tool to track whether the thread's response to his adjustments was moving toward or away from its natural pattern. Chao Jian, standing at the site's edge with his cultivation active, could feel the thread's pressure shifting in real time and could describe it in the vocabulary he developed over months of observation. "It's like, it wants to go that way," Chao Jian said, when Wei Liang made the first adjustment. "The natural flow. I can feel the weight of it. The current shape is fighting the natural direction. Can you feel which adjustments move toward the natural direction and which move away from it?" He could. His technique, the observation-based cultivation that didn't generate deviation signatures, was, it turned out, ideally suited for this kind of work. Where Wei Liang was reading the thread's text, Chao Jian was feeling its pressure. Together they had better resolution on the thread's actual state than either could achieve alone. They worked for 5 days. Not continuously. There were limits to what could be done at bound volume rank, and the adjustments had to be made carefully enough not to destabilize the thread's existing flow while working toward its natural pattern. Mei Zhu managed Wei Liang's backlash with her usual precision. Song Pei documented every adjustment and its effect. Shen Yulan managed the Ink Court's monitoring station, a combination of misdirection through Li Hua's regional contacts and a very carefully managed narrative of unremarkable scholar research that kept the monitoring practitioners' attention on their livestock supplemental activity. On the 5th day, the final adjustment. The thread at the plateau's concentration point shifted into its natural pattern. The lens that had been directing thread energy into the script's continental layer dissolved. The thread's energy continued to flow through the plateau's concentration, but now it flowed naturally into the regional thread network, into the global thread, out across the world's cultivation foundation, not up into the script. Wei Liang felt the continental script shudder. Not collapse, shudder. The way a large machine shuddered when one of its components stopped operating. The machine continued, but it noticed. The narrator protocol notation in his fate text updated. Narrator contact, 11 days remaining. "We've accelerated the timeline," Shen Yulan said when he told her. The continental anchor site was more significant than the personal ones, he confirmed. The script felt it. He paused. 11 days. We're not at the 3rd anchor site. Can you advance on the current timeline? I need to advance significantly. Published tome rank minimum to read the continental thread structure completely. Canonical text to work with it at the anchor site level. He thought. The plateau's work has already generated significant deviation accumulation. If I keep working at this level, published tome, Mei Zhu said from behind him. She'd been listening, as she usually was. In 11 days. That's fast. It's possible. The accumulation rate at this plateau site has been higher than anything I've experienced before. The thread concentration here is amplifying the deviation work. He looked at the thread's natural flow, bright now in the plateau's cracks. I might already be close. He checked his internal cultivation state with the specific attention of a practitioner reading his own advancement indicators. He was close. The accumulated deviation weight from the regional liberations, the confluence work, the refugee column, and 5 days at the plateau was sufficient. He needed one more significant deviation to push the advancement through. What's the next designated scene? Xin Yulan said. He checked the script's text. The Ink Court monitoring station, he said. They've just received a communication from the Continental Office. They've been ordered to detain any suspicious scholars in the area for compliance review. He read further. They're supposed to arrest Song Pei tomorrow morning when he files his daily research notification. Arrest Song Pei, Tyro said, with the flat tone of someone assessing a problem. Yes. Tyro stood. I'll handle it. The designated scene, Wei Liang said, involves the monitoring practitioners using a cultivation suppression formation on Song Pei. It's designed to create a significant confrontation. I know. Tyro was already moving toward the camp's equipment. That's why I'm going to have a conversation with them before morning, when the formation isn't set up yet and the conversation is about historical cultivation sites and their monitoring requirements. He looked at Wei Liang. I've been doing this for 20 years. Let me do it. Wei Liang let him do it. Tyro spent 4 hours at the monitoring station, talking with 2 practitioners who were genuinely bored and who found an experienced escort professional's knowledge of continental cultivation site logistics considerably more interesting than their livestock supplement activity. By morning, the arrest order had been filed as impractical under current field conditions, and the monitoring station's daily report noted no unusual scholar activity. The deviation registered. The backlash was mild. Tyro's approach had been low-script friction, well within his established character, and the confrontation had been avoided rather than fought. But the accumulated total crossed the threshold. Wei Liang woke on the following morning at published tome rank. The new ability arrived as continental-level thread reading. Where bound volume had given him regional depth access to the primary thread, published tome gave him the thread's continental structure, not in full detail, but in outline. He could see the 11 anchor sites as nodes in the global thread network, and he could see how the continental script layer connected to them. He could also see, for the first time, that the script's continental layer had been built by something, not automatically generated, deliberately constructed, by an intelligence operating at a level above the script's own. Above the continental script layer, something was watching. Chapter 64. The political war begins. The political situation on the continental road had been building since before they'd reached the plateau. The script's instability escalation was not limited to refugee columns and displaced farmers. At the continental level, the instability manifested as the breakdown of long-standing political arrangements, alliances that had been maintained by script-designated fate overlapping with institutional interest, trade agreements that had been stable because the script had been running the right people into the right positions at the right times. When those fate designations became lighter, the underlying human relationships that the script had been managing with its thumb on the scale had to survive on their own merits. Some did. Many didn't. Fang Tianzi's reports, arriving through the personal channel he'd established, described a court that was increasingly fractured along lines that had always existed but had previously been smoothed by script-managed appointments. The stabilizing force that the prince had been designated to provide was needed earlier and in more complex form than the script had originally projected. He was managing it, but managing it was consuming the administrative capital he'd been planning to use for the Governance Council initiative. He needs support, Xin Yulan said, reading the latest report. Not political cover. Actual information. He's making decisions without knowing why the political arrangement that was stable last year isn't stable this year. He doesn't know about the script, Wei Liang said. He knows something is wrong that he doesn't have language for. He's intelligent enough to be operating correctly without the language, but he's working harder than he should have to. She set the report aside. If I briefed him fully, everything, the script, the anchor system, the continental architecture, would that help or destabilize him? Wei Liang thought about Fang Tianzi's fate text. The blank center, filling in with self-authored choices. The prince who'd had the script's pressure his whole life and had been operating against it selectively for 15 years, with significant success. Tell him, he said. He's been managing something he couldn't name. Name it for him. I'll need to go to the capital. Not yet. The narrator arrives in 10 days. Send him everything in writing, through his personal channel. Detailed. Everything. He paused. And tell him that when the narrator arrives, we'll need him to be making the largest governance structure announcement he can manage at the same moment. She looked at him. You want the governance council announcement time to coincide with the narrator's arrival. I want the most significant example of what genuine choice looks like. A future emperor choosing to constrain his own power in favor of shared governance. To be happening in real time when the narrator is assessing whether the world runs better with or without the script's designation system. He met her eyes. The narrator determines which version of events is real. Give it the best version we can produce. She was already writing. They spent 3 days at the plateau's lower slopes while Xun Yulan drafted the communication for Feng Tianzi. Detailed, precise, the kind of document that a person could use to build a new understanding of the world they'd been living in. Song Pei provided archival support. Chao Jin maintained wavesense monitoring. Tai Rou maintained security. Mei Zhu treated a respiratory infection that had been moving through the refugee column and had reached their camp through one of the contacts they'd helped at the river crossing. Wei Liang read the continental thread structure. At published tome resolution, the thread's global architecture became visible in a way it hadn't been before. Not the full detail of every node. That would require higher rank, but the overall structure. The continental script layers sat above it like a weather system, pressing down on the thread's natural flow with the weight of centuries of accumulated narrative assignment. The 11 anchor sites were the points of greatest pressure, where the continental script's weight was most concentrated. He counted them. 11 sites. He'd disrupted 1. 10 remaining. And the narrator arriving in, he checked, 9 days. I can't reach 10 anchor sites in 9 days, he said to Song Pei. No, Song Pei agreed. He was writing. But you don't need to disrupt them all. You need to build the argument that they should all be disrupted, that the world runs better without the script's continental traction than with it. The narrator makes the determination. If the determination goes your way, then the narrator's own function becomes the mechanism that dissolves the continental system. The narrator selects the better version of events, Song Pei said carefully. If the better version is the world without the script's coercive apparatus, and the evidence supports that, and the argument is complete, then I need 1 disrupted continental anchor site as a demonstration, Wei Liang said. And the rest is documentation. The rest is documentation, Song Pei confirmed. And 1 very good argument. Chapter 65. The emotional reckoning on the 6th day after leaving the plateau, moving north toward the next waypoint on the continental route. Wei Liang sat down next to Xun Yulan at the camp's edge and told her what had been accumulating. Not about the script. Not about the narrator or the continental thread or the argument he was building. She knew all of that. He told her what he'd been carrying that wasn't strategy. He told her about the Qing Mist ditch. About the specific quality of being 17 and knowing you'd been designated as the story's worst person, the one who existed to make others look better by being worse. About the 6 months before the script had become readable text, when he'd been experiencing its pressure without language for it, and had thought he was simply wrong. The kind of wrong that was fundamental to what a person was rather than what the world had arranged them to be. He'd never said this out loud. He'd never said it because it wasn't strategic information, and he'd been treating everything as strategic information since Qing Mist. Xun Yulan listened without interrupting, which was something she was specifically good at. The evening light was doing something pleasant with the northern landscape's cultivation ambient glow. Chao Jin was 50 meters away, running his wavesense patrol in the focused way he did when he was also giving other people privacy. When Wei Liang finished, she said, "When did it stop feeling like you were wrong?" He thought about this honestly. Gradually, he said, "I don't think there was a specific moment. I started reading the script's text and understanding that the designation was external, that villain was what the script had assigned, not what I actually was. But understanding it as external and feeling it as external are different things. The feeling took longer. Has it finished?" He was quiet for a moment. "Mostly," he said. "Some of it is still there. Not the old version. I don't believe I'm wrong anymore. But the memory of believing it. The way it shaped how I think about whether I deserve the things I've built here. Whether the group that's formed around this work is here because of the work or despite me." She looked at him with the direct attention she applied to things she was taking seriously. "It's both. Some people are here because the work matters to them. Some people are here because you matter to them. These are different motivations that produce the same result." She paused. "Mei Zhu is documenting your physiology at a level of precision that serves publication-quality research, not just your medical care." Song Pei found a manuscript that 300 years of scholars missed. Tai Rou turned down more lucrative work twice since Iron Bell to stay. She looked at him. "None of that is despite you." He said nothing for a moment. I've been managing the narrative around you, he said. It was a specific thing he'd admitted to her before, in Iron Bell, when she'd told him to stop. Even now, I read your fate text with the intent of understanding your situation well enough to optimize outcomes for you, which is partly genuine care and partly the same habit I developed for managing the script scenes. I haven't fully separated them. She looked at him with something that was not quite patience and not quite exasperation, and was maybe a combination of both that she'd been carrying since Iron Bell and had decided was just part of the relationship's texture. Wei Liang, she said, I know you do that. I've known since I caught you at it in the counting house. I've decided to let you do it because the alternative, you not reading my fate text and therefore missing something important, is more dangerous than the discomfort of knowing you're managing things. She paused. But you should know that I make my own decisions. That you read my text and give me accurate information doesn't determine what I do with it. I know. Do you? He thought about it honestly. I know it intellectually. I'm still working on knowing it in the way that changes behavior. She accepted this with the nod of someone who'd received an honest answer and would rather have that than a more polished one. When this is over, she said, when the narrator has been spoken to and whatever happens after that has happened, I'd like you to do something without reading the fate text first. Just to practice. What? Tell me what you actually want. Not what the optimal outcome is. What you want. He considered this as a request. As a category of request that required a different kind of attention than the kind he'd been applying to everything for months. I'll try, he said. Good. She stood, dusted her robes, and returned to the camp's center with the efficient movement of someone who'd had the conversation she'd intended to have and was now ready for the next thing. Eat something. Mei Zhu is going to tell you to eat something, and I'd rather you do it before she has to. He ate something. Later that night, lying on the sleeping mat with the thread's ambient glow filtering through the camp's walls, he thought about what he wanted. Not the optimal outcome. Not even the version where the script was diminished and the world ran on genuine choice. Just what he wanted. He wanted the group around him to still exist after this was finished. Not as allies in a strategic operation, but as people he knew, who knew him, in a version of the world where the next conversation could be about something other than survival. He wasn't sure if that was an achievable outcome. But it was, he thought, what wanting felt like when it wasn't mediated by strategy. He filed it carefully in the same place where he kept things too important to examine casually. Then he slept, and in the morning the group broke camp and moved north, and Wei Liang read the continental thread structure with the attention of someone who had 9 days to build the best argument ever made to an editorial entity that had never been argued with before. Chapter 66. Fang Tianzi's answer. The prince's reply came 6 days before the narrator's projected arrival. It arrived through the personal channel's courier system, a private relay that Fang Tianzi had established using non-court administrative personnel, whose discretion was maintained through the same combination of genuine loyalty and appropriately structured compensation that Fang Tianzi applied to most administrative problems. The packet was thick. The prince had apparently read Shen Yulan's full briefing and then written his response in one sitting, which was evident in the handwriting, consistent throughout, dense with the marginless efficiency of someone writing under urgency and full engagement. Shen Yulan read it first, as was appropriate since she'd written the briefing. Then she passed it to Wei Liang. The first section was the prince's response to the information itself. He'd accepted it, not with shock, not with denial, but with the specific quality of a person who'd been told the name for something they'd been feeling for a long time. He'd written, I've been moving against something for 15 years. You've given me the mechanism and the vocabulary. The mechanism is more systematic than I'd imagined. The vocabulary is exactly right. He'd then spent 4 pages working through the implications of the script's designation system for his own administrative decisions over the past decade, which policy choices had been script-aligned, which had been his own, and what the difference looked like in retrospect. The second section was operational. He'd accepted the request to time the Governance Council announcement to coincide with the narrator's arrival. He'd been planning the announcement for months. Accelerating the timeline to a specific date required some adjustments, but nothing that couldn't be managed. He also indicated that he'd been accumulating, separately from Wei Liang's group, considerable documentation about the effects of the script's instability escalation on the continental political system, documentation that would complement the evidence Wei Liang was building. The third section was personal. It was shorter. He'd written, when this is finished, and I believe it will finish, because you've been finding ways forward through things that were supposed to stop you since Qing missed, and I have no reason to believe that's going to change. I'd like to discuss what the Governance Council looks like in a world where fate designations are lighter. The council was designed to function within the old system's constraints. It might be able to do more without them. He'd signed it with his personal seal rather than the administrative stamp. Wei Liang folded the letter carefully. He's going to make the announcement, Xin Yulan said. On the correct day. That's 4 days before the narrator arrives, by your projection. Yes, he thought. The narrator won't intervene in the political announcement directly. Its function is arbitration, not prevention. But the announcement, made publicly and witnessed, becomes part of the factual record that the narrator has to work with when it assesses which version of events to canonize. He paused. A future emperor publicly choosing to constrain his own authority in favor of shared governance, with witnesses, on the day the announcement is made. That's a real event. The narrator can't unedit a real event. It can only determine how the event is contextualized. And the context we want, Xin Yulan said, is that the event represents what genuine choice looks like in a world without coercive designation. Exactly. She looked at the letter with the expression of someone assessing the work they'd done that had led to this moment. For days, she said. Then 3. Then the narrator. Then the narrator. He spent the remaining travel time building the argument document with Song Pei. They worked from Feng Shu's manuscript, from Dao Mingren's testimony, from the refugee column documentation, from the plateau's thread restoration data, from Chao Jian's wave sense quantification of the pressure decrease, from the narrative map of everyone whose fate text had shifted toward genuine self-determination over the past 3 months. The document was comprehensive. It was also honest about what it didn't have, the narrator's own standards for narrative quality, its internal logic, its full operational parameters. Feng Shu's observations of 3 prior interventions provided a partial picture. The rest was inference. We're arguing to a judge we haven't met, Song Pei said. Yes. Using standards of evidence we haven't been told. Yes. He looked at what they'd built. The argument holds regardless of the standard, if the standard has any relationship to narrative quality. The evidence that the world runs better without coercive fate designation is in the document. If the narrator's standard for better excludes evidence of human flourishing, then we're not going to win by finding better evidence. We're going to have to change the standard. And how do you change the standard of an editorial entity? He thought about this. By making it a conversation, he said, not a judgment. If I can establish that the narrator is a participant in the narrative rather than its judge, that it exists within the same story as everything else, and is therefore accountable to the same standards, then its authority to impose canonical resolutions isn't absolute. It will resist that framing. Of course it will. It's been the editorial authority for however long this system has been running. Challenging that authority is not something it's encountered before. He looked at the document. Feng Shu's note. The thread is enough. It always was. He wasn't addressing us. He was addressing the narrator. He'd figured out the same argument and didn't have the time or the rank to make it fully. He paused. We have more time. And more rank. You're at published tome, Song Pei said. The outline described canonical text as the next advancement. And author ascendant after that. I know. When do you need to be at canonical text? Before the narrator arrives. He looked at the thread's ambient glow in the evening landscape, which means one more significant advancement in 4 days. Is that possible? He checked his internal state. Yes, he said. If I stop being careful. Song Pei looked at him with the expression of an archivist hearing a characterization that required precise definition. Define careful. I've been managing the deviation rate to minimize backlash and avoid detectable signatures. If I operate at full rate for the next 4 days, every significant deviation I can generate, without the managed pacing, the accumulation will be sufficient. But the backlash will be substantial and the signatures will be detectable. The ink court is 3 to 6 months into an arbitration process. Their enforcement function is suspended for the duration. He paused. The narrator is arriving in 4 days regardless. There's no strategic benefit to remaining undetectable after that. Song Pei was quiet for a moment. Then he went to find Mei Zhu. Chapter 67. The Variable Emperor. The Governance Council announcement came on the 3rd day of the final travel segment, as planned. Wei Liang read about it first in the script's text. The Continental Layer registered a significant event at the capital, a public announcement of unusual character, and the script's annotation was extensive. Fong Tianzi, Governance Structure Announcement, Unprecedented. Designation Conflict, Stabilizing Emperor Role, Canonical Path versus Council-Based Governance Model, Novel Path. The script was trying to determine which path was canonical. It couldn't resolve the question without the narrator. Word of the announcement reached them through the information network Xin Yulan had maintained. 3 days of travel from the capital, so the first reports arrived as summaries filtered through relay contacts who'd attended the public session or heard accounts from those who had. The accounts agreed on the essential points. The prince had stood in the capital's public administrative hall, in full ceremonial authority, and proposed the establishment of a regional governance council, 12 representatives, selected by 12 regional assemblies, with defined authority over taxation, cultivation registration, and administrative appointment. Imperial authority would be retained for military coordination, treaty negotiation, and what he'd called existential threats to the realm. He had done this, according to the accounts, with the specific quality of someone who'd been building to this for years and had decided today was the day. The court's reaction had been, per the accounts, complete silence for approximately 30 seconds, followed by 17 different simultaneous conversations. He did it, Shen Yuan said. He did it. Wei Liang read the script's annotation again. The designation conflict, the unresolvable canonical question. The script wanted Feng Tianzi as stabilizing emperor. The stabilizing emperor who had just proposed to share authority with 12 regional representatives was a different kind of emperor than the script had designated. The designation was internally consistent with the surface role, but the content was different. The narrator has to adjudicate this, Wei Liang said. The script can't determine which path is canonical. That's exactly what the narrator protocol is for. He looked at Shen Yuan. Tianzi's announcement has accelerated the referral. The narrator has to address Tianzi's decision alongside the anchor liberation and the plateau disruption and everything else. Can the narrator handle multiple simultaneous referrals? Feng Shu's observations described it handling 3 cases in a single interaction. The 3 cases were smaller than this. But the narrator's capacity is described as extensive. It's an editorial entity operating above the regional level. He thought, the complexity works in our favor. The more that needs to be adjudicated, the more the narrator has to engage with the full picture of what's changed in the world. The more it engages with the full picture, the harder it is to ignore the evidence. Yes. 2 days, she said, before the narrator arrives. 2 days. He checked his internal cultivation state. He'd been operating at full deviation rate for a day and a half. The backlash was significant, but Mei Zhu had been managing it with the focused efficiency of someone who'd prepared for exactly this level of sustained load. The white streaks in his hair had multiplied. He was sleeping 6 hours a day maximum and waking with the specific quality of alertness that came from being at maximum operating load. I'm close. Canonical text? By tomorrow evening, if the rate holds. She nodded with the precision of someone for whom tomorrow evening was a planning variable rather than a cause for concern. I'll make sure you have everything you need before then. They made camp that night in a valley that had a thread concentration dense enough to be visually luminescent after dark. The entire group sat outside and looked at it for a while without speaking, which was one of the more genuinely peaceful moments they'd had since Iron Bell. Chao Jian, wave sense active, said, the narrator is closer than it was this morning. How much closer? It's hard to quantify. It's not physical distance. It's more like the weight of something approaching. He looked at the thread's light. 2 days feels right. 2 days, Wei Liang confirmed. He spent the night reading the Continental Thread's full structure at published tome resolution and building the final sections of the argument document. The thread at this location was clear and unmodified. No anchor site shaping, no script pressure concentration, just the thread's natural network, connecting the regional cultivation ecosystems in the way they'd always been connected. He thought about the cosmic writer that Feng Shu had referenced, the entity above the narrator that Feng Shu hadn't been able to perceive, but whose existence was implied by the structure. The script had been built by something. The narrator was the script's arbitration function, and above both, something that had authored the system in the first place. He couldn't reach that level yet. He wasn't sure he'd be able to reach it even at author ascendant. But the narrator was reachable. The narrator was within the structure he could now perceive. He wrote the final section of the argument document, titled simply, "The thread is enough." It was Feng Shu's phrase. He used it as the conclusion, with Feng Shu's 300-year manuscript as the primary citation, and built back from it through every piece of evidence they'd gathered. The primary thread managing regional cultivation stability without anchors. The 15% pressure decrease and its measured effects on human agency. The refugee column documentation. The governance council announcement. The plateau's restored natural flow. The argument ended with a question rather than a conclusion. The question was, if the world runs better without the script's coercive apparatus, if people make better choices when the weight is lighter, then what purpose does the coercive apparatus serve that justifies its cost? He expected the narrator to have an answer. He was prepared for the answer to be wrong. He was prepared to argue back. Chapter 68. The war that wasn't on the second day before the narrator's projected arrival. The Continental script made its last major move. Wei Liang read it in the text as a shift in designated scene priority. Multiple large-scale conflicts had been queued in the Continental script's event roster for decades. waiting for the right political conditions, and the script was now activating them simultaneously. Not because the conditions had been met, but because the script was generating the conditions urgently, deploying the instability escalation at its maximum rate to create the kind of large-scale chaos that would make the narrator's case for the script's necessity overwhelming. 3 border disputes converted to active military conflict within 18 hours. A provincial succession crisis that had been script-managed for 12 years resolved in a direction that maximized instability rather than stability. 2 cultivation sects that had been in script-maintained Cold War for a generation received designation updates that pushed them toward direct confrontation. The script was creating its own evidence. The world without script management was a world in chaos. That was the argument it intended to present to the narrator. Wei Liang read this and thought carefully. The script's evidence was genuine. The conflicts were real and the chaos was real. People were going to be hurt. But the conflicts weren't the result of the script's absence. They were the result of the script's deliberate action. The script was burning its own resources to create evidence for its necessity. He told the group, "Can we stop it?" Xin Yulan said, "Not the conflicts themselves. They're physical events happening at continental scale. We don't have that reach." He thought, "But we can document what's actually happening, that these conflicts are being generated by the script in the week before a narrator adjudication, not by the underlying political reality. The documentation makes the script's argument fraudulent. Is there evidence that the script is generating them deliberately? Song Pei can show the timing. The designation updates came in a burst over 18 hours, all in the same 48-hour window. The probability of multiple independent designation updates converging at this speed is essentially zero without coordinated action. The coordination source is the script's emergency response protocol." He looked at Song Pei. "Can you document that? I need the designation update timestamps from sources that weren't previously networked." Song Pei thought. Lihua's information network has contacts in 3 of the 5 affected regions. If their contacts recorded the timing of events as they occurred, which information traders typically do, I can build the correlation. Contact them. Song Pei contacted them. The information came back in 8 hours. The correlation was clear. 5 simultaneous designation updates across regions that had no political communication channel, all within a 4-hour window. The probability analysis Song Pei ran, using archival precedent for natural political crisis timing, produced a number that was effectively 0. The script was manufacturing the chaos. Wei Liang added this documentation to the argument document, at the end, titled, "What the Script Does When Threatened." He then advanced to canonical text rank. The advancement arrived on the evening of the 2nd day before the narrator, while he was completing the documentation section. It came with no discrete breakthrough moment, just the accumulated weight of the past 4 days of full-rate operation crossing a threshold. The ability arrived as a comprehensive read of the continental thread, not just the outline he'd had at published tome, but the full structure, every node visible, every flow pattern legible. He could also, at canonical text rank, see the narrator's approach, not as a physical object, as a narrative density, a concentration of editorial authority moving toward the intersection of everything they'd built, a force that would arrive and assess and determine. It was larger than he'd expected, not malevolent, just vast. The accumulated editorial weight of an entity that had been making canonical determinations for longer than the script had been running. He told Mei Zhu about the advancement, as was protocol. She ran her diagnostic with the focused precision of someone who'd been monitoring him at maximum load for 4 days and had calibrated her assessments to that baseline. "You're functional," she said, "at reduced margins. You need real sleep tonight. Full 8 hours, not 6. The narrator arrives tomorrow. The narrator arrives tomorrow, and you'll be more functional for having slept 8 hours than for having spent them reading thread structure at maximum resolution." She met his eyes. "Trust me, he slept 8 hours." Chapter 69. The 7th freed anchor. The morning before the narrator's arrival, Suitsong came. He arrived at the camp at dawn, traveling alone, with the slightly dazed quality of someone who'd been moving toward something without fully understanding what it was. He was an older man, the quiet, bookish elder that Wei Liang had read about in the outline, the one whose wife had been an anchor and whose stutter arrived whenever the unwritten hall's name came up. He stood at the camp's edge and looked at Wei Liang with the focused attention of someone who'd crossed significant distance because something inside him had said to. Wei Liang read his fate text. Suitsong, senior academic practitioner, Qing Mist sect, retired. Status, former anchor point adjacent. The anchor that had been his wife, freed 3 months ago from the Confluence Vault holdings during the first round of liberation work. The notation in Suitsong's text showed this clearly. Anchor point freed. Associated individual, now approaching release point. You felt it, Wei Liang said. When I freed her. Sutsang looked at him. I've been trying to understand what I felt for 3 months. I didn't know what it was. I knew it was important. I've been walking toward it without knowing where I was going. He paused. My wife. The records from 20 years ago say she died. She didn't, Wei Liang said. She's alive. She's in the confluence. She was an anchor. I can explain what that means, if you need me to. He looked at Sutsang. She was freed 3 months ago. She's been in the confluence since then, living in a recovered state. She's been trying to find you too. Sutsang was very still for a long time. Then he said, where is she now? The confluence. Wei Liang thought about the narrator arriving tomorrow, about everything they still had to do. You should go to her. I will. He didn't move immediately. He was processing something, working through 20 years of absence with the quiet thoroughness of a bookish elder who'd spent 2 decades wondering if he was going mad because of a stutter he couldn't explain. What you're doing. What you've been doing. Can I help? Wei Liang looked at him. Sutsang was not a high-rank cultivator. He was an academic practitioner, the kind of scholar who understood cultivation theory without being exceptional at its practice. His fate text showed no particular designation except the one he'd been building himself over 20 years of trying to find the source of the thing he felt and couldn't name. The narrator arrives tomorrow, Wei Liang said. It's going to assess whether the script's designation system is necessary. My argument is that the world runs better without it. He paused. You've spent 20 years feeling something wrong in the world without being able to name it. You've spent 2 decades trying to identify a phenomenon that the Ink Court was actively suppressing information about. And now you're standing here because you felt your wife's liberation 3 months ago, and you didn't ignore the feeling. He looked at Sutsang steadily. You're part of the evidence. Your 20 years of noticing and pursuing, despite suppression. That's what people do when the weight is lighter. They follow what they feel toward the truth. Sutsang was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, how do I help you say that? Tell Song Pei your story, Wei Liang said. In as much detail as you can. All of it. The stutter, the feeling, the research you did, the dead ends, what you felt 3 months ago, and why you're here. He looked at the camp where Song Pei was already awake and organizing his notes. Song Pei will know what to do with it. Sutsang went to find Song Pei. Wei Liang stood at the camp's edge and looked at the continental thread structure in the morning light. The thread at this location was clear and unencumbered. Natural flow, connecting the regional ecosystems, managing the cultivation foundation the way it had managed it for millennia before the script existed. Tomorrow, he thought about what he needed to do. The argument document was complete. The evidence was compiled. The Governance Council announcement had been made. The plateau's second continental anchor site had been restored. Sutsang's testimony was being recorded. Fang Tianzi's institutional backing was established through the compliance review process. He was at canonical text rank. He needed author ascendant for the final confrontation, the permanent self-inscription that would make him an uneditable element of the narrative fabric. But author ascendant was the final rank. He didn't know if he'd reach it before the narrator arrived. He checked the narrative pressure. The narrator's approach was visible now as an increasing density in the continental thread's editorial layer. Not hostile. Vast. He had one night. You should sleep, Meizhu said from behind him. I'm not going to sleep. Then at minimum, sit down. She sat beside him on a convenient rock with the efficiency of someone who'd stopped asking him to do optimal things and settled for achievable things. What are you thinking about? Author ascendant. The last rank. Yes. I don't know if I'll reach it before tomorrow. He thought. If I don't, then you argue as canonical text, she said, which has done significant work so far. The narrator's editorial authority operates above the canonical level. To be an entity it genuinely can't remove, that requires author ascendant. To be someone who has authored themselves permanently into the narrative, irreversibly, such that no editorial decision can remove the authorship. And if you don't reach it tonight, then I argue as well as I can and hope the argument is good enough. He paused. Or I reach it during the argument. Advancement has happened in crisis before. She thought about this. The argument itself, you said it's a conversation, not a fight. You're going to argue with the narrator using evidence and logic. Yes. And arguing well is the advancement catalyst, potentially. Possibly. I'm speculating. The narrator arrives tomorrow morning. She looked at the thread's ambient light. What time? Sometime after dawn, based on the approach rate. Then sleep between now and dawn. Even 4 hours. She looked at him with the direct attention of someone making a medical recommendation that was also a practical one. If the argument is the advancement catalyst, you'll argue better rested than exhausted. He slept 4 hours. He woke before dawn and read the thread until the light came. Chapter 70. The Blank Future. The morning of the narrator's arrival, Wei Liang read his own fate text for the first time in 2 months. He'd stopped checking it regularly in the Confluence, when the script had reclassified him as anomaly. The classification had made the text less useful as a planning tool. Anomaly designations didn't project forward clearly, because the script was observing rather than prescribing. He'd been building his own future rather than reading the designated one, and the blank space in his text had been something he'd chosen not to look at directly. Now he looked. The fate text's forward projection was entirely blank. Not the blank of someone whose future was undefined because the script hadn't gotten to them yet. The blank of someone whose future the script had attempted to write and then stopped, because every projection it generated was immediately invalidated by his next deviation. He was, in the script's operational sense, genuinely unpredictable. Below the blank projection, his margin annotation had been updated one more time. Wei Liang, 200. No designation available. Script projection suspended. Referred to narrator authority for final determination. Below this, in the small typeface of an addendum that seemed to have been added very recently, subject has reached canonical text rank. Adjustment to final determination authority, canonical level, conditional. Note, canonical level subjects retain some narrative immunity during narrator interaction. This interaction will require elevated approach. He read this carefully. Canonical level narrative immunity was something the script was aware of and was flagging. It meant that at canonical text rank, he couldn't be simply edited out. The narrator would have to make an argument rather than just a determination. He had standing in the interaction, not author ascendant, not the permanent self-inscription that made him truly uneditable, but standing, a seat at the table, a right to be heard. He showed this to the group. Xin Yulan absorbed it with the focus she brought to all strategic information. Elevated approach means it's going to try to challenge the evidence rather than just override it. Yes, which is better than the alternative. If it could just override, we'd have nothing. If it has to argue, we have to win the argument. He paused. And if we win the argument at canonical level, you advance, Chao Jian said quietly. The advancement catalyst. The group looked at him. The argument itself is the deviation, Chao Jian said. Making an argument that an editorial entity accepts as valid, that the world runs better without the script's coercive apparatus. That's the most significant deviation possible. It's not deviating from one scene. It's deviating from the script's entire justification for existing. He looked at Wei Liang with the focused attention of someone who'd been observing the system long enough to understand its structure. If you win the argument, you've done something the script has never had anyone do. That's author ascendant territory. Wei Liang thought about this. I need to win the argument, he said. Yes, Chao Jian said. Which you were going to do anyway. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, everyone needs to know the plan for what happens during the narrator interaction. It will manifest in some physical form. Feng Shu described it as present in the scene. Whatever happens, the interaction is between me and the narrator. The rest of you don't engage directly. What do we do? Tyro said. Be there, Wei Liang said. With the documentation. With everything we've recorded. You're the evidence. He looked at them. Song Pei with his archival notes. Mei Zhu with her medical journal. Xin Yulan with the 3 faction records and the refugee column documentation. Tyro with 20 years of practical knowledge about how people moved in the world. Chao Jian with his wave sense and his original cultivation technique. You're not supporting characters. You're not stage dressing. You're the argument. Dao Mingren and Gu Shen were there too, arrived the previous evening, having tracked the group through Xin Yulan's network. Dao Mingren with 160 years of institutional knowledge. Gu Shen with 20 years of reclaimer documentation and, since 3 months ago, the experience of being freed. You're all the argument, Wei Liang said. The narrator needs to see what the world looks like when narrative pressure decreases and people have genuine choice. You're it. He looked at them. None of them were heroes. None of them were villains. None of them were protagonists in the traditional sense. They had quirks and flaws and complicated histories and motivations that had shifted over the months they'd spent in this work. They were people who'd made choices, repeatedly, in the face of significant pressure to make different choices. Be yourselves, he said. That's all. The wavesense alarm came from Chao Jian at 8:15 in the morning. It's here, he said. Wei Liang picked up the argument document, the one that ended with a question, what purpose does the coercive apparatus serve that justifies its cost? And walked to the camp's open center, where the thread's morning light ran bright through the ground. The narrator was coming. He was ready. Chapter 71. Wei Liang used the retcon ability with both hands braced on the supply depot floor because the world would not stop tilting long enough for pride. The depot itself sat 2 miles outside Iron Bell Confluence in a cut of stone between old transport roads, the sort of unglamorous place through which wars and sect economies actually moved. Grain bins, lamp oil casks, formation chalk, winter blankets, spare spear shafts, for low warehouses around a central yard, all currently held under disputed ownership because a regional noble house had overextended 3 seasons ago, and an ink court trustee had frozen the transfer. It was, in other words, perfect. Song Pei stood beside an unpacked records chest with his sleeves rolled and his face set in the expression he reserved for situations he disliked but intended to master anyway. Last warning, he said. Tier 5 is not decorative. Once you establish a fact backward in time, every supporting record around it will realign. If the insertion logic is sloppy, the discrepancy pattern will point at us within a week. Within a week is better than within an hour, Tai Ro said from the doorway. Meiju didn't look up from the packet of needles she was sorting onto a clean cloth. That only sounds clever if you don't know how many ways a week can be used to destroy a nervous system. Wei Liang crouched beside the central ledger table and let the layered script view open. The world became translucent text. Above the depot yard floated the intended scene in pale ink, abandoned strategic resource node. Eventual seizure by compliance forces. Protagonist group to remain transient, undersupplied, and reactive. Of course, a stable base would make his group harder to route into fugitive brilliance scenes where they survived on improvisation and friendship and dramatic shortages. The script liked heroes hungry. Hunger made them grateful for the next contrivance. Wei Liang had grown to dislike contrivance almost as much as he disliked being used as one. He opened his palm over the records table. Script variants answered with a cold pressure behind the eyes and the sensation that every object in the room was waiting to see if he had the nerve to lie to history. Good, he thought. History had lied first. The change? Song Pei asked quietly. Wei Liang kept his gaze on the text drifting over the depot walls. 6 months ago, I filed a legal reserve claim on this site through the dormant Emergency Logistics Registry. The claim was ignored because the noble dispute made the property administratively toxic. It remained valid because no one wanted to review it. Song Pei considered for half a breath. That would require 3 linked records. Claim filing. Registry acknowledgement. Trustee non-response. Can you carry the support? If you don't make the language grandiose, yes. Wei Liang almost smiled. He had learned early that the difference between survivable fraud and script-breaking authorship was often whether an archivist found your wording embarrassing. Xin Yulan arrived from the yard still carrying dust on the hem of her riding cloak. Tell me you're not starting without witnesses. I'm starting with the useful witness, Wei Liang said without looking away from the script. She came to stand on his left, all sharp and calm and political impatience. If this ages another streak of your hair, I reserve the right to say something cutting over your unconscious body. Comforting. I practice. He let the world narrow. Tier 5. Retcon small established facts. Not inventing castles. Not declaring bloodline secret inheritances. Only making the past admit one neglected legal act that could plausibly have occurred and plausibly been forgotten because everyone involved preferred the paperwork remained dead. The variance cost appeared before the action as a small white annotation at the edge of his sight. Major deviation. Record adjustment across 6 months. Predicted backlash. 3 weeks reduced accuracy. Sensory drift. Text bleed. He took a breath that tasted of dust, ink, and old burlap. Then he spent the points. The script screamed soundlessly. Not loud. Offended. Text rippled across the depot walls. The intended scene shattered into marginal revisions. Ledger books on the table fluttered open all at once though no wind moved. Song Pei snapped his hand down on the nearest register before it could slide off the edge. Wei Liang felt the retcon travel. Backward. That was the worst part. Not pain. The logic inversion. For one sickening moment, he perceived 6 months at once. His own recent path splitting open to accommodate a document he had never filed and now somehow remembered planning. A rainy afternoon at a border office that had not happened and now had. A board registrar stamping a claim because the form was correctly phrased and no one had yet informed him it would matter. And ink court trustee skimming the notice, marking it pending review, then setting it under a stack he never cleared. His stomach turned violently. The floor surged upward. Tai Ro caught him by the shoulder before his forehead hit the boards. There he is, Tai Ro muttered. Back to bleeding before asking for a chair. Wei Liang heard him from a distance through the roar of revised text in his ears. Every label in the room had changed. Not words exactly. Weights. The grain bins no longer read as grain bins. They read as claim-adjacent assets. The warehouse latch became auxiliary entry point. Shin Yolan's sleeve became allied political leverage. Song Pei's face became verified documentary capacity. Text bleed. He knew the symptom. 3 days of sensory distortion for major deviations, the old warning had said. This felt worse. Longer. More structural. Meiju shoved something bitter between his lips. Swallow. He did because arguing with physicians during reality failure was inefficient. By the time the room stopped tipping, Song Pei had 3 records spread across the table. His fingers moved with terrible steadiness. It took, he said. Shin Yulan leaned over the ledgers and let out one soft, incredulous laugh. It actually took. Wei Liang pushed himself up on one elbow. The first ledger showed the filing in a clerk's flat hand dated 6 months prior. The second bore the emergency registry acknowledgement. The third contained the trustee notation, exactly the kind of petty bureaucratic laziness that made empires possible. Tyro whistled low. So we own the place? Song Pei adjusted the angle of one document against the light. We hold a legally prior operational claim, pending full dispute settlement. In practice, that means possession with documented basis. He looked at Wei Liang. You have retroactively become a man who fills out forms. I can survive the humiliation. Shin Yolan's smile sharpened. Can you survive me making copies and sending them to every office likely to contest us before they realize they should? That was why she was dangerous. He nodded once. Do it. She was already calling for runners before the answer finished. The backlash settled deeper as he stood. The white streak in his hair lengthened another inch at the temple. His vision doubled around the edges. Every person in the room seemed to have 2 versions for a blink at a time, the real one and the script's nearest convenient summary of them. Shin Yulan / factional momentum. Tai Ro / comic loyalty bruiser. Song Pei / moral exposition archive. Meiju / pragmatic care device. Wei Liang gripped the edge of the table until the splintered grain bit his palm. No, they were people. He forced the text back down. It resisted. Meiju saw his expression and said, how bad? 3 weeks. That drew every eye. Song Pei stopped writing. Reduced accuracy? Wei Liang nodded. Tyro swore. Shin Yolan's mouth hardened. Then we use the base immediately before anyone notices your reading is compromised. Practical. Unsentimental. Correct. He admired that about her, even when it made staying upright feel more obligatory than wise. The depot yard beyond the windows had not changed physically. Yet because the records now existed, the place had shifted in the world's logic. It belonged to them in the only way institutions usually respected, documented prior claim plus enough speed to establish facts on the ground before more powerful people could remember outrage. Runners left before sunset. Locks were changed under witness. The first supply inventory began that same night. Wei Liang signed the possession copy with a hand that still trembled from retcon memory, while Song Pei muttered about margins and seal placement and the tragedy of letting criminals near respectable archives. By dawn, they had a legal base of operations and a supply chain. By dawn, Wei Liang also could not look at a pile of rope without seeing the phrase transport subplot hanging over it in translucent silver script. He stood alone in the yard as morning frost whitened the cask rims and thought, with mild disgust, that power acquired through narrative disruption was becoming more useful than any morally tidy person would ever permit. The script's annotation drifted across the warehouse roof. Subject has altered established resource continuity. Correction paths under review. Wei Liang closed one eye against the text burn. Review faster, he murmured. I'm busy. Chapter 72. The wanted notice was nailed to his own gate at sunrise. Tai Ro tore it down, read 2 lines, and started laughing hard enough to scare a mule in the outer yard. Wei Liang was on the upstairs landing with a cup of tea and a skull full of crawling text when the laughter rolled up through the depot house. Not good laughter. Dangerously entertained laughter. He came down to find the notice spread over the long breakfast table between 2 bowls of millet and Song Pei staring at it with a face so blank it had crossed into offense. Shin Yulan arrived half a breath later, still fastening the ties on one wrist guard. If that's a poem, she said, burn it. Tyro slapped the paper flat. Better. It's law. The notice carried the full ink court seal, black wax pressed with the old narrative scales. That alone made the room colder. Wei Liang leaned over it and read. Under Emergency Compliance Authority, Subject Wei Liang is classified as a narrative criminal. The term was real. He knew that immediately from the way Song Pei exhaled through his nose. Not invented insult. Not political theater in a false legal robe. Real law. He kept reading. Narrative criminal. Deviation practitioner causing unauthorized instability in designated outcome structures. Authorized for immediate detainment by any sect, kingdom, mercenary office, or licensed convoy captain under Regional Ink Court Compact. Transfer to nearest compliance authority mandatory on site. Reward clauses followed. The script had excellent taste in administrative violence. Xin Yulan scanned the text once and said, "How old is that category?" Song Pei was already reaching for 3 reference slips. "Old enough that no honest person has cited it in decades," he said. Which means Dao Mingren had to go digging. Wei Liang almost admired that. Almost. It was, in its own way, the elder's cleanest move yet. No assassination attempt. No manipulated misunderstanding. No hidden compliance knives in friendly rooms. Just the retrieval of a dormant legal mechanism designed precisely for people like him. The author's favorite finally found a genre he likes, Wei Liang said. Tai Ro snorted. "You're taking being outlawed unusually well." Wei Liang looked at the notice again. Above the printed text hovered the intended scene. Fugitive pressure increases. Allied network strains. Subject forced into reactive flight. Supporting characters sacrifice stability to shelter him. There it was. The script wanted him hunted not mainly to imprison him, but to convert every alliance around him into a rescue mechanism. Bleed his people into his plot. Narrow them into functions. No. He set the tea down. "How quickly does this propagate?" Song Pei answered without looking up from the compact references. "Fast. Ink Court notices ride existing legal relay routes. Any registered faction in the region will have the summary version by nightfall." Counterfiling. Xin Yulan was already pacing. "Months," she said before Song Pei could. "We can challenge procedural basis, emergency authority threshold, delegated detention scope, all of it. But not in time to stop the first wave. The system is built for speed on accusation and patience on correction." Wei Liang smiled without warmth. "Convenient." "Extremely," Xin Yulan said, then winced at her own word choice. Annoyingly. Mei Zhu entered carrying bandage strips and looked from face to face until she found the notice. "Ah," she said. "Paper plague." Tai Ro pointed at the headline. "Narrative criminal." She read it once and shrugged. "I've treated worse diagnoses." That almost made Song Pei laugh despite himself. Almost. He spread the legal references open. "The category was created after the last major script fracture," he said. "Officially to prevent destabilizing cultivation variants from contaminating regional story pressure." His mouth tightened. "Unofficially, it gave the court authority to disappear anyone whose existence made canonical outcomes less reliable." Wei Liang tapped one line with a fingertip. "Detain on site." "Yes." "Any cultivation faction?" "Yes." "Any licensed convoy captain?" "Yes." Tai Ro folded both arms. "That's inconvenient for a man with a supply depot." Wei Liang looked up. Tai Ro's expression had shifted from amused to thoughtful. Good. The big man's thoughts were often more structurally useful than his theatrics suggested. "Say the rest," Wei Liang said. "If every wandering sword fool and route marshal can arrest you, then they don't need to prove they understood the notice. They only need to see your face on paper and think reward." Tai Ro jerked his chin toward the yard. "That means we stop being a depot and become a beacon." "Correct." Xin Yulan stopped pacing. "We split operationally," she said. Wei Liang disliked how fast the sentence landed.